Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I sure was off on where the camera was. It fell down and got redistributed. Good evening to all of you. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. I do. And I continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the uh, from the universe. And happy Thursday, everybody! Proud to be here. Happy birthday, Teresa, Witch Moon, Susie, Delaney Pearl, Susie Q. Roman, Forest Squirrel. Hi, how are you? Elderberry, Ed, you're in the house too. It's good to see you all. Good to see you all. Chloe, howdy, 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 howdy. Teresa, if you, I mean, I'm saying if any of y'all ask her age, now that just ain't polite. But in the favor, if you understand this joke, you'll probably know how old she isn't. And I mean this with love, Teresa. I do. Is that you're 39 years old, right? And that's how old you are. So at my age now, I kind of understand what. Golly, I can see his face, but are you really? Is that the truth? You're 16. Okay. Doesn't matter though, does it, Teresa? But um, all right, help me out. Have dyslexia. Yeah, the older you get, that's a good excuse. We can blame it on old timers disease, right? Not Bing Crosby. Who was it that his line was? Uh, Golly, I could see him up on stage, but I can't see his face. So, anyway, if y'all in there, help me out with who am I thinking of? So it's 9:17. It's about time to get ready here. Me and Duggar had an outside, had to bark, and I had to make sure my coffee was, filled up. And I greet you on this. Oh, hey, Witch Moon. Yeah, I saw you earlier, and I forgot. 9:18. Let's see. Today is 7:15. A can of pineapples. I got dried pineapple right here, Roman. So anyway, now talking about truth. See, is that the real truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I'm kidding, but Jack Benny. Okay, I finally got whoever's out there that was thinking about whatever I was trying to think of the actor who was 39 years old all the time. It was Jack Benny. So y'all catch up. So anyway, I have to make an adjustment here. Y'all hang in there with me for a moment. It is sticky hot in the house tonight. Let me tell you, down here in the South. Yes, Jack Benny. So who wins the prize for tonight? I don't know. But anyway, and having this discussion about truth, since I've been home from the vacation and all, and had a chance to recover whatever that weirdness that I sort of picked up while I was gone. Doing things around the house, meeting new people, meeting old people, meeting new old people, or old new people, depending on how you look at it. And if y'all watching out there, then you know who I'm talking to. But anyway, I was thinking to myself, we're always seeking the truth, right? The truth shall set you free. Really? Okay. So it's 9:20. So for those of you, Teresa, this one's for you, okay? Then the next one too. And let's all say hi to Bob and say, hi, Bob. And to all of you members of the Soul Tribe, and to all of y'all who are members of the League of Like-Minded Beings, and to all y'all out there that understand that the nature of things is there's truth in the nature. And so, I figured that while I was gone to Ohio, that there'd be all these UFO stuff, all this disclosure was supposed to happen in June, right? Well, here it is now, the 15th of July. And so, where's all the disclosure? Where's all this truth? Where's all this stuff that they said they was going to do? So they lied to us about that part. You know what I'm saying? So here, I know after I typed in what I did in the description for this video, I was scanning through something else, and it was like the honesty. And it's like, you're right about that. It's honesty and truth, right? Are you honestly telling me the truth? Or here's one for you. Are you honestly telling me what you believe is the truth? It may be the truth, but not necessarily. Because, you start out, you've done that thing when you was a kid or an adult that somebody says a sentence, and by the time it gets all the way back around, it ain't the same one, right? It ain't the same sentence. So having repeated stuff over and over or whatever, and people putting their own little twist on the words or however it is, however they hear it, might not come out the same out of their mouth, right? They may not repeat it exactly. So, and the Tlingit tribe of elders and the legend keepers understand how important that each of the words are, and that all of the stories are told the same way without embellishment and without retraction. You don't leave anything out. Well, it's just minor. You don't leave anything out. So what does the truth mean to us? I mean, in my journeys, I noticed that people, my family, and folks that we met along the way, what their understanding of the truth ain't what you read in the newspaper or see in other people's, some of these YouTube videos that are all about, making the big points and, all that kind of stuff. But I just want to sit here and talk to you about the truth and tell you as much as I know, but does that mean I'm right? Well, I'm right as far as I'm concerned. What I mean is that the natural things that I have felt in the woods and on the river and all that kind of stuff, I didn't get that from a store. Nobody sold that to me. I experienced it myself. So in my own experience, it is the truth. Okay. So that's what I mean in the heading of what I was describing as this, right? They got people hyped up so they could feed on the energy generated. Yep, absolutely. So anyway, and I want to toss this in there about the truth. All right. So I'm going to go someplace dark for just a couple of minutes. And the darkness is evil. Okay. Now, there are folks in the Christian thing and all that. This is not about against anybody's religion now, again. But it is in about the belief in what they feel is the truth. So here's the thing. There's the devil. Okay. And everything that's evil is associated with the devil. And I want to say that maybe that's not the whole truth. And you go, well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, There are several forms of evil, and that the devil just might be one of them. So you say, okay, Hawkeye, what the heck are you trying to get? Here's my point. If there are warring as in fighting, devils, demons for parts of the underworld, or for if they're fighting for our collective, as Miss Pearl would say, our collective vampire, that collective vampire energy. So somebody wants control of that. So, but it ain't the good guys. You know what I'm saying? It's two factions, two bad guys. They're both wicked, mean, and bad and nasty. But they're not necessarily working for the same team. You know what I'm saying? They're not working like for Satan or the devil or whoever. No, they're working for themselves, but yes, they are evil. Okay. So we have to kind of understand that the truth in things of, well, that's the devil. It might not be the devil. The devil might be a screwy, weird guy, blah, 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 with a tail and horns of who knows. And then there might be somebody else who's trying to take over hell, or, you know, or they want shared custody of the whatever. Here's the thing. So we have, in the truth of things, there are more levels of evil or goodness or other stuff that we just have a tendency, quote, as human beings to just, it's the devil. Well, but the devil might be he might be farting, but he might be farting working against the devil. That's right, Barry. Hey, Chloe, Susie Q. Did I miss anybody? Ed. Yeah, I don't know what 31 is, but it's muggy here tonight. It's not the temperature, but we had a couple of thunderstorms come in just I mean like an hour ago, and it cooled down, but now it got muggy, and it was amazing how muggy it is in the house. Hey Max, how are you? Good to see you always. So but in this idea of truth, okay? So now, you know, there is this conversation, and the truth be known, you know, uh, the things that I discuss with y'all know what my opinions are, but you might not necessarily know exactly what I feel about the truth is. Because learning about the truth, especially from out there, now I'm not talking about what you learn spiritually yourself, through what you learn through nature, and you learn it with others. You know, you hang out with me and we hang out with each other, and you know, there is something about the sharing of whatever the natural order of things is. Like, I, after all these years, and if they're listening, I love you all. Thank you for my dinner yesterday. But my neighbors of like for like 25 or 30 years, we finally met. They finally crossed over the line, so to speak, and came down, and we had a chat. And we should have known each other a long time sooner than now. And I already have a lot of love for them, and you know, and I'm glad that we have finally met after all this time. So when you hear me talk about, you know, stuff about, you know, you never know from one moment to the next. You never know where life's going to take a left or a right, or, you know, maybe give you a ride to the next junction, or, you know, but whatever it might be. That never give up, never give in, and always believe, 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 right? So having all these years of being neighbors and sharing a common, you know, property line kind of thing, what we didn't know is that because we live here, we share the same values and love for the land. Okay. So, and regardless of who we are, or what we did over the years, even though we live, you know, right next door, God bless them, and that we live here because of the common spirituality. They love the woods like I love the woods. Bob, we love you. We got some jumping going on. It could be because we got thunderstorms in the area. Um, 31 is 94. It's all BS. So glad I caught. Yeah, and I've been popping in just because my sleep habits have been so strange, and there's just been some weird spiritual stuff that, you know. But here I am live and in living color. But there's truth in what the three of us believe and how we feel about the property that we share. And that how interesting it is, having not met, we actually have spiritually, and it's the bond of the land and of nature itself. And you go, well, what? How? Scratch your head. Go ahead, scratch your head. But the thing is that having only, quote, met these people over the last 3 or 4 days, I have known them all my life because they've lived here. They like the woods and the river and so forth in the backyard like I do. So then they know me. And in a lot of ways, I know them. So isn't that just interesting? And so you never know from one minute to the next what life's going to bring you. That's another thing. And so when you say, well, I don't know, I give up, no, life's no good, or it's really hard or something, sometimes there are just things that just come in from the left or the right or whatever that you just were not expecting. Now it's up to each of us to determine what that might mean. So, example, now this is I'm just saying this is how people could react. They could have pulled up in the yard, and I could have reacted totally different. I could have said, "What the hell are you doing here?" Of course, no, you can't. Blah blah blah. And they'd have drove back up the driveway. But the nature of things, I was like, "No, y'all come in. Let's have a seat." Even though my house was not very presentable, because they just pulled up. I wasn't expecting anybody, but they came on in and we sat down and we had a cigarette or two and had a walk in the woods and for me, my understanding is that the love that we share for the land is spiritual, regardless of words or whatever, and we all share that. So in that, there's truth, and you can't shake it from us because they've lived their life just over the line right over here, you know, 600-700 feet away, a decent ways for some people, about an eighth of a mile, actually, I guess, if you was to like measure it out. But to the point around here in the country, they're just, their neighbors over yonder. And, but that we have so much in common. And one of them is our love. Boy, there's a bunch of jumping going on. The last week, I also thought so. Normally, I am fairly positive, but last weekend were so bad. Yep. There's been a lot of weird stuff. Now, listen, if you check the Shaman residence today, yesterday, in the last 36 hours, Earth has been getting hummed with some cosmic energies. Regardless of how you want to look at it, we've been getting hit with a lot of stuff from out yonder, and that's the honest truth of it. Now, what kind of ways and how are they affecting us? That isn't so important as the fact that, yes, the truth of the matter is something is resonating with Mother Earth to throw the Schumann up. That is the truth. Well, what it's doing and to whom and to how and all that depends on where you are and your point of view. If the Schumann bounced up, if we were on the backside of the sun, it was nighttime. Like right now, it's nighttime. If there's anything coming from the sun or that way, we're on the backside of it. It doesn't mean that we're not affected, but it does mean that we're not getting it slammed right dead in the face. So we have to look at different things. Well, the Schumann is up. Yeah, but where were we when it bounced and what was going on? And, let's not just, well, the Schumann's up and we're all going crazy. No, only some people are going crazy. Just saying. So, not that it won't make you crazy but we don't know what the energies are. Let's speak the truth about this. We don't know what those energies are. They're coming in gammas and deltas and alphas and all different kinds of waves. So um, there may be those who do know more truth as to like what each of those waves can do. But the long and the short of it is, because each one of us is different, they can only speculate and take an average of what they think. What they think, not what they think would be normal. Like, well, if we were getting hit by gamma waves, people are going to turn into Hulk. And if we get hit by alpha and gamma, we're only going to turn slightly green. You know, it's going to be a puke green, not a dark green. So, but we're all going to turn into Hulk at some point, or Hulkettes, you know. Why haven't they? Oh, that would be rude. Oh, that would just be rude. But anyway, okay, I'll let it out. All right. I just had this vision. A remake of Hulk. Okay. They've remade Hulk with, they've remade, you know, all these heroes. So now it's all the women who are taking over. And no offense to the black people, but they're replacing Nordic tribes with, you know, black castes. And I'm sorry, but that's not historically correct. And you should at least state that. But I'm just saying, I'm not saying you shouldn't make the movie or that, you know, people of color shouldn't be in them movies. Not my point. But to try to sell us that it's the truth is bullshit is my point. Okay. Tell us this is our reenactment. And we have this beautiful black girl, which when I was doing theater, I had this beautiful black girl that played a white character. Didn't care. You know, she was a woman and she did the thing. And so didn't care if she was black or white. Did not care. Still don't, you know, after all these years. But to the point, though, it's in the eyes of the beholder. And it was one of the few times that a black girl had taken a white role in Thomasville, Georgia, and played it on stage in front of God and everybody kind of thing, you know? And there were a few people going, oh, but they were like, who is that girl? Not, you know, they're not that there's a black girl playing it, but they were so enthralled by her acting abilities. They were like, who is this girl? Regardless of her color. See, so her color didn't have anything to do with it, which was what I thought was important. But anyway, that they would take a Hulk and make it a girl, okay, and the next thing that it's not a white guy, but it's a black girl. So is the black girl the Hulkette, and is she going to be a darker green or is she going to turn beige? I'm just curious. I'm just curious, and I mean no disrespect. And if anything, it's a little bit of George Carlin speaking through me in that. You know, the hippy dippy postman, and oh, so now the remake, you know, and now Sony Pictures is coming out with a female, you know, she won't be Peter Parker, she'll be Petunia Parker. Or wait, Peter Parker, he's the Spider-Man. Anyway, Bruce Banner. So it won't be Bruce, it'll be Beatrice, you know. Beatrice Banner, you know, turns into the Hulkette, you know. Well, is her chest gonna be exposed? You know, is her t-shirt gonna rip off? I mean, how are they gonna do this? But anyway, I digress. I'm just throwing a little bit of satirical humor into things, and I mean no disrespect, honestly. But when you look at the world, you got to scratch your head and go, what are these folks gonna do next? If you can catch me in the right light when I'm pissed, you do look green. I love it, Pearl. Thank you. But, you know, I'm just saying, you know, that would you change the character of the Hulk to a girl I'm just saying certain things ought to just stay that way. Create a new character, do a saga of something else or, you know, but good God, remaking stuff and trying to make it like, well, this is how it naturally is. You know, no, it wasn't naturally that. Well, you're just being racist. No, I'm being historically correct. You're the one that's being racist by trying to put these people in positions that did not exist back then. Pay attention, you know. So, but anyway, I love you all, I do. So, but that's part of this truth. So, in wanting to tell the true story of Hansel and Gretel, wait a minute, hang on. What? Well, Hansel and Gretel were two white We're two Puerto Rican kids from the hood. What? And their mother was Cuban and set them adrift, and they ended up in Florida somehow. And the Wicked Witch lived in the mangrove swamp. I mean, yeah, okay, but see, I could believe that, and their names be Hansel and Gretel, but change the situation and change where it was or something like that. But but this idea that you're going to replace Nordic stories. I'm sorry, but if you were to tell the Tlingit nation that they had to, change their characters, to include, South Americans and African Americans, and, they would go, sorry, nah, I'm sorry, but nah. So when the truth comes out about stuff, so whose truth is it? Like, I've said this for many years, and Dante has also said it on his channel, but that the closest to true Christianity and the story of Christ is actually more alive in the Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, the Orthodox Church versus the Roman Catholic, because they split way years ago. So, but who's the true church? It depends on your point of view and where you were raised and what you were told was the truth. So, but I've known for a long time because I studied and I was told by, my dear friend, Sister Helene, that things were different and blah, blah, blah. But through my own, learnings and my own readings of the teachings, not someone else's point of view. And so I read these things and allowed my heart, as I said in my description, you must allow the heart to discern what the truth may really be. Because so many different factions have told us their version of the truth. But then when you experience something, and to my neighbors, I love you all, thank you. They brought over a delicious meal yesterday afternoon. It just showed up at the door and said, here, we made you a plate and brought it over. So, that's just really neighborly, honest to goodness. But in foresight and understanding of is the spiritual. Well, when you know the honest truth about something, it kind of sort of is spiritual. And you say, well, but what on what level? Well, that level's kind of sort of up to you, right? Yeah, they're absolutely beautiful. They're old hippie types like me. They love to be in the woods, and I'm going to twist their arm to go, down on the river with me. And they got a truck, so we can like drop off and pick up. So, but it might not be tomorrow, but I think I could get them in a kayak or a canoe at least, and must go river ratting for a day. But yeah, they know a whole lot more about me than I know of them because they found my channel. And let me tell you, in front of my neighbors, I kind of felt naked. I mean, like naked. And I was like, crap, they know about me. And I just know that they live over there, but I've told my story and all my years of being on here and all the stuff I've talked about. And I'm like, oh, holy crap. I kind of felt naked, not necessarily in a bad way, but my class is my giving. I train you how to remote view. It's easy and hard. Depends on you. That's right, Max. People want to force their focus, and well, I think, Max, I've tried. I keep missing your classes, but I think I got a good idea of what it means through my dream walking, as I call it, through the shaman kind of thing. Hey, Johan, how are you? It's really good to see you all this evening. Yeah, Terry, I agree. We're all looking for the path of truth. But here's the thing. So, like I was reading the news today and they're all talking about some of these prepper folks and stuff. And, the end is near and the Civil War are right on the edge. And, I told you my point of view after traveling 2,000 miles ago, and I just do not see what these folks are telling us that that's the way it is. Are there some, I'm making up a new word, by evil forces in our government and so forth? The answer is yeah. There's bad people on both sides. And some are from here and some of them are from there. But they're both vying for control, guess who, of us. Well, are they the good guys? It depends. On certain days, they may look like the good guys. And then at other times, you go, not in a million years. I missed somebody up here that came in. Hey, Richard, just about to go to bed to catch up with 2:45 where you're at. Okay, well, we love you, Richard. Thanks for saying hi to everybody. Kind of, sort of, Barry. I got to say something about the, yeah, that too, Barry. It's a combination. You use the same types of skill sets, let's say, okay? Um, astral projection was the way it was said to me before the word remote viewing came out many years ago. So I'm used to the astral projection words, if you will, okay? Cosmic hug right back to all y'all. I wanted to get on here early to say hi to everybody. Now I gotta say this too, and let's be truthful about this and honest in the truthfulness. There are some people who think they want to do this when maybe they're not really ready to want to do it. Some of us, like me, I had, when I was 12, 13 years old, I had astral projection kind of things happen to me when I was a child that I went, oh crap, there's something else going on here. So if you're sort of new to this but you want to experience and all that kind of stuff, I'm not saying you shouldn't try it, but there are some people who are more inclined to it, I've found, than other folks. And if there's a hesitant, and here's my point, to those folks who have had these natural experiences, here I am using the word natural, by using their own natural experiences, which you ain't going to change because they felt it, and you just ain't going to change what they saw or felt, right? I watched video from a retired Navy SEAL. Yeah, and everybody helps it along. I agree. Yeah, there's a lot of, but see, that's just one faction of it, Cherry. There's so many different levels. I mean, there's the Chinese folks, and think of it as mobsters. That's the best way to honestly, there are different groups of mafia and they're all crooks, but they're not necessarily working for each other. You know what I'm saying? They all want their piece of the pie and more if they can get it. Um, Letting the pure signals from source coming in while not letting the thinking mind get in the way is helpful to think about it. I absolutely agree, Max. Absolutely. That's a very good way to put that. Dreams can be a warning. Yep. But here's the other thing. Some people might not actually be ready yet because there are things out yonder that are kind of creepy and scary. And for some people to allow it to happen is like losing control of themselves. And you have to understand that naturally it's a part of you. It's, to extend your mind and to dream walk and to however you want to put it. It's actually a natural thing. So how we control it, how we see visions, how things come to us. Um, you can sit by for. I'm going to use the shaman example. So here's me and my long hair and Native American ways, and I've found my spot. I've got my drum. I've got my little fire, and my ceremony just isn't a light drum, right? So I'm drumming just in thanks to Mother Earth, nothing special. So I'm just making, sound. I'm bringing in a vibration, and I see some sort of vision in the fire. So you say, well, would I have seen the vision had I not had the drum, had I not built the fire, had I been somewhere else, would this event, would it have happened? And what I've found out is that certain events will happen because they need to happen. And sometimes if you listen to yourself, that you will be drawn or pulled to these places. You will build a fire, you'll take your drum or whatever, and that then the vision will present itself naturally. But if you don't follow it, if you don't listen to it, then you may have missed it. Okay. So in the astral projection or the astral travel or the dream walk or whatever it is, you have to allow yourself to trust it, to not what somebody else told you it was like. You can listen to other people's opinions, but that experience is going to be yours, not mine. They may be close. We can talk about certain things, like Max and I agree on many things, and never seen, I don't think, one of his classes, but we understand that basics, which is the shaman basics in all this, because in that it is spiritual. Whether you want to call it remote viewing or astral projection or spirit walking, regardless of what you want to call it, the truth is that it does exist in nature. The truth is we can channel it. The truth, well, I say channel it. We can channel the energy to help us do it, okay? To place very, but I was in class to learn focus, and it's fun and relaxing, safe and secure. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of folks. There are a lot of, honest to God, people just have to understand this, okay? The truth of the matter is simple, that many of these companies are literally ruled by alien races of different factions. We just have to get that in our collective minds that this is the truth, okay? I'm sorry, but you can disagree with me, or you go, well, I don't really know, but here's the truth. And if you feel it, you could kind of feel it in your heart after everything that's happened over this last 20 years. I mean, from 2010, just in the last 10 to 12 years, the things that have changed in our perceptions and our understanding of things. And, you know, like if all of the people that I met while on vacation, and none of them felt this way, that there was going to be a revolution, or that, everybody realized that times were different. But naturally, and I mean this in many different ways, but naturally, they have found their own harmony with whatever's going on or not going on. They've chosen to ignore the lies or whatever. Agreed, Terry. Here's the thing, though. I got on this about 10 years ago, all this stuff coming in. Go back to some of my earlier videos with Brian Barnett, and I showed you, graphs and places to go for you to check your own information. But here's the thing, in the cosmic view of stuff and also in the shaman basics of things, we have to understand that whatever it is that's happening has been going on for millions of years. And this is just part of a cycle that we're in. So we should not worry about it. It's interesting to watch and observe. But I let my emotions get me. Oh my God, we're all going to get fried with this and that. And that it's, um, yeah, information's out there. Yeah, I've been watching Suspicious Observers for a while, and I had to quit watching him for a while. There are some other, I don't know, it was sort of his attitude, and he was going with, trying to push the electric universe and everything, which I do believe, and Wall Thornhill and some of them folks and all. I do believe that. But that there were some incidents that were like, oh, it's here, there goes another comet, there goes another comet. And I was like, dude, they ain't comets. But here's the thing. So, from my standpoint, he was trying to give natural reasons and explanations for unnatural events, these huge objects that show up on certain radars. They are huge planet shaped spaceships. We have to understand that they really do exist. There are lots of people floating around out there in our solar system and in the universe, and that there are some really evil ones who have control of certain areas, and they are continuously fighting amongst each other because each one wants control of the energy. They all want control of it. And what I've found in my 2,000-mile journey is this: most people ain't playing along. And they're still trying to stir it up that we're going to go to war with each other. And I just don't see it. Could they instigate this race war? But there are black folks and Chicanos and folks, they're just going, no, I'm sorry, I ain't going to follow this. Now, inner cities, big cities, could there be? Absolutely. That lifestyle in a city is different than, to me, the rest of the places. You get 10 million people in a place, there's going to be some struggle and some strife and some crap going on. It's the natural order of things, okay? You get that many people together, there's going to be some crazies, period. Out here, at least we're spread out amongst amongst the natural order of stuff. So, with all the truth that was supposed to come our way, no, race wars will not happen. Yeah, it ain't going to happen. It just, and they're going to try, but there will be places that will continue to fight because they have been conditioned to do so. But I just don't believe that the United States population is going to, do what they say and all. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. But like I said, there are crazies everywhere, and no telling what some people might do if something catastrophic event happened to us. So, which is possible, we have to understand that. Hey, David Castle. So, but anyway, let's talk some more about truth. So, is it spiritual? Now, here's the thing. So, what all of this is, so we learn the truth about ourselves. About, wow, I can dream walk. Okay, so that's a truth that nobody can take from you. They're not going to convince you otherwise. You could lie about it, which is safe in a lot of spaces. And sometimes, you don't tell your mental health therapist that, I see dead people, kind of thing. You don't do that, because they will lock you up and give you more meds. Trust me on that one. So, but are we really crazy, or are we just, different people who see the world differently? And no one can dissuade that. Now, you can get in more information, and help you to discern whether or not. Bob, we love you. It says my video is being slow and trying to reconnect. Okay, I'm back. I think I got a warning that we had a bad connection, but we've got thunderstorms in the area. And when electricity blips for a minute, all these things have to reset. So, but anyway, but the truth, sticking with the truth of the matter, what is the truth? You know, they told us about ET yet? No. Have they disclosed anything? No. Is there any other information that they promised us that's come out? No. For those of us who, I keep an eye on certain back channels and things, and for those of us who were told that, oh, July the 4th and that by this time and all these things, did any of that come true? No. So, you know, what about the truth about this, the other guys? Well, what they've been telling us, that ain't quite true either. You know, they're still pushing the mask and the vaccine, and people in America just ain't paying attention to that shit. I mean, all the folks that I saw and everything, they just ain't on the same wavelength as some of these people that are trying to sell us snake oil. Okay. So in the old days, in the Western times, there were guys that went around with wagons and they would sell cure-alls and stuff. And one of them, it was, you know, they were a snake oil salesman, not in a good way. Yeah, right. We're the normal ones. That's right. Yeah, that sleep paralysis stuff is kind of sort of strange when you get stuck between places. But the biggest thing is don't panic. In any of the situations you find yourself in, don't panic. Try to if it's a dream that's going south, then take control of the dream and pull yourself out of it. And, or, you know, there are different techniques, but to that, though, the biggest thing is do not panic. In a lot of situations, if you know, get dumped over in a boat or something, then do not panic. Panic will drown you quicker than anything in all kinds of situations. So don't panic. They sold crude oil as a cure-all medicine in the early, yep, that's the answer. That's one of them, but don't panic, you know, because that'll just get you in trouble and you'll mess up and your brain goes. So that my earlier statement a half an hour ago is that some people may not really honestly be ready. It's because there's so many paranoid things that have been placed in their brains due to movies and things they've grown up with. It's all part of life, but if they've not actually had an experience to where they can say, well, my experience was like that, but it ain't that, you know, they've got something to compare to. Yeah, Cherry, I'm not, when my neck was operated on, I asked my surgeon about certain things and he was like, how the hell do you know that, David? And I said, because I watched you do it. That's how I knew. I watched you from above the table. And out of 3 operations, I watched it twice. So, you know, there are certain things, and, you know, and my doctor looked at me kind of strange and he was like, how else would I have known what was going on had I not seen it? Because he was like, no, you're freaking me out, Dave. You know, and I was like, I'm asking you, I'm just asking you, what was you doing when you were doing this thing with that and blah, blah. And so I made a believer out of him, you know, but at the same time, I made a believer out of me. It confirmed it because um, you know, when a doctor says, well, the reason I was doing that, and then they go, wait a minute, how did you know that I was doing that? You know, it catches them. So you realize you actually did watch it. You actually were out of body. It actually is a real phenomenon. It actually, you know what I'm saying? So when you realize that, no one can take that away from you. That is uh, your experience, you know. And it's very closely related to many of others of us who've had similar experiences. So that is shared in that respect. But understand that you know, nature provides the truth. is my discussion about this tonight. So you naturally find out, well, I just watched my own operation. How cool is that? So now that should give you a certain amount of confidence that, you see what I'm saying? So, hey, Witch Moon, I have a word trained myself to say if I get sleep paralysis, it helps. Sounds crazy. Yeah. And the thing is that to give yourself, for years, when I felt myself going into a seizure mode, I went in, I would repeat these words, subroutine B, meaning that when the computer starts to fail, way back in the old days of DOS and Windows 3.1 and stuff, that if the computer started to act a little weird, it would run a subroutine. Okay, that it was very minimal. It was like going into the Windows thingy with the blue screen, and and you could do certain functions. So for me, I realized that I was losing major function, but I still wanted to maintain a certain amount of other function. Might not be able to drive or stand up and walk, but that so I taught myself what the subroutine was, that I will do this and this, but it's all part of the subroutine. So my hypnosis words or phrase was subroutine B. And my brain knew what that meant. It was like pushing the button on a computer, like, okay, it's gone into the blue screen. I got to go into safe mode. That's the word, safe mode. So you could do certain things, check out if you had a virus attack you, whatever it is, right? So in that, I provided myself a subroutine that was my safe mode. So regardless of where I was or whatever was going on, if I felt this come on, I automatically would say subroutine B. If I'm going to, if my computer's going to crash, I don't want it to get turned off. I don't, so I want to go into safe mode. And it works. I survived for many years using that technique, and I know that it works. But you have to find out whatever that safe mode is for you, or whatever like for me, it was subroutine B. So, but if you're having trouble, for example, a lot of people who try to, first try to do astral projection, they will feel like they can't breathe. Well, in the subroutine, okay, the subroutine says my heart will still keep beating. All normal functions will still happen. All of these things that I don't realize that my heart's beating all the time. I do, regulate and understand that how I'm breathing many times during the day, but it's not something that I'm worried about. Oh my God, am I breathing? Now listen, I used to wear the mask and the whole 9 yards. I went through sleep studies. I did the whole 9 yards, and I'm supposed to have a CPAP machine. And somewhere around the house, I think it still exists, but I realized that shit was not for me. And I honestly believe, now there are people who swear by them CPAP machines. Okay, if it's working for you, but in my humble opinion, there's something else that needs to change in your life. How you're breathing, how you take air in. There's something else going on. Because there's, family members and people that I know that they all have COPD and they have this and they can't breathe and blah, 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 blah. But, maybe to some of these people, not everybody now, but to some of these people, put the damn cigarettes down. I'm sorry. I rolled one tonight. I bummed a couple during the day. But anyway, but if there's fear in what you're doing, that will affect the outcome of whatever it is that you're doing. Okay. If you're walking through the woods and all you can do is be worried about whether or not you're going to step on a snake. So what you do is you become swamp wise, as the old TV show and on public television, but you become swamp wise. You become aware of your surroundings. You take a walking stick. Close your eyes, imagine the most hideous thing imaginable, then imagine giving it hugs and love. That is how I navigate. That's a good one. And some of those hideous things are the good guys, by the way, just saying. And that's one I have talked about. That is similar, they're telling me, it is similar to what I have said about that, all beings have the right to exist. And, when we try to banish these beings, that just pisses them off. So what you have to do is be strong within yourself. You need to know your own truth and where you stand. And that truth will set you free in that, you honor, regardless of what entity it is, you honor the entity. Now, they don't always honor you, and you might seriously have to physically or mentally or spiritually have to fight back. But I found out that some of the entities that when I didn't try to, quote, command them to leave me alone, they just picked on me even more. When I said, okay, I honor your right to be here, then everything changed. They quit picking on me. So that happens in the spirit world as well. You go out there and I'm the strongest thing and I'm the best there is and all this kind of stuff. You can't go out there with attitude. You have to be humble, okay? But you also have to be strong in what you know. So those people who are trying this, be careful. I've said this many times. Do not destroy it. It is not necessary. Evil hates love. Yep. So, when you fight back against something, you're feeding into what they want. One of my family has always had creepy dreams. He said the devil until he pushed it down in the dream. Yeah, I'm not saying that the devil don't exist. That is not my point, but there are more than just the devil. And evil takes on many forms. And it may not, quote, be the devil. It may be, something as evil or worse, in some cases. But anyway, so the devil, if you read the Bible, there's supposed to be a hierarchy. I mean, God and the devil sort of made a deal with, what's his name, about how much, they could they kill his family, take away everything, oh, who is that guy in the Bible? But anyway, so you're talking about a good entity and a bad entity playing dice with somebody's life, and wait a minute, let's talk about this. So what are the good guys? Well, they want our energy, and the bad guys, they want our energy. Job, thank you, Max. I knew somebody out there. I could see his name, but I couldn't hear it. Thank you, Max. So, with everything that the story of Job. Yeah. So, God and the devil are like playing dice, and they're like, yeah, you want to bet on this guy, So ain't that some shit in the reality of the world? But to my point, though, that sort of illustrates what I mean on a cosmic level, that there are so many different levels of what evil is. And on another planet, what happens to some folks may not be evil at all. In certain, in certain native tribes, I mean, there was cannibalism. They ate grandma because they wanted her essence inside of her. And, maybe, grandma was a stringy little old thing, but they cooked her and ate her anyway. Was it because they were cannibals, or was it because in the way they understood it, you eat a pig, you take the life of that boar, you kill an antelope, you get the life essence of that antelope. If you know what I'm saying. So if if your loved one has died, then you want to share the essence of that person. I know it sounds creepy, but if you grew up that way, and then when grandma or grandpa or Auntie Em or whoever died, to roast them up and, have a meal was part of it. Okay. that didn't necessarily have anything to do with evil. But there are people who would go, oh, those are evil people. And I ain't saying that it's right. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, but to them, it was okay because they understood something on a deeper level than many of us are willing to try to comprehend. I don't want to eat granny. When I'm dead, I don't want nobody necessarily eating me, but the worms, you know. So, and when I die, and when I'm dead, dead and gone, there'll be one child born in this world to carry on, to carry on. Yeah, everybody sing along. Okay. Give me my freedom for as all I ask of living is to have no chains on me. All I ask of living is to have no chains on me. And all I ask of dying is to go naturally. Everybody want to go naturally. Yeah. Don't want to go by the devil. Don't want to go by the demon. Don't want to go by the Satan. Just want to die, you know, naturally. Anyway, so, but to that point. So, for many of us, we would consider that we're living our hell right now. To become spiritual beings again is to be released from this prison. And, you know, there are many folks who are saying, you know, that was it Blood, Sweat, and Tears? That I'm trying to remember who sang that song. And it was it BS, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, BS and T. You're welcome for whatever. I used to have a reoccurring dream about being chased by an old style robot. Yeah, I used to be chased a lot too. There are a lot of stories and dreams of us being chased. Now, I would contend this that Cherry, that could have been another lifetime where you were being chased by that robot. Okay, just saying, because I've had dreams of spaceships and stuff too, and they don't relate to any sci-fi movie or anything I've ever seen. So, but in that, we learn things naturally about ourselves. So, we have to be careful. And, you know, the bear card teaches us that, you know, the silence, the answers are in the silence. So, we go into the mental hibernation, the meditation, the quiet. And in the quiet, we hear the noise from the universe, which is where the answers lie. So different human beings are spouting out different things. And as I look through some of these YouTube channel folks, I'm like, you know, I think these people, honest to God, are believing that we are at Armageddon's door. I mean, we're any day now, we're fixing to frickin' die. Now, for a while, I sort of felt that way. And I do have stuff put up. I do have a lot of food around here and cans and this and that. And I know how to, you know, get by on a little. And I'm a pioneer spirit from a different age. So, and hopefully, you know, in some of my, you know, chats and stuff that people will pick up their own pioneer spirit, you know. And in that, whatever may befall us in the future, that we will have the confidence to say, well, I got this, you know. Yeah, it's going to be tough. And how high is the water, mama? She said, it's 3 feet high and rising. Old Johnny Cash song. How high is the water, papa? He said, it's 3 feet high and rising. So the water might be rising, but, you know, it's like, but you know, are we drowned it out yet? Well, no, but the cows in water up past their knees. Chickens are sleeping in the willow trees, but, you know, 4 feet high and rising. Um, so, but in life, you go, well, the water's coming up, but we ain't dead yet, you know. So we maintain, we figure it out, and we just do the best that we can do. So, but in any of those situations of, as we've talked about, we can't panic in any of them. We have to understand that through our own natural lessons, through our own natural truth, we realize that this is true for me, and many of folks, have similar feelings like I do, but because we're each individuals, my experience isn't yours. They could be really, really close, but it's my experience, it's your experience. And I would never say, well, I know I can say this, and I think I know how you feel about that because of a similar thing that I went through. So I don't know what they experienced, but I can feel through my own way. I can empathize, but I honestly cannot feel what someone else felt. Period. It just, even if they was sitting beside me and we went through the same ordeal, their brain processed it their way, my brain processed it another. So we have to understand that and give honor to that. So regardless of what it is, you go, well, my experience was better than yours. Well, how do you know? If, A over here is, saying, look, I had this great experience. I talked to God. Okay. Well, B had a similar experience, but because their idea of how they perceive it, they don't want to go around and boast about that they have a chat with God. They're humble about it. So in that, and both of them may have talked to the man in charge of somewhere, is it our jailer? Just wondering. So God's going to let us out of our prison, if we do all these things and bow down and worship and all that. Just saying, he's got the key, right? So drop off the key, Lee, and set yourself free. Here I go with the songs again. Cause it was mine. What to me, the story is metaphor, not a real story, so I will not be offended. I used to have a reoccurring. But anyway, in the truth of things, I have, when I was younger, I had this reoccurring dream of caves and colors and people holding me down. And I went to a therapist who was very wise. And this is what she said. She said, think about when you were 3 years old and you didn't want to cooperate, but you had to be somewhere. So if they were trying to put clothes on you to get you to wherever it was you were going, you may have fought them over that. And, you may have been in a room that was, this green color. And I was, born in an orphanage. And, in those days, there were these green colors in hospitals and things. So, and having had, my own proof of astral projection, and many of you have heard some of the stories I've told, these were real events to me and were proven by the people that I talked to. And so I know for me it exists, but how you see it, how you feel it, how you work it is through you, your energy and what you know. But we all have similar things that we can share about it. So with that said, be confident. Don't try to be like somebody else. Brian Barnett and I talked about this. Because people try to tell me that if I relax a certain way, or if I meditate a certain thing, or if I see a certain color, and he goes, I tell him, yeah, but I don't really see it. I'm trying to go along, make them feel good, but I don't really see it the way they do. So am I really meditating or not? And I was like, how do you feel? Because the natural order of things, if you feel that you're meditating, and if you feel, regardless of how it enters in your mind's eye, may not be the same as the others. So, in learning years ago, back in the 70s, with all this, meditation, and this is how you do it, and there were 14 different ways to reach nirvana, and none of them, me, much like Siddhartha in the story about Siddhartha, I didn't find anything in any of those religions or teachings or anything that fit what I was experiencing. So in my mind, I was like, well, I'm not getting this. But that ain't the truth, isn't the truth, and wasn't the truth. The truth of the matter is, I was experiencing it in my own way. So, no, I didn't see this silver light or gold light or whatever light it was that somebody was selling that particular time. But I did feel the light of the universe. I felt engulfed in this light. So I didn't see it, but I felt it. So, and having these discussions off camera with Brian, he was like, I'm may have hurt somebody's feelings sometimes because it's like, I just don't see what they're trying to tell me they see. So certain people see things and there's this great big ball of light and it explodes and it does it. Okay. But please don't be offended if I don't see it that way. Not that you didn't. That's not my point. I'm not trying to, I'm not here to compete, but I am here to compare. So let's compare notes. So in your mind's eye, you saw all this great light and all this stuff, but to me, I might have felt it. Okay. So they didn't necessarily feel it the way I did. So who's right? Or are both of us right? Or are both of us wrong? Or the truth is that it's all of the above. It's how we feel, it's our perception. Now for me, I've had some severe head concussion. So I've had to rewire. I'm still rewiring my brain. But in the rewiring, did I leave something out? Oh my gosh. It's 10:26. We missed it. There you go, Max. I did it my way. And it may be similar, but here's the thing. We can't get caught up in that there's only one way to this. Okay, well, the only way to salvation is through Jesus Christ. Maybe not. So is he one of the ways? I absolutely believe that. Is he the only way? I would scratch my head and go, no, I don't think so. Because that is a truth that the churches want you to believe, that there is only one way. And why did they say that? So they can control. Okay, it's all about control. The man was like, listen, my father told me, and here are these stories, and this is what I present to you. And the only way you're going to get there is that, you follow some of these things that I'm talking to you about. But, people, he went somewhere to learn it. Was it divine intervention or whatever? Regardless of how he learned it, he understood differently than what the Jewish tradition was. You follow me? So, but he was wrong, and they didn't want, them to, the rest of the people to learn the truth because they made money off all them sacrifice of, chickens and birds and doves and goats and children and all that kind of stuff. So, hey, Deborah, how are you? What books did the first enlightened man read on enlightenment? There you go. But with my learning through legend keepers, like I've talked about Koshka before, who was a true legend keeper. And if Koshka, if you're still alive out there, God bless you. Honest, I mean it. He was a good man. But in that, the legends go back 3,500 years, and to what they're through their legends and how many times it's been told and so forth. It goes back 3,500 years. So, it's back around the time of the pyramids kind of thing that these folks, migrated and learned and so forth. But in their understanding of the natural order of things, they understood genetics in that certain tribes did not intermarry. And he told me, he said, if a child was born from a union from this and this group here, that now they had the opportunity to, leave the tribe. But if they stayed in the tribe, their child was literally taken out on the ice to die because you couldn't intermix between certain tribes. And how did they know that? Creator told them. But they knew better because of that. I mean, so they understood about genetics. could say, well, I looked at him and I said, well, that was cruel. And he said, no, because it wasn't about keeping the lines pure. It was about not disintegrating the lines, which is different. So you say, well, we can't marry out of here and we can't marry them folks over there, whatever. But it was more than that. It was so that the lineage didn't falter along the way. In some, well, there's two ways to look at it. Well, they wanted to be pure. Up to a point, yes, but they knew better than to mix certain genes that there was going to be abnormalities, and that would be the destruction of all the lines. So you didn't want to get something else mixed up. It wasn't about keeping it pure. It was about not adding maybe an evil to it or something. You know what I mean? So I had to look at it from his point of view, and I was like, so that cruel part was that we're really sorry we got to put this newborn baby out on the ice, but it just cannot be allowed, because if we do, if our traditions, if our legends tell us true, that these two can marry, but this one and this one, and this one and this one, can't do it and shouldn't do it because, well, these two lines, these two here could go. But whatever the diagonal thing was in the 4 different tribes, you just couldn't allow them to marry. And if they did, they had, they were not necessarily banished, but yeah, okay, we'll see you later. Y'all can keep your child, you can be in love and all that, but you can't be part of the tribe. Is that cruel? Well, if you're trying to save the tribe, but is it pure lineage? And not necessarily. You understand what I'm saying? So, but on a higher order, 3,500 years ago, and through their traditions, they knew that you just didn't mix certain ways, and that was the natural order of things, okay? And it wasn't about love and domination. They understood you can't mix these two, and you can't mix these two. You just can't, and you shouldn't. And if you follow our traditions, then you won't, okay? Is it cruel? Possibly. But to the point, though, they're not as many Tlingit, but they're, not around for other reasons. But and I've met more than one member of the Tlingit tribe as well, which has been interesting in that. And their belief on how they believe certain things about the earth and people and stuff. It's very intriguing, let me tell you. It's a lot deeper than a lot of other folks ever stop to think about as far as spirituality and things. So, but anyway, so the truth of matters. So who's telling us what? Has any truth actually come out? What about, how much money's being spent and all this stuff? Well, you know what? I say this, well, my grandchildren are going to pay for this. Okay, well, I'm paying for the World War II, and we worked through the Vietnam War and my taxes, and then we went through this war, and okay, and some of my family members were in some of those wars, and so it's like, okay, so we paid. Well, now our grandchildren are going to pay for whatever is going on now. Do you really honestly think that? After giving away all these trillions of dollars and stuff. Well, they're going to, the Federal Reserve, they're going to bring it in line. These people are going to screw us over as they have for a century now. Stop and think about it. And they're just going to keep manipulating, and the best thing we can do is hold on to as much as we can. Put some under the bed, put it in a tin can, bury it in the damn yard. Whatever it is, you hold on to as much as you can. And not necessarily grab everything that you can, but make good use of whatever you can get your hands on in this lifetime or whatever. Yeah, what was the first enlightened man? So, but enlightenment in the shaman tradition, though, is simply this. And like, there are different, I try not to use the word shaman much. But in this, the spiritual journey, well, okay. But for me, it's just more than just the spirit journey. And for me, it is the path of the shaman. And to me, it's simply the natural order of things. It doesn't involve witchcraft or all this other stuff. You know me, I'm not into that, but I will do a drumming ceremony. I lit sage before I came on tonight. So, there are certain things that, yeah, I will follow certain procedures or whatever. I follow my heart in these things. But so here's the thing. There are so many of these truths out there right now that are bouncing around with folks. And I've got like 800 different, YouTube videos that I've subscribed to over the years. So I get all kinds of stuff from Europe and China and North Korea. And I watch their news too up there to see what they're saying. So you want to know what's going on. You can only go by what's going on in the news, but you can kind of get a feeling of what them folks are, whatever evil, wicked, mean, and bad and nasty group they particularly work for. I mean, the Chicago mob ain't the New York mob, and it ain't the Los Angeles mob, and it ain't the Las Vegas mob, but they're all the mob. Just remember that. So, one set of the mob, like I was talking about with Trump, for example, would you rather have the Las Vegas mob or would you rather have Southside Chicago mob? You know, and that's what the Democrats are doing versus the Republicans. Do you want to go to Southside Chicago? No offense to them folks that live in Chicago, but I've been to the Southside Chicago, and it's like West Tampa and Tampa. You don't want to go there. So there are places that, are mean, tough streets. Absolutely. But they have the choice to fix them. They do. But there are people that are there that are infected with different types of essence, and evil is more prevalent than goodness. So how do we work with it? Oh, well, I say let them people kill each other out. Let's draw the line as to how far they can go. So they want to, sing songs and carry signs and, blame it on all us white people when you're creating your own hell. But, so spiritually, though, the truth, what does it do for us? Does it set us free? It can set our emotions free. So my learning about my real mother and my family when I was on vacation, a lot of those truths did set me free spiritually. I have kind of sort of like, it's been an odd experience, not a bad one, just really odd. So it's like when you get the whole puzzle together, you stand there and look at it and go, wow, man, there was, 10,000 pieces in that puzzle. That was a bad mofo. But I put it together and there it is. And you just got to, when you get that puzzle together, sometimes you just have to kind of stand there and look at it for a minute. Other people go, well, I did it, and they tear it apart. No. There are times when you get the puzzle together, you don't necessarily worship that you finished it or that you put it together, but you do give yourself a pat on the back and go, I put the last piece in, and there's the whole picture. There it is. Now what? It's all a big puzzle, right? So, but the thing is though, but here's a puzzle regarding, for example, my sister and my aunt down in Florida. That's a puzzle down there. But then I got family in Ohio and we're related, but it ain't the same puzzle. Where we're all related, but their puzzle picture is different than our puzzle picture. Neither one of them is wrong. They're both right. It's from our perspective. So life has a bunch of puzzles, but in the grand scheme of things, for us, it is not for anybody else. My vision of this puzzle might not fit anybody else's, and that's okay. But it's that I will talk about what this puzzle looks like to me from my point of view. Let's share our information. And in the big picture, some of these puzzle pieces work for all of us. That's a good thing. So we've got our own personal puzzles, but then there's the bigger puzzle. There is the spiritual. There is the natural order of things. And when we allow ourselves to feel and share that natural truth, regardless of all this other teaching and all this other stuff. When we feel it in here and when we share that in here with other people and all this other stuff, um, yeah, you converted to Catholic, right? I was born into that mess. What a mess. Yeah, let's celebrate here. So I didn't really want to make this a really long video. I know that I can go on and 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 talk about stuff and different things. But in sticking with this basic truth thing, so the thing about aliens, okay, and the thing about this, okay, well, what we can do is learn for ourselves and watch what these people are doing. We don't listen to what they're telling us. We watch what they're doing. Okay. And so it's all in the observation of natural things. So if this billionaire goes off into space, woo, is that a good thing? Branson, right? Oh, baby, as part of disclosure, he went into, or is it just some rich guy getting a ride and he's doing it? Think about this. He's doing it publicly because he's already done it privately. Stop and think about that. So it's all for show and tell. Ooh, he went into space. Whoa, everybody now could go. Think about this. So, but are you sure about that? All these little TR-3Bs and triangulars and teardrops and all these spaceships that we are all seeing, and you go, wait a minute, he's probably been to Mars 3 or 4 times trying to work out a deal because that's where they want to go next, right? Yeah, Virgin. Yeah, thank you very much. Bend over and grab your ankles, right? Here we go. So the wise man listens to what's being said, like the old elders in the tribes. He speak with forked tongue, So they could see what the guy was saying, the snake oil salesman. We got these perfectly good blankets at a cheap cost, but dead people were wrapped in them, and you're going to get bubonic plague, and your tribe's going to die off. But here you go. Here's a cheap blanket. So, and they really honestly did that. So there are people who want to wipe out other folks. It's been going on since people have been on this planet. It's similar planets. We have to understand we ain't alone. Let's stop this nonsense that we're all by ourselves, and let's understand there's so much more in the universe. Okay, let's just say that. What it is, don't know, but we ain't the only ones, and we got to stop thinking that way. Well, that God blessed us all alone in the universe. Is that a blessing or is that a curse? Think about that one. God put us out here on the edge of this galaxy that nobody else would really want to come to. Stop and think about this now. So there's all these other galaxies, all these other planets and solar systems, and they all have a good time. But, God in his infinite wisdom and whatever, fucked upitude, put us out here on this little ball. Ooh, we got all this water and everything's groovy and Adam and Eve and all that kind of good stuff, right? Oh, but you can't eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Why? Because if you understood that sometimes evil is the good side and the good side's actually doing the evil part. Oh, yin and yang and stuff, huh? So wait, we don't want you to know that shit, but you can roam around down here and cause and effect, right? So let's think about this. So their truth into what they have been trying for us to believe is that we're the only ones. We're special, but we got to bow down to the master. But if we learn the truth that, like many of the Hopi and many of the other native tribes have known for since their existence, that they come from the stars, period. Not from space or from, our ancestors came from the stars, the dog star Sirius, which is in Scorpius, and in the southern sky. It's cloudy tonight, but it's there. But anyway, so, and through legends and through their, and they just believe it. So what about God and what about all this other stuff? Well, they know where their ancestors came from, and they believe it. Period. Well, what about us? Well, our ancestors came from monkeys because that's what they're trying to sell us. So if you want to believe that you're from a monkey or an ape or whatever, when we're closer to an octopus or a whale or something, or some other thing genetically, but you have to also look at our DNA strand and know that somebody messed with our stuff a long time ago. Who it was, whatever they did it for, I say it doesn't matter. What matters now is what we do with the knowledge that we have, that somebody tinkered with human DNA and it ain't related to anybody, okay? And because they've tinkered with us. And the sooner we get that truth into our brains and into our minds, then the truth will set you free, because then you ain't gonna worry about a lot of other stuff. Well, people are talking about this, and yeah, there are people that are still talking about flat earth too, just saying. So, but in the grand scheme of the story and of the puzzle, look at what's being said, but watch the way they say it. So the elders, in passing the peace pipe around inside the lodge or the teepee, they're looking at each other and going, how does he do in this? And do you see the lie in his eyes? So he who speak with forked tongue. So we have to watch the eyes, we have to watch the mannerisms, and not just the words. So that, because all of that is the natural order of things, right? We learn who people are, there's facial expressions and all that. So that is the natural part of the truth. So you can tell if you're sitting next to somebody in their eyes when they keep wanting to shift them one way or the other, or you get this feeling they ain't telling you the whole truth, so when you feel that, that's natural. When your heart tells your brain, don't think this is right, something's up here, there's a half truth, a quarter truth, there may be no truth at all. So when we trust ourselves and learn that ability is natural to us all, we just need to practice how to use it and how to discern it and how to understand it. I don't think I will ever fully understand how it works until I get back to the other side. But I have a pretty good understanding of, flows and certain things and certain techniques like Max is talking about for as far as remote viewing and so forth. But here's the thing though, not everybody can water ski, okay? Not everybody was meant to climb mountain peaks, okay? If you're one of those people who are, want to do remote viewing because it sounds cool, but you may not really have what it takes to climb that mountain, or go, under the water and go 50 feet deep with a, with a mask and everything, and stay under for a while and visit that world. That it's in and of itself, it is what it is. But not everybody is going to go, scuba diving. Not everybody's going to hang glide. Not everybody's going to want to walk the Appalachian Trail. You may think it's a good idea, but then you get there and it's like, man, I don't really know about, so the same is true with astral projection. The same is true with some of these other things. But it's not that you can't learn them, but at the same time, be wary. If you're going to go walk the Appalachian Trail, when was the last time you hiked with a pack? When was the last time you took a hike? When was the last time you walked more than, a half a mile or something? When was the last, you have to stop and think about this. So In training to do remote viewing, in training to do astral projection, listen to the first word. It's called training. So you train to walk the Appalachian Trail. You don't just put on a mask and go 50 feet below the surface. It don't work that way. You don't just go climb Mount Everest because you want to, you know. You have to learn. There are things that you learn. There are procedures. There are conditions. So in that, if you understand that and go about it the right way, then I say you can climb any mountain or swim the deepest oceans. And there's a song in there somewhere. But that, you know, prepare yourself. And, you know, if you're scared of water, then maybe deep sea diving ain't what you're supposed to be doing. So it doesn't mean that you can't overcome your fear. My point is to tell you that if you reach certain fears or some things like that, that can trigger panic within you, before you go any farther or further, depending on where you're from, then you will address that issue. Why do I feel panicked? And it's not that you worry about it, but you stop and look at it. Well, every time I do this, I feel panicked and I don't breathe right. Well, then practice breathing and understanding that when you astral project, your breathing's going to keep going. When you're asleep, you don't think about is your heart still going, but when you start to leave your body while you're conscious, you can feel that separation and you want to jump back in your body. And that's that can be a scary feeling. So, but if you learn not to be panicked, if you learn that it's a natural, if you learn that I have done this subroutine B that says all of these things are going to keep going. My liver is still going to work. My kidneys are going to work. My heart, I'm still going to breathe, everything. So when I go off in my astral projection or when I go off to remote view, all of my stuff's still going to work. Why? Because it does anyway, whether you're here or not. When you're in dreamland, it's still working, because that subconscious has always got things, the heart's still beating, the blood's still pumping, stuff's still working. So, believing that it's working and, rather than worry about whether or not, well, is my breathing going to change? I went through this. Okay. So it was all about my breathing. And it was like, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I was going wherever I was going. I can't breathe. I can't breathe, and it's like, and panic sets in and you ain't going nowhere. So what did you learn out of this? You learned that, okay, I may be able to do that, but this feeling of not breathing panics me. So then you deal with, quote, the obstacle or the elephant in the room, if you want to go in that direction. And you say, okay, so I'm going to meditate, work on it, exercise. I'm going to learn not to be freaked out. I'm going to allow that. So it's not that you're, that's one of the steps to remote viewing and to these other things, right? And to good meditation, in my humble opinion. But that you have to get over the panic or whatever it is that you have to deal with, and you got to deal with it. There's a lot of other ways, but so in your head though, you want a remote view or you want to astral project, okay? But your panic attacks or whatever it is are holding you back, whatever those little things are. So instead of trying to keep worrying about what's down the road, you need to worry about maybe you got a nail in your tire and you're going thump, 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 thump. And while there's a good clear spot in the road, you might want to pull over and change that tire before it goes flat on the curve up ahead, and you might get hit by a truck. So in the understanding of this, you go, well, wait a minute. I know that I've got these things. I know I have these goals. I know I want to learn this. That's all good. But at the same time, if you keep stumbling on the first one or two steps going up the stairs to the porch or whatever is what I'm thinking of, like at my niece's place, I want to go up there and fix her steps so bad. Take a few of my brick up there and a trowel and some cement, But anyway, I got my own project I need to finish here. But the idea though that We can't let it stop us, but we do have to address it. We do have to fix it. Whatever it is, because until I could deal with that breathing issue myself, I could not connect. It was holding me back. So, but I also noticed that while it was happening to me and later on, was that, I worried about it. Well, God, every time I try this, I can't do it. The discussion of speaking positive to self, right? I can't do it. I go panicked. I can't do it. So I kept telling myself I can't do it. So every time I tried, I couldn't do it. So you have to go, okay, right now, for some reason, this is not working the way I thought it was. So in your brain, you have to say, all right, brain, then how do we work around this? How do we make this happen? How do we, if it won't, if I'm looking at the story or listening to something and, it's all supposed to be golden rainbows and stuff, but I don't see them, but I'm seeing some stuff and I feel like it's good. And from my perspective, it's all good, but I feel panicked because it's new to me or whatever the reason. So, but when you can learn to take hold of that panic and go, there goes that panic. So for me, with my seizure activity and my hypnotic suggestion post, subroutine B. Subroutine B simply means that everything's going to keep running. That's all. Your heart's going to, So when you get to that point of panic, because because you set up the subroutine B, that it works because you set it up, not somebody else, not, you set it up. So you have, oh, yeah, that's right. This is all going, yeah, this is subroutine. Yeah, okay. So that right there, that you have a backup plan or something to alleviate that panic. You see what I'm saying? So when the panic comes, instead of it triggering more panic and fear, it triggers the subroutine, which says everything's calm and handy, everything's groovy. We got this. Go on, you know? So then that gives you confidence to be able to, all right, and calm down instead of being in fear or panic or whatever. I pick up nails in the street all the time. I think if somebody could get a flat tire. Yeah, me too, Johan, although I don't get out. Johan, good night later. Okay, good night, Johan. Many blessings. You're done preaching. The pine cone opens and closes. Trust the process. Yep, there you go. And a lot of other things too. Morning glory. They open up in the morning time and they close up in the afternoon. And, many different plants will, the sunflower turns to the sun and all that kind of stuff. So there is a natural order to all things, and whether or not we can pay attention and whether or not it relates to us. But here's the thing, whether it directly relates to us, the natural order of whether a sunflower is looking at the sun or not, or whether it decides to turn its back on the sun, but that the idea, though, that there is a natural order of things. And however it is to us, we are a part of it. Now, we can be a bloodthirsty tick and a nuisance and, and maybe a cockroach or something, no offense to cockroaches. You leaving too, Max? We love you. Thank you for hanging out. I swear one of these days I'm going to get in one of your classes just to sit and, listen to you. But with honor, Max, we all love you. Thank you for what you do. And for me, I do what I do. Max does what he does, but I can see the value in what he's doing. And he obviously wouldn't be here if he didn't see a value in hanging out with us. So, that's a trust. And that's part of the big puzzle. And that's part of the learning process and getting to know each other's energies. And that's part of the process of, like I've never met Max, don't know if I would know him if I saw his picture. But it doesn't matter because somehow in here I know who Max is. I guess it's sort of like my next door neighbors who I just met after 30 years, in that, I know them because of the property. They love the woods in their swamp like I love my woods in my swamp. And there's a commonality there that, regardless of how we earned a living or whatever, our love for our place in the swamp and the woods, and all that is a shared experience, but separate. Thank you, Barry. And hello to all watching. Yeah. So I'm pushing 2 hours here again, and I was trying not to do that. But I do think it is important, though, and, that I'm trying not to drone on about this. But there are so many different levels of truth. So if regardless of what that truth is or what you're seeking, sometimes you can look so hard for the truth that you can't see the forest for the trees. You can't, all the little metaphors and stuff. I'm still here. Good for you, Roman. Only hearing, very interesting. Yeah. And my job is to just poke around on subjects and say, well, now, have you ever thought about this? But because there are so many levels to spiritualism, there's so many levels of fear, there's so many levels of evil, there are some critters out there in the universe that will make you pee your pants, but they're probably one of the most lovable entities out there. Looks ain't everything, you know what I mean? But at the same time, you're going to pee your pants, first time out, because you're not used to it. So if that sets you into a panic mode, or if you're in, in an altered state or whatever, and if you don't know who they are, you've never met before or whatever, and you walk around the corner and there's the Hulk, for example, you might pee your pants and go, what the hell? But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're evil, wicked, mean, and nasty. They just don't, they look different. So, and we look just as ugly to them, by the way. So, yeah, it's okay. Y'all don't have, you know me. You don't have to be in the chat. This is for, this is late night radio at 11 o'clock. It's 11:02 Eastern Daylight Time here in Southwest Georgia. Here with Hawkeye Two Feathers, and this is your top of the hour warning. The weather here is that it's partly cloudy. We had thunderstorms roll in. We got some rain, and hope wherever you are that that Mother Earth and the energies are shining down on you too. So, but anyway, so coming up on the next 20 mark, I'm gonna get myself here a little bit. Get myself prepared and kind of sort of wrap some stuff up. But in this thing about truth and honesty, so somebody says, well, I'm telling you the truth, honestly. Now, for me, I know I've said that, made that remark, and I have said that remark to myself over the years. Well, I swear, Hawkeye, that's the truth, honestly. And then you look at the facts and you go, maybe, Oswald didn't shoot Kennedy at all, that he was downstairs, and that there were, two shooters on the roof because of the angle of the bullet wounds, and he got shot in the front from the guy on the grassy knoll. So it's like, so what you think is the truth at some point, you may hesitate because something doesn't seem quite right, but you accept the truth. But, depending on what that truth is, you have this gnawing feeling. And like for me and my family and about my mother, I didn't know the truth. And I was the first one out and the last one to like learn all the stuff. So I get this thing about knowing what the truth is and having it hid for like 68 and a half years, and to actually have the truth be spoken by the people who were there, not hearsay or whatever. And here's a picture of us, and here's a this, and here's proof of what we're talking about. You know what I mean? So it's like for my own family, it settled a lot of things. And there's still some stuff in my brain that has taken 68 years to get here. And now that the puzzle is done, there's a little piece along the edge, but we can see most of the middle's full. I would say, I don't know. There might be some minor truths that are like, I don't know. Anyway, as far as my family is, we know as much as we know, and the puzzle looks good. Okay. And we're all content. So, in that respect, it's finished. Doesn't mean we can't learn something else. Doesn't mean that something else might not come up. But from what we know and all of our collective, this is how it is. So, for yourself, you have to go through whatever you're going through and understand that uh, if it's the universe talking to you or whatever, write things down. If you have dreams about things, when you come out of them, here's one thing you don't assume. You don't assume that because you were being chased that it was necessarily a bad thing. And here's my reasoning for this. Because every time I was running, they never caught me. I had to go back into that dream and go, I kept running from them. Yeah, but did they ever get you and eat you? Come to think of it, no. So you're running from a fear. Mine was in a tunnel. It was a certain kind of light. I can still see the picture in my head and the feeling of the floor. And I'm crawling and trying to run like on all fours. And, maybe I was a little kid and I'm trying to get away. I don't know what it was. But a wiser person had to stop and ask me, did they catch you? No. So you're running from something. Did it catch you? Not yet. Okay. So there's something good about that. So the bear's chasing you, but he didn't get you. So whether they lost interest in you run faster, or you came up with a superpower that got you to, out of the situation. But to the point, they didn't eat you, right? Did you die in it, or did they just chase you? Was it something, you know what I mean? So we do have to stop and look at that. Well, I was being chased by this. Okay. Thank you, Deborah. But in that though, and this a wiser person than me asked me the question. And so these wise people taught me that, when I think I'm thinking on my level, but let me just wait. What does this person over here think about this situation? That's why I come up with some of the weirdest shit, right? It's because I want to look at it from all different angles. Not that I'm being critical, but I want to observe it from somebody else's point of view. Well, I think this way and I'm emotionally tied to this. Yeah, okay, but let's step out of that body and let's go over here on the other side and look back on you. What do you see from the other side of the circle? What do you see? Not necessarily looking in a mirror, that's not the same. But it's looking back at yourself. It's observing you while you're acting out your role as this person in this life, right? So, and we act the best way we can. Each one of us is doing the best we can. And if you're not, then shame on you, but I'm not the one to judge, but you are. And I noticed that in my chats, I had several visitors today, which was just like odd, slightly out of normal, but absolutely wonderful and surprising and good and all that good stuff. So good energy, good hugs. And a good milkshake was brought to me too, by the way. So yum yum. Um, but that yesterday, I didn't know that the things that happened today happened. So how if I'd have looked on yesterday on today as like, well, I don't know, it's going to be hot outside. I don't know if I'm going to get much done. I mean, you know, so my thought was, regardless of what today's going to be, whether it's too hot to work outside or raining, whatever the condition, I was just simply going to do the best I could for today. And then people showed up, and I got a phone call or two late last night, and this happened, that happened. Okay, so Duggar's got somebody in the yard. But anyway, so we're coming up on, it's 11:10. Yeah, milkshake. Yeah. I need fresh milk, and so I've got to go to the store. But I hooked my battery up, and the truck started and everything. My radio's acting really strange. I've got a short somewhere, and I need to take the dash apart and get to it and unplug it, take it out or whatever, because it's messed up. So I can listen to a little, you know, thingamajiggy with music on it, versus do I need a radio and all that in the, well, obviously if it's making my truck not run and shorting out my battery, then obviously it needs to go. But the other reason is, why is there water in it? Why is it leaking? There's something else that made my radio go bad. So, but the hunt is on. I was going to work on it tonight, but it rained. So there you go on that one. So I'm starting early. It's 11:11. Yep. Here in Southwest Georgia, 11:11 Eastern Daylight Time. My bum hip healed up, no more crippled. Oh, well, that's good, Pearl. I'm always praying that everybody is, will find whatever it is, And like right now, I'm sore, but I cleaned up the house today. I threw some stuff away. And when the girls got here this evening, they were like, well, we can see by the look of the house you've been sweeping and cleaning and all. I said, yeah, but it's only been within the last day or so, I got to admit. But yes, I am cleaning up. And yes, when somebody wants to come and visit, especially my neighbors come over, you get used to a mess, and it's not really a mess to you. But if other people come, it looks like a mess. And it is, actually. I can take my walk to Ace, take pictures. Cool beans. Be safe, Pearl. We love you. Thank you. So, but anyway, will the truth set us free? It depends on the truth. And I know for me, the truth set me free about my upbringing and family and stuff. So the truth has set me free. Did it make anything different? And the answer is no, because I still lived the life that I did. So did the truth actually do anything to me? Not really. It answered stuff. And emotionally, I was like, I was able to cry about some things and be mad at certain things and discuss it with my siblings. So that part of the truth and the exploration and um, how you express yourself, your expression, so that once you release that, then I do feel that I have been set free. But at the same time, you go, well, then and depending on who you are, for me, it was like it kind of set up a sense of regret too, because, well, I regret that I waited this long to beat my neighbors. I regret this long that I didn't act and go to Ohio and meet my other relatives. I regret, but can't go there. My brain has wanted to veer off over here, and I can't do it, right? We can't do it, and that there can't be any regrets, but let's see what we can plan from this point forward. That's all. Nothing special, not, it may end up being special in the long run, but to the point now, because of all the lies and deceit that our family carried because of our particular situation, that there's no deceit there anymore. There's no cloud. It's been dissolved. So the events are still there, but how our emotions are tied to those events, we can't change those events that's already happened, but we can learn from how we put the puzzle pieces together. Yeah, we're at 11:14, so Light them up. Cheers and blessings. That's awesome. Yep. So my change in how I'm feeling is that it's like there's regret that I didn't get in touch with my family, and we can fill ourselves with all the regret that we want to, and we shouldn't. If we feeling regretful, then it's because we should have done something. So then you turn that regret into a bet. I bet I could change this. I bet I could make it to Ohio and go ice fishing with my brother. I bet I could work something out. So you turn that regret into a bet. I bet I could fix that. I don't know how. I'm not sure, but I haven't looked at my cards yet. I'm looking at the table and there's cards. I haven't looked, but I bet that there's a chance here. I could work something out. Now the cards may be bad and it not work out, but it just may not be your hand. It don't mean that you got to get out of the game. Now there are sometimes you know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away and know when to freaking run, So yeah, all of that is true. And in the game of life, that's true. How much emotion do we put in until it literally kills us internally? How much, money or whatever, resource. So all of life is a gamble in that respect. But if we're confident, there are times we know to stay out of certain games. It's like, well, I went over here and did that, but was that such a good idea? Well, no, but I thought it'd be okay. And then they got in trouble. I have done this, you see. Well, why'd you go there? Well, I don't know. Somebody said we'd have a good time and ended up somebody was drunk and tried to kill us all. And, well, okay, was that such a good idea? Well, but if it hadn't have been for that one event, everything else was pretty cool. So, it could have worked out. It should have been it was mostly good, but yeah. I was thinking of a time in Piedmont Park in Atlanta during one 4th of July weekend kind of thing. And there was some biker gang groups up there. It was like 71 or 72. And no, it wasn't the summer of 70. It had to have been 71. But that's when we were smoking so much hashish that we missed Atlanta. That's how high we were. Got to Sandy Springs and went, where's Atlanta? 20 miles back that way. Holy crap. So anyway, that was fun. But in that though, everything else was literally groovy until these two biker dudes and one got out a gun and started shooting it at the other. And I'm standing there at the back of the crowd and we were all kind of passing a joint around back in the back and there's a band and everything. It was sort of a battle of the bands there in Piedmont Park. And got this joint right, and all of a sudden you hear a bang, bang, boom, and then the crowd just splits. And there's this big biker guy running at me with a sawed-off shotgun, and he goes, "You better move." And I was like, which way do I go? Why don't I just stand still and let you run by me? Rather, because if I'd have moved this way and he went that way, then he'd have shot my ass. And I was like, which way? And by that time he had ran by me, but I was like, now that was really close. And I was standing back here in the back of the crowd away from any, but people were, shot at and, I was like, and if he really wanted to be pissed off at me, he could have loaded that shot into me because I was in his way when I wasn't. But, the truth of the matter is at the time I was in his way. So you can be an innocent bystander and still get your shit messed up. You know what I'm saying? And whether that's divine intervention or cosmic something, or we don't understand, I don't understand it. But there have been many times that I'm like, boy, that sure was close. But looking back, I say, well, did I avoid them? Was I lucky? What's the deal here, right? Had guns pulled at me, machine guns, pointed at me, honest to God, real Thompson submachine gun. And, knowing that a slip of the finger, I was a dead mofo. So, the truth of the matter is, for whatever reason, I have survived all these ordeals and drug deals and just crazy shit that I've somehow gotten and inadvertently, I was just in Atlanta at the park. So I wasn't involved in anything, but because I was there, I was involved. I was part of that puzzle piece, and it could have been worse. So, for it's 4:20 in Samoa and Pago Pago. That's a good one. Thank you. And it's 11:20 here, Eastern Daylight Time. Hanging out with Hawkeye Two Feathers and friends, also known as David Null, and that crazy man, that crazy hippie guy that lives down on the edge of the woods. So, but like I told my friends this afternoon, I say I wear that hippie badge with pride in that, I wish no harm on anyone, peace, love, and all that kind of good stuff. And I've had my periods of time when we were talking about meds, and for example, Prozac. I've been on Prozac, and I know that it don't work for me. And for people who try to say that Prozac works for them, they're fucking lying. Okay, it's not helping them. They are being made to believe that it helps them. There were certain drugs that I'm taking for my head injuries that literally did help me, but not at their I was like taking half of the dosage, and where they wanted me, I actually functioned better with their medicines down here as far as how much I should be taking. But did the medicine help me? And the answer is yes. So, but not at the prescribed. I took less than, and they were like, "You can't. It won't work." And I was like, "But do you see me? I've been here the last 6 months. I've improved. I feel better. I feel better about life, and I don't have the shakes and the jitters and the nonsense that goes along with taking more of this stuff." But now, well, if you got to take the medicine right now, but the medicine is helping. You should be telling people that I'm doing fine at a smaller dosage. That maybe some of the people that you have on this medicine is taking too much. You would see better results if you decreased the medicine and allowed them to adjust to what the medicine's actually good for. At all, I'm just an idiot. I don't know what I'm talking about. But for a couple of years, I was able to work with some therapists and my doctor, and I was like, look, just I'm taking one of these a day, or whatever the dose was, and just I'm taking one of these a day. Okay. Um, and actually, I was taking one of them a day, half of one. So I was telling the truth. They didn't have to lie. I am taking one of these a day. But my dosage for me, the white lie was that, but I wasn't lying. I did take it once a day or whatever. I just didn't take the whole pill. That was the lie. And I was the only one that knew that. Now, one therapist, I said, listen, I want to tell you the truth, but I'm only taking half of this, but I feel great. I want you to know that this medicine is helping. Hey, Mary Wins, how are you? So, but I can't handle the dosage. So there are folks who are taking certain drugs and it works for them for a while, and then they get into, they don't see it, but others of us do. And I'm going to use this broadly because it isn't just about uh, um, we are still speaking about truth here, okay? And because I've taken Prozac and some of these other medicine, and I've talked with other people who've been on Prozac and don't, and we're like, yeah, me too, yeah, okay. So in that, you understand that there's truth in that. You follow me? So all of this is linked together. So you find out the truth yourself, but then there are folks who are like, they want to believe somebody else's truth, that it isn't good for them. So, hey, Michelle, did you just get here? Did I miss you? I miss you anyway. Hey, Mary Wins. Yeah, okay. Glad you're here and hanging out. So, but the truth of the matter is, but there are folks who are like, oh, they're doing better when actually they ain't. That, well, the doctor's got me back on this medicine again. Well, if you're going back on it, why did you get off of it? Because it wasn't freaking working, stupid. But we have to continue to practice medicine, okay? Or they do. So when the truth be that maybe there's something in the Prozac that does work, but the dosage is too high, but the people aren't strong enough or willing enough or whatever to use less than what they're being prescribed. Because, well, the doctor told me, okay, screw them, and if you would get off all your meds, like I did, and some other people, I think Max was in on some of the things he got off of stuff too. And so, but when you get off of some of these meds and things and you are able to see the world clearly without some chemical, I still have natural chemicals that make me want to, see weird things and headaches and stuff. But I've got severe concussion over this side of my eye. There's a great big spot on my forehead where, I was hit with a hammer, or a hammer fell and hit me in the head. But anyway, I had stitches and everything. I had to stitch myself up. That knocked me for a loop. And I still get headaches and things from this side of the brain. So, but the understanding of it that, if one, like, for example, one leg is shorter than the other because of my football injury and everything. But so my body has compensated my left leg, which is the one that was damaged. I walk sort of on the ball of my foot, not on the heel. So I have compensated, and over the years I've got some scoliosis because there was about a half-inch difference in the overall length. But I used to wear pads and certain shoes, but just walking around the house and outside, I have noticed over the years that my body has learned to compensate on its own for that distance by how I step on the ground, how I walk on the ground, and so it's like it already knows that one leg's shorter than the other. It figured itself out. But it also took some positive thought on my point in that, I can't walk heel to toe with my left leg because then I'm not going to be effective. It also affects how I try to dance in ceremonies and powwow circles and so forth like that. In that, because of my shorter leg, my body is compensated, and how the heel to toe rhythm that is done with many American type dances, and that I have difficulty doing it with my left leg. It doesn't want to go into sync because my body has learned how to compensate for, an extreme of, an event in my life, but I'm still able to walk. So you learn to compensate. If you're willing, you don't give up, you figure out a way to do it, you know. And so, in talking with my friends and stuff, and I'm like, one was saying, well, blah, 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 and I got this, that, and the other thing, COPD, and all this, and got that. Okay, so, you're eating the wrong things that messed up your stomach. You smoke too many cigarettes when you're not supposed to be smoking none at all, and then you want to turn around and bitch about how bad you feel. I'm sorry. I've rolled a couple of cigarettes today, shared one, maybe two. But so I know that I'll be 70 in a year or so. It is like it's really staring at me, this idea of being 70. I really don't feel it. And several of us have been having that conversation. For some reason, everybody's been realizing how old they are and where they are in something in life. And I mean, different friends of mine, but they're all looking at what their age is and where they are. And not that it's good or bad. It's just that, well, here I am, and damn, I'm 42 years old, and damn, I didn't, or damn, I'm 55, or damn, I'm God bless Teresa, we love you, thing. But when you get on the other side of it, it's down the hill from there. But in September I'll be 69, and it's like, hey, I believe. So in that respect, I've been telling folks, I told y'all, and it may sound in a way I'm being slightly obsessive about this, and I will agree with you. But staring at 70 is all of a sudden it's next year. It's not like a couple of years off or something. And I really don't feel 70. There are times when I feel old, but but how am I supposed to know what 70 feels like? Because I ain't never been 70 before, you know what I mean? So, but several other people have been having this look at their age, like whatever they've done up to this point. A friend of mine called last night, early this morning, yesterday morning. I'm having this thing, I'm a certain age, and I didn't realize, and blah, blah, blah. And like, I'm having this thing that maybe I should, there's more to life. There's still things to do. Like he's got a boat and a trailer, and like, yeah, so go fix it and go boating. Um, and for whatever reason, somebody, I told my friends today, I said, look, I said, if you've seen my videos, which, made me feel naked in a way, as I said 2 hours ago, but that, hey, if y'all haven't been kayaking or canoeing, then you ought to come with me. If you like the backwoods and all, you should see it from the water. And if you're afraid of tumbling over, whatever, you should maybe, it'll be okay. So they're like, all right, well, not right now. But so, I've got my next door neighbors and I've got all the equipment. And whether both of them want to go or one of them wants to go or they invite other people, doesn't matter. But the thing is that, I've had this thing sort of like the field of dreams. And I built this trailer to put all my equipment in and camping gear and stuff. Because I felt like if I built it, they will come. Folks that want to go camping, folks that want to go down on the river, folks that want to experience natural things, and without any necessarily any kind of preconception or but okay, but I wanted to go to the river and I want to go to the woods for a new experience, for whether it ends up being spiritual or not. Did I say hi to you? I believe, I think I did, but blessings to you and good evening or good morning, wherever you might be. And continued blessings to all y'all out there. And I mean that. So, but in the experience of life and defining the truth of things, sometimes we hear, we listen, we experience. But then there are the times when we need to go into the silence and not necessarily listen to any particular answers. It's just to absorb the truth or to absorb the information so that we can discern the real truth and to see if there's anything out of whack and that we don't make any kind of, quick judgment, quick to judge. And I don't just mean people, I mean events or information or whatever it is. So we go, wow, this is really great, or wow, this is really shitty, but let me take this information and I'm just gonna, I see it, here it is, but I'm in control of my emotions to it. And I see that it needs a little bit more, looking at or thought, or maybe dive in a little bit more and find out some more information, whatever it is. So, but whatever our heart tells us to do, not what somebody else wants us to do, you know what I mean? So if you look at the information and go, this is common bullshit, then you just pass on to the next thing. You know what I'm saying? So you've already learned a certain amount of discernment. Like the people that I met on my 2,000-mile journey, in that people were like, yeah, we see the news. Yeah, well, don't pay any attention to it. Yeah, well, we all do our jobs. We all do our thing. We go up in the mountain. Yeah, what about it? What about all this thing about, we're all going to go to be civil war? And I go, well, if somebody wants to fight us, we'll fight. But, we got the whole community here that's like together on this. So who's going to do the fighting? You know what I'm saying? So all of whatever is going on, you talk to just folks and they go, some folks are like, they're all, we're all going to die and Armageddon is tomorrow again, by the way. Pay attention. Armageddon is tomorrow. I'm kidding. Wink, wink, nod, nod. But is it? Who cares? Let's live right now. Let's do the best we can. Let's put our best foot forward, all that kind of hokey stuff. But that's the truth, So the truth is, regardless of whether or not we want to wake up tomorrow and face another day, what we do is look, I'm at my age, I look back and go, please let me wake up tomorrow. I'll work it out from there, please let me wake up. I really want to. I don't care if it's raining, don't care, but I would like to wake up tomorrow. The dog's out of dog food and don't want him to eat me, so. But the idea though that, it's going to be bad, or can I judge ahead of time, or am I going to, am I going to push negative energy into what I was talking about the other night about future karma? So you say, well, tomorrow it might be raining, or there's a front here and there's going to be thunderstorms. Okay, so take an umbrella, or just know that there's going to be a thunderstorm. I got windshield wipers. I got, one of the lights on my truck in the front work, and the truck started and ran, so, and the water's good and the oil's good. So yeah, I should be able to make it to town, even in a thunderstorm. I just had visitors today and chose not to. But tomorrow, because I'm out of dog food, got to go, I got one more can left, and et cetera, et cetera. It's time to go to town, right? So, and I'm out of cigarettes, so I'll probably buy them too. But I'm out of milk, and I'd like to have a bowl of cereal. But, everything's good. I'm still maintaining. Where in the past, oh my God, I would have died to have gone to town. I would have called somebody, I need something from town. And now I go, well, I got canned milk. Well, I still got coffee, and I still got some of this, and I got a loaf of bread in the freezer, and I got eggs, and I got, okay, so we ain't gonna die, there's enough to keep feeding us, but might be slightly out of the box. I might make some pasta and eggs or something and feed it to the dogs and the cats if they run out of food. So I mean, we'll figure it out. But it's that we don't panic. So the truth of life is we do the best we can with what we got, whatever the situation. Some people got more than others. Doesn't matter. Having more doesn't necessarily make it easier. Let me tell you. So in everything that we do, we should do the old KISS thing. Keep it simple, silly. Don't overcomplicate anything. So in this idea of learning about natural truth and natural stuff and everything, there are people who are projecting into the future karma when they really don't know what to expect. So they're projecting almost a panic or a fear or a longing or something into their future karma. So now they're expecting something, or, you know what I'm saying? And each person, I've done it until I realized, whoops, you can't do that. Well, I wonder how tomorrow's going. And I would go down this list of things over and over and over in my head about how tomorrow was going to be. Then when tomorrow got there, it never worked out, all the scenarios that went through in my head. But the common thing that I learned from it was that going through all those scenarios was a waste of my motherfucking time. Okay. And that, so let's choose, well, how would you like tomorrow to turn out? Well, even if it's raining, I'm going to town. That's how you change it. Well, what if it rains? Well, if it rains, it's going to be raining. I have to go outside and it'll be raining. Or it's like, well, I'm going to go to town tomorrow because the dogs run out of food, and, blah, blah, blah. Well, what if it's raining? We'll just be careful. I'll turn on the windshield wipers. I'll turn on the headlights. Well, one anyway. We'll work it out, versus, well, don't really care. Well, what if it doesn't rain? Well, then we'll go to town anyway. So the goal is to go to town tomorrow. It's not a hard thing. But in my own learning, it's like I really want to go to town today, and people were late and things that happened. And it didn't matter. Had a lovely visit. It was absolutely worth missing going to town for. I love my friends that came to see me and so forth, and proud for what the young one does. Very proud. And so, in that, it's like, so I don't have any cigarettes. Okay. Kamato Hunting Wolf. Howdy. Hey, Maverick, how you doing? Greetings right back at you. So anyway, but in this understanding of the universe and of the truth, so we can share truths in what we understand about the naturalness of things, right? People know that if they sing to their plants or whatever, and that they get along, and today, for example, I stopped and went back through, walking around the house, and um, um, you brought some more friends tonight. Okay, Maverick. The more the merrier for me, or for us, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. But in that, so um, to me, I think the truth, regardless of what it is for you, okay, or collectively for us, the truth about, UFOs, or the truth about whatever it is, truth about, that there are actually two evil factions, the Democrats and the Republicans, and they're both just as evil as the other one. And that we're trying to, just pick the better of the two. Do we want to go to Southside Chicago, or do we want to go to Las Vegas? Of course, Las Vegas is running out of water, like many of us predicted. And that's just going to be interesting to see the desert go back to being a desert again. Um, you know, and people want to put their, and I got to say this now, and I ain't being racist, but I am against, if you will, my own quote. I don't consider myself white, I consider myself Native American. But in that, because I do have lineage, but in that, I also look at it as in some of these people are white because of they don't understand the real truth about, oh, I'm a farmer. Yeah, but you're wasting the resources. Well, but I have to have this. No, you don't. I was talking about this before, where they're talking about Lake Mead and how low it is and so forth. And farmers are bitching they're not getting enough water, when there was like 3 or 4 inches of water standing between the rows in this cornfield in the middle of the desert, and all this water and the canals and all this kind of stuff. And when I got back down to South Georgia, the folks have planted here and are planting crops here, and they're using the bed method. And in doing so, they put a water line down the middle, and then they bed the top of it with this material. And yes, it's a plastic kind of thing, and yes, it gets tore up, but at least they're being good with what they have. They can they recycle it when they can. So it's not being a total waste. But so the farmers around here are adjusting and have been adjusting to the fact that it don't rain all the time. And so the water that we do have, and even the deep wells and all the pivot irrigations, a lot of them are turning to this quote new method of making the beds and putting a water line right down the middle of the beds. So you don't water the whole field. You only water the beds where the plants are, which makes a whole lot more sense. And we're not in the desert. So the people in the desert who are growing the way they're doing need to learn some lessons. Somebody needs to shut their water off, by 2/3 at least and say, listen, them folks down there in South Georgia can do it, and they're not in a desert. Don't you think y'all can do it? Just saying. And maybe that lake, I don't know if it'll ever get back where it was, but you will be conserving water by doing so. But you have to change your planting methods. You have to change, and they don't want to change. So, but in this, they're a part of the puzzle. They're a part of what's going on. But in the grand scheme of things, are they really paying attention? The answer is no. So, but if you look at all farming is not like that. Then folks up in Ohio, the corn. Oh my God, how good the corn looked up in there, and it looks like that through Indiana and Illinois and Iowa, and so. But being in the Midwest up there, they're just used to the corn looking like that. Well, the corn down here don't look the same. It just don't. Different climate, different temperatures, different. It might be the same corn bed. It don't look the same, whether it be the soil or the temp. And I think it has a lot more to do with temperature and humidity and things like that. But in that, regardless, the corn down here looks good, but not like it does in Ohio and in Kentucky and places like that up further north. So, but they don't grow peanuts up there, and we do. And the extra rain down here has got the peanuts looking really good down here in South Georgia. So, but everybody grows what they know. But for those folks who have learned through the last 20 years down here in South Georgia that we must change our method of watering our crops. So they have implemented different techniques, and everybody's better off for it. They've got better production. They don't have to use near as much water. The pivot irrigation systems, in a lot of ways, and a lot of places have taken them down because they do this new bed method. So, all around, it's a whole lot cheaper to pump water and, down the rows than it is to water a whole field. So there's, it's about 50-50 now as far as watering techniques and stuff. But the idea that there are people who are making a difference and who do care about our water resources, who do care about the land resources, who do care about their profit margin in that, they want to make money to keep paying for, to their equipment and what they do. And so their family can live, and that's all important. But at the same time, they're not greedy like folks out in the middle of the desert that shouldn't be growing shit no way because it's in the middle of the desert. And if they do, they should be using these other techniques. So where's the truth in this about water usage? 10, 15 years ago, I'd have been complaining about South Georgia too because of the way they were using water. The farmers have learned lessons. So not everybody does it a particular way, and not everybody's, so we, the people, have made a difference because of local droughts and conditions and local farmers groups and so forth, friends and neighbors talking, hey, I can't afford to run that big ass pump. Well, why don't you try this? Well, okay, I'll give it a try. And there you go. The next thing you know, I miss the Ohio corn, raised my kids in the middle of cornfield. Yeah, I remember my younger days before we moved down here, the sound of the corn being harvested. Yeah. Well, we have cotton fields around here that we hear the combines, but to the idea of the noise and the combine, and I've run a combine, a corn combine. It was just a simple, was it? Yeah, just a 2-row combine, real simple, real small. But anyway, yeah, I have combined corn, I've combined cotton, peanuts, not as much peanuts as cotton and the corn. Back in my day as a on and off farmer. And we did tomatoes, we did watermelons and cantaloupe one year, did beans and peas and all that kind of stuff too. So been that whole route. And it's really tough work. When the peas are in, you need to get out there and get them. You can't argue or whatever. You got to go get them, But and that's what people don't understand a lot of times. And like, if you really had to supply what you eat, like say, well, what is your favorite thing? Well, I love these little, I love sweet corn. Do you know how much sweet corn you eat? Well, what do you mean? Well, do you know how much it would take for you to grow that much corn on your own that you love to eat so good? Well, what does that matter? Because you contribute to the usage of corn, is my point. So, not that you're supposed to stop eating corn. I'm not suggesting that. That's my, but, if you had to grow the corn that you eat, do you know how much that would be? For each ear of corn and each stalk, and how many acres, and the water and the fertilizer. Do you know how much corn that is? Could you do that? Or are you going to like me? I'm not saying you should stop eating corn. Ain't my point. Um, it's the idea that if you had to produce it, what it would take. Do you understand it? Well, I never really thought about it. Maybe you should. Why? Because then you give honor to the corn, because you understand what it takes if you had to do it on your own, and you and your family, and okay, you and your neighbors. I mean, just here in the neighborhood, nobody around here is growing any corn that would support us, or any other vegetable for that matter. There are capabilities. We have the capability of doing better gardens or something, or growing or whatever, if it came to that. But to the point, we're not, and we haven't, not recently. Just look, you can tell people had gardens this year, not so much. But in the old days, everybody had a garden around here, and we all shared squash and things, and that kind of stuff. So we are capable as human beings and as neighbors and so forth to be able to do, little small farms and communities and things, and learn to survive by sharing things with others. Well, he's got, some pear trees. Okay, when it's time, you got some extra tomatoes. And so you trade him some pears for tomatoes. All right, so the old barter thing. But to the idea, though, to try to do everything that you like on your own. So, as part of my truth in living for myself, I think too much about this in a way, but I've just accepted it. Is that, and one of my brothers agreed with me, Arno, actually. And in that, when we understand our direct relationship to the earth, and, so yeah, I can, I eat this and I eat that. I eat dried pineapples, and I can't grow them as much as I eat them. But I thank the folks who do grow pineapples for learning how to dry them, and, and sending them to me. Much like we grow peanuts here in South Georgia, they're going to end up, many of them are going to end up someplace else where they can't grow, peanuts, or they don't do well or whatever. So, this sharing of things is great. And it's been going on for a long, long, long time. Trade routes and people getting to know each other, and, you got this and I got this, and let's sit down and have a powwow and trade. So, but it's when the elite, when people came in and said, when a bad chief takes over a tribe, usually back then people looked around and went, nah, and either you straighten your ass up, or we're just going to set fire to you out there and be done with it. Sorry, chief, but we don't feel that way. So they would follow the guidance and so forth. But if it got right down to certain stuff, it had respect for like Sitting Bull. And um, but to the idea of the truth of things. So uh, if a chief was honest with his people and they trusted him, then there was truth in the trust. You follow me? So all of this is linked together, and it is all natural, because we hear something, we see it, we observe the truth, we hear the truth, We smell the truth. Is there something in the air that don't smell right about this? Or we allow our heart to not become, quote, emotionally involved, but allow our heart to go, hey, what do you feel about this? We include that sense, our sense of it. So in the truth of it all, regardless of what it is, we have to trust ourselves to look at the situation. And as I said about an hour ago, I said that's where in there we go into that hibernation state. We go into the silence. It's not necessarily darkness, but we go into the silence to hear the answers that to the questions that have already been asked. So, and sometimes we've already heard the answer, but everyday stuff and other things, and we just really uh, um, we, the awakened ones, are beginning to head back to those simple truths and simple ways. Yeah, and that's one of the things I still use the internet and I still use YouTube and stuff and things. Maverick, if you're listening, Michelle did it by accident. So I didn't think you did anything wrong. So hang in there. It'll be okay. We'll fix it. We love you. Um, and don't sweat it, Michelle. We all make them silly little mistakes, especially with these dang cell phones. So, but we can use. There was some joke about. I asked the natives one time. I said, here we are at a powwow, but every one of your, these tents, the vendor tents out here are all these vendor tents. They're all made out. They all got plastic, canvas on them. And I said, so he goes, well, he said, well, so where's the I see irony in that point. And he goes, well, from our standpoint, if we could have made a teepee out of plastic back then, we wouldn't have had to kill all them buffalo, and it was like, what? Just because they didn't have it doesn't mean our old ways. Yeah, we still have teepees, and yeah, we still, but if a plastic vendor tent with aluminum poles, they say, well, they would have used them if they would have had them. They would have used what was available. So to the big picture, it's like, oh, so whether it's right or wrong, that's how some of the red folk, the native folk, looked at their use of plastics or their use of certain things. Well, it's like, well, if my ancestors had been able to have this, they would have used it. It just wasn't available. So if it's available, why can't I use it? Now the trick is in to not overuse it, whatever the new thing is or whatever the old thing is. You just didn't keep killing buffalo, like the white man did. You killed the buffalo, you used them, you ate them up, then you killed another buffalo, and you did, and then you killed another buffalo. You just didn't kill a bunch of buffalo and pile them up like we did to the that. But anyway, so with the understanding that like for my neighbors that I know have been over there, our souls are with this property. We understand the woods. I mean, so in that, when they asked whether or not they came down here to ask whether or not I wanted to rent my acreage behind the house for their hunting, and I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. You're my neighbor, and I would rather you just, no, because I felt guilty because I'd been on their property, not hunting, but on their property. And we have both observed certain places on back there on the property. So when I described it to him, he was like, "Oh, you know where that place is?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do actually. I've been wandering around there too. So in a way, I kind of expected them to wander around on my place too, just because they like the woods if they wandered. And come to find out they have and do. So why not share? So instead of having, 12 acres back there on the back, I've got, 24 acres back there that I can roam with permission. So I've just doubled the wildlife potential by sharing the space that's already here with my neighbors. Where versus this guy over here, he's doing it all for himself and everything. Okie dokie, but he's not necessarily sharing, but okie dokie. But why not be in cooperation rather than no, this is mine versus no, I don't want you to bring, all your friends and relatives down here hunting, but you and your wife and maybe one other want to go down and hunt in the backyard. Fine with me. And if you want to share some of the deer meat, that's fine with me. Okay. I want to, now that there is interest in making trails and paths and so forth, I can get some help to clean out some spots so that we all of us have access to the whole piece of property that just went from I got 18 acres, but I'm talking about the 12 or so acres behind the house, sure enough, in the swamp. And they got about the same on their part, maybe even more like 15 acres of more swampy than mine because I've got more hill than they do. But as far as so, why not share it versus declare it? Well, this was mine. Okay. Um, the deer don't know the difference anyway. So, and if you're, want to set out some corn or do something or clear some trails or and trust me, if you make a trail down in the woods and it's easy, the deer will learn how to use it. So there have been times when I used to have really good access to the river. Now this is all natural and this is all true. So there are people who don't understand certain things, but if you make something easier, the deer will they'll go down your trails, and they will get to know your scent. So if you've been down in the woods, they don't panic because your scent is on the trail. So they understand this. So why am I saying this? Because it's the truth of natural things. That when you think about things just a little bit more and to think about how we can or how we do or don't affect even the woods in the backyard, how people next to us are affected. And, but when we are aware of it together, then that makes more impact. So in the universe of thing, the truth is those of us who understand these simple, basic things, regardless of religion or whatever, we understand these basic things of natural stuff, and we can include our GPS or a compass or whatever. Hey, Maverick, was your truth was too much. Slightly slanted. Did I say hi? If I didn't, my apologies. I meant to. But anyway, so jabbering on about this stuff, and here we are. It's 12:00 what? I got to put my 12:03 a.m. here in the Eastern Daylight Time. So this time it'll be 3 hours. And, I had not planned on doing a really long one tonight, but in discussing about the truth and the truth of each other, the truth of ourselves, and one of the things that in my discussions with some folks is like they're not being truthful and honest with themselves. And yeah, well, I have slip-on shoes now because I can't bend over and and tie my shoelaces. Okay, but it's because you got 50 pounds of stomach and I have been overweight, so I can vouch for this. And in having conversations with folks this last day or so, I told them I know what it's like to be that way, and I realized no. And did it help me to get to my age now? I think so. I hope so. Because if I'd have stayed 250, I'd have high blood pressure, I'd be hypertensive. But if I'd stuck with that, eating style, I do not believe I'd be in the shape I'm in now. I just am convinced of that. So should you change? Yeah. Why? Well, I'm not saying you can't ever have pie again, but just don't eat the whole damn pie and buy one every other day. I mean, there are certain things, you know, cherry pie is good, but not every day and not all the time. And just, you know, so yes, we learn to love the natural order of things. So the natural order of things is just like seasons. The mulberries come in. I was out in the yard and showing some friends the other day, my new neighbors. I said, look at all these, because their property's right next to mine. I said, do y'all have any muscadines? We all got vines and grapevines. You all got any grapes? And they were like, I don't think so. But so I showed them mine over here and some back over here. And I'd be Tippy Canoe and Tyler too, right? Is that where you were heading with that one? But and in talking with folks, they were like, well, it's a kayak. Yeah. Well, some of the kayaks that they make are really very stable. And one of the things that I was talking about earlier today, as you bring that up, Maverick, is that I said, that canoe out there in the yard, and I said, the 74-year-old man told me for his 70th birthday, he rode that canoe from Key West to Cuba and then partied for a day or two and came back. Now, I have no reason not to believe him. If not, it's a hell of a good story, and I love it for myself because, I'll be 70 soon, and so the story now becomes mine. That was his story. Now, what do I add to the story of this canoe in my time of possession of it, right? So the story is still being told. The story's still being written. Do I know exactly what it is yet? No, but it's going to the river. Do I know exactly when? No, but I know it's going. I mean, there are certain things I can tell you. Yeah, it's going to happen, but when or how and all that, I haven't worked that out yet. But so I see my goal, and it's to be, take Duggar on the river in the canoe, so we both won't be cramped in the kayak, but we'll still be on the water. Now, to me, the kayak is more intimate, but not with a dog sitting on your lap. So I would rather have space in the canoe and still be on the water. Not quite as intimate as the kayak to me, but still, I'm good. I'm still good. Because for years I was only in a canoe and was too afraid of the kayak. But to the point, though, in this learning about it, the learning is that I'm still on the water, I'm still doing a thing, but I transitioned from a quote big stable canoe, which I could literally walk, stand up in, and paddle and so forth without falling out. It's really stable. It's a Cadillac, man. I'm here to tell you. But it's also heavier than everything because it's 17.5 foot long, But so I've come from that to quote kayaks that are much more or less stable, but I found a kayak that is stable and that in certain circumstances I can stand up in. So just because a kayak, and this is a metaphor for stuff in life. So my discussion with people are like, well, I've always been in a John boat. Well, I don't know about a kayak. And I'm like, look, you are whatever horror stories you've heard, you should at least try. And you might go, well, son bitch, this ain't so bad. Oh, well, my one friend who goes, well, it's my weight. And I was like, dude, I know a person who is 75 pounds heavier than you, who bought the kayak, and they did just fine. Never turned over, never got drowned, never. And so, and you're worried, well, at my weight, well, no, whatever it is that you're scared of, you know, you've heard something about bad about kayaks. So, but if you're in control of the situation and everything, you know, it's just fine. Well, I got this other boat. Okay, all right. I'm not going to argue with you. You'd rather be in a canoe or a John boat. Okay. But for me, you know, stop being afraid and enjoy it, you know. So there are things about fear, and I'm to my point of view is like, and you'd be happy. Yeah, okay. Still looking forward to experience kayaking. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with canoeing. Don't get me wrong. I got a little video of where I fell on the river. Well, I was trying to get to a point. There were canoeists going by. And at first I thought they were kayakers, but they were in canoes. 12 footers, maybe 14, but probably 12 footers, not really very big. And going down the French Broad, and I thought, you know, the way the water was rippling, that they'd be tossing and bouncing. And no, man, they just floated right on by. And I was like, I'd be eating this up in a kayak because they're a lot more agile and can go across the water and stuff. And I was like, holy crap, you know, I got to come back up here with my kayak, you know, holy mackerel, just to experience the river and how, you know, so, but the people in the canoes now, they all had life jackets on, they all had helmets on. So if you're, but, and if down here, I don't wear a helmet all the time simply because it's a sandy bottom and stuff like that. Not the same. Now, if I was up on the French Broad and all them rocks and stuff, I would absolutely wear a helmet. Okay. A bike helmet at least. I'm scared of any boats. I've never been on anything but a rowboat, and I'm feeling like taking the bull by the horns these days. Yeah. Fear is a mind killer. And you know what? And fear, you know, now, as far as the difference between a motorboat and a John boat and a kayak or something, you know, go rent one for an hour before you say, well, I can't do that. And as you've heard me say, you know, well, I have overcome this mess because I refuse to give in. You know, no, I don't know. Me and the dog and the canoe are all going to the river. Trust me. When and how, not sure, but we're going, period. That's the bottom line. We are going. So, and rather than say, well, now, right now, the water is a little high. We got some more rain, and it was about 7.5 foot, and now it's back up to 8.5 foot high. So it's like it went back up in the last day and a half. With all this extra rain that just been in the, you know, this is how it used to be in the summertime around here before, was rain showers in the evening, you know, and that's what we're getting. But it's kept the river up to about 8.5 feet, which a good normal for with rain and stuff like this would be like 5 or 6, but it's up at 8.5 feet. So, you know, a lot of places you'd be up in the trees. Where normally you'd be down and scooting around in places. So it definitely changes. It doesn't make the water running any faster because from a flow standpoint, the narrow spot are the bridges. So when it narrows through the bridges, then it widens out, so it slows down. And until it reaches a narrow spot, bridge or otherwise, and then the speed will pick up and get to the other side, and then it slows back down again. So, but anyway, but me and Doug are definitely going to the river, and I really want to take the canoe sooner than later because I want to see how he's going to react, you know. So it might be that I connive one of my neighbors into going with me, at least to help me put the canoe on and off, and you know, and go and say, hey, look, okay, if you're scared of the kayak, I'm going to take the kayaks anyway because it's on a truck. But we're going to put this canoe up here too, and we'll get in the canoe, but you can try the kayak out and see how you like it. You might want to not get out of it, and once you get in, kind of thing. My kayak thing, why is this important? Because in things in life, whatever the situation, The truth is, we learn these things that scare us to death about something. And so then we become so convinced that whatever it is that we've learned, well, kayaks are unstable and people can do, and you see all these things and blah, blah, blah. Well, if you see some of these people who do this competition kayaking, they go underwater and come back up. Now, I have not learned how to do that. Don't know if at my age that I really want to, but I understand it because I've been tumped over in the water, and so I get what that feeling is and how you could right yourself. But it requires a skirt around the top of your kayak, right? So, okay, but that's the point. If you really want to go, those kind of conditions, if you use the right equipment, chances are you're not going to get hurt or drowned or anything. No, because you're going to be wearing your life vest. You're going to have a helmet on. So where is your fear then? You know. So if you do the right things, yeah, but you can get hit walking down the road, or a meteor could fall out of the sky and hit you. I mean, but to miss the opportunity to go boating or experience nature or water and the thrill and all that kind of stuff because of a fear that has blossomed into a phobia of sorts, then I want to tell people, listen, I'm not asking you to jump out of an airplane. I'm asking you to get in this boat with a life vest, and we're not talking about jumping off of some high mountainside. It's so, but the fear of stuff has got them to the point where I don't know if I should try it, especially at my age. And I look at them and go, that is not an excuse because I'm almost 70 and I do it. I have a ball. The dog goes with me. And, my neighbor saw the, pictures of me and Duggar, on the river and she was like, man, he sits right in your lap. And I was like, yeah, if me and Duggar can do it, well, okay, Witch Moon. And I can swim, but I'm afraid a big catfish is going to eat me or a gator. But that I'm actually totally down for facing it if given a choice. Yeah. And see, here's the thing about gators. Now, smaller gators are not going to mess with this because they're too small. But if you're in an area with big gators, then you are just certain precautions. You don't antagonize them, you don't mess with them. And chances are, if you're just floating by, they will not mess with you. It's when you make a lot of noise and commotion that they're stirred up to want to eat your ass. So, but not every situation down in Florida. Now, we've got gators in some of the places, rivers and places up here. But for every time I've tried to get close to a gator, they've always run. Now, if I was in the water and making a bunch of commotion, the gators around here are not going to try to eat us. It doesn't mean that it won't, but the chances are that it ain't. Okay, like 80, 90% been swimming with gators before. So they don't want to mess with us. But now, if there's a bunch of them and they're 14, 16 foot long, then you don't go swimming. You treat the area differently. So not every place has gators. And if they do, not all of them grow to be, so there are things. There are turtles, but, depending on where you are now, I ain't going noodling for nobody. You know what I'm saying? Are we on a 20? Almost. So ducks do that too. Kayakers remind me of ducks when they roll under like that. Yeah. Now I would like if I were a younger man, I would have liked to have learned how to do that. But I'm too old, because of my brain damage and head damage, to go under and then try to come back up like that. My head is spinning. So, but am I afraid or anything like that? No, I just choose I am too old for that. But can I go down through some rapids and go out and float? Absolutely. So I don't have to go flipping upside down and all that kind of stuff to, as to whether or not I feel good about or confident about my skills in a kayak. But I also know But here's the thing. On the Broad River, not the French Broad, but on the Broad River in North Georgia, up around the northeast of Athens and up there, my friend Dale Betcher lives, and near the Georgia Guidestones area up there. There's literally a waterfall, and we're kayaking down, and I went some friends and so forth, and they'd all been there before, but I hadn't. So I'm like, yeah, I'll go with you. I'm adventurous. Yeah, I was in my 50s, I think, early 50s, and or mid 50s anyway. So I'm like, yeah, let's go and have a good time and rent the kayaks and all, so we don't have to worry about that. And to sit on kayak that I'm on, and boy, I learned right then I didn't like sit on kayaks, but went down the Broad River and got to this spot where the river just disappeared. I mean, it disappeared. And off in the distance, it just disappeared. Come to find out, there's like this 20-foot cliff. I mean, a waterfall. And everybody's going off this thing, kayaks and jumping and diving. And I'm like, what? So I got up and pulled off and sat there and watched people. And I was like, man, there's I say little kids, young folks doing it, and they're all safe, and everybody's going in, and there are people around that if you were drowning, but you can't drown because you're wearing a life vest. So, there are certain things that's like, yeah, well, could you fall out? And would you get tumped over? Would you be in the water? Yeah, but if you got your helmet on and your life vest, you're going to pop up. Okay. So let's go have fun. So I ended up going off that waterfall. And I mean, sailing off of that thing as fast as I could go. I was like, if I'm going hell bent. And off that waterfall, I went and down into the water and didn't come out. I mean, I stayed in the kayak, but it's sit on top of, which was difficult. It was so much fun. I dragged that kayak back up the side of that waterfall and did it again. And I was only because I was tired that I did not do it a third time. So what scared the crap out of me, I watched and said, well, all these people are doing it. They're all doing the safe thing. It really looks like fun. Hey, Travis. So why not give it a shot? So this idea that I would never, ever in my life go flying off of a 20-foot at least waterfall. It could have been higher. I'm just saying it was at least 20 foot. And that I would do that, and it'd be so much fun that I would pull my kayak up the side of this and do it again. And I swore, nope, that'll never happen. Oh, God, I would do it to this day if I got back up there to the Broad River. So it's like, be careful of what you say about, well, I would never do that. Well, if you exclude now this is being truthful to yourself, okay? This is another level of truthfulness. And so I can't tell you what the truth is, but the truth for yourself. But for me, I overrode that panic of going over the waterfall in that I'd been on the water. I'd jumped off of stuff before. I wasn't afraid of the water. If all these other people were having such a good time, then why should I climb down the side of this waterfall and drag my kayak like a chicken, or I can get in the damn thing and go over and have the time of my life? I chose part two. And so the point, though, could something have happened? Could have. It didn't. And all these other people were having fun. So, and in the experience, I learned about myself is like, never say never, because maybe, under the right circumstances, something you might not do on your own, but with help from others and guidance and so forth, that you go, well, that was actually a lot of freaking fun. Come flying off this, waterfall and out into the air, and that, oh my God, oh my God, we don't have anything like that down here because we don't have that kind of, elevation drop. But to the point of never say never, it's like, well, I don't know if I'd have known that I'd have got there was a waterfall down there, I'd have never went. Well, I thought about that. And I was like, why didn't y'all tell me there was a waterfall down here, kind of thing. And it was like, why? You mean you wouldn't have come? And I was like, no, I still would have come, but I at least would have been thinking about it. So in a way, they did me a favor by not telling me there was a waterfall before you got to the, the out to get out part. And, so, and like I said, I was in my mid 50s. So, or yeah, 55, 56. So to say that, you can't do it, you shouldn't do it, or, you never do it, that to me is just like, well, there are certain things maybe you just need to say, maybe there's a fear that I'm just going to go, well, if all the, now again, we got to choose. And if there are certain things that your criteria, that, um, health or something that maybe you really shouldn't. But if fear is the defining thing that is keeping you from doing something, then you should honestly figure it out. So, for example, there's Nick Nolte and Robert Redford do this. There's a movie out, The Walk or The Hike or the something, whatever it is, but it's them as old men trying to hike the Appalachian Trail. And it's a really good, solid movie. They really did film some of it in the Appalachians. It was two old guys talking about stuff. And as an old guy myself and had wanted to do the Appalachian Trail, I realized that, because of my leg and other issues, that I would just walk parts of it so I could experience the Appalachian Trail, even though I couldn't walk the whole damn thing. But I have walked several sections of it. I have walked up some really tall mountains and some really rural places. But no, I have not walked the entire Appalachian Trail. But I have walked stretches of it. So I get it. I understand it, but not the whole, 6 months journey walking thingy. No, I don't have that. But I do have the experience of being on the trail, of seeing the sights, of knowing what it's like to crawl down one mountain and right back up the other side of another one. I get it, have been there, and it's lovely, but no, I've not done the whole trail. So to have seen this movie, but my point to that is that they had to understand certain truths about themselves, and they had to be honest about it. So in their journey and the walk and so forth, between the two of them, they had issues or whatever, but in their own lives and how they dealt with them. And so, but in that though, life is like that. And when you get to my age and you look back and you go, wow, you know, I might not have been able to hike the whole trail, but if I had neglected to try it all, I wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to see any of the trail. So in life's journey, in the truth about life and stuff, are we holding ourselves back? I say spiritually, in that maybe there's something you really do need to go out and experience in nature, or whatever it may be. And that, there's that may be what you're looking for. I know I can't wait to go back on the river and continue to experience the things that I've experienced, because every time's a little different. Every time's got another punch to it, and every time is a joy, you know. So, and knock on wood, I haven't drowned or tried to dehydrate lately. But to the point though, that if fear drives me from not going to the river, now I'm not afraid of the height of the river. It's just that I want to see if it's going to stabilize. If it's dropping, I'll go. If it's rising, I might wait a little bit because of its current state. So, but it's not about fear, it's about practicality. It's how to get down to the river, it's where the river is at the boat launch. I mean, it has a lot to do with that too. So, but it's not about fear, but it is about being practical. So, in life, where there are things that we think we're being practical, but maybe it's keeping us from allowing us to actually experience something that's really cool that we should have went through. We should have experienced it. Travis says, although I definitely like me some strawberry shortcake. Oh, hell yeah, Travis. Good, be a hell of a good waterfall too. Sound. Oh, it was awesome. It really was. And I mean, come sailing off that thing and, Yahoo, mofo, just Yahoo. Experience the feeling of it was cool. And everybody cheering you on too. It was like if you were next up, there were people on top and there were people down there. Is there somebody coming? Yeah, okay. So they'd make sure nobody was, down around underneath. So that whoever was coming over next wouldn't, fall on somebody else below. So everybody on the river was being kind, and there was 30, 40 people around the waterfall, I would guess, downstream, upstream, on the banks, just watching, not maybe not many that kayaks, but there were four of us in our party, and there were four here, three, four, so there was an easy 25 or 30 kayaks with people. So, but anyway, everybody was supporting the other guy, like, come on off, hey, it ain't so bad, I can do it, you can do it, blah blah blah, encouraging others, and so it was like I just sat there and said, I gotta go, Now, one of the people in our party did not go off the waterfall. They jumped, but would not go off in the kayak. And it was like, screw it. I am not throwing the kayaking off and then me jumping. After watching all these, no, I'm going to give it a shot, And it was great. I mean, I grew up in Florida where there were sinkholes around our neighborhood. We used to climb up in trees, and we had swings that would take us 20, 30 feet in the air. I am not lying. Because the bank from the water to the top of the bank could be 8, 10 feet. So then you got a 20-foot rope, and at its peak out there, you're 30 feet off the water. That's not a lie. So, but man, so jumping, and I'm not so much into high diving, but I've jumped off of stuff that's 20, 30 feet tall, and down at Lake Madeline and the other lake down there in Tampa. I don't know if they still do, but they had swimming areas and they had towers, and they were so high up. And I never jumped from the top of it, but I jumped from whatever lake it was. One lake had 3 stories and one of the lakes had 4 stories, and I got as high as the 3rd story on the one lake, Lake Ellen, Lake Magdalene and Lake Ellen, down there around North Tampa, Lutz area, down up in there. But anyway, and so we'd go swimming there all the time as kids and spend the summer and that kind of thing, so jumping off of stuff as kids and in our own neighborhood and having trees and jumping. So jumping out of stuff was like from heights. That's why it's odd that I have this feeling of where did I pick up this, vertigo kind of thing about being around the mountains, because I've jumped out of trees 20, 30 feet off the water and stuff and not been scared. Respect the water when you're jumping. I would love it, but I don't do something to injure myself. No, but if you're doing the protection thing and, no, but I'm agreed. So, but anyway, about getting hurt. But there are some people they're so scared that they're going to get hurt that it's almost like they have to get hurt, or they have to. Well, I'm going to, I could get hurt. Yeah, okay, come on, let's just have some fun. Nope, and they so believe they're going to get hurt that they do. It's almost like they talk themselves into it. Now, not every time and not all the time, and I'm not trying to stick everybody in the same. That ain't it. But I've seen people do it for different things, and so we can't. That's the kind of thing you don't put it in your future karma. You say, well, I've got I'm scared of being in a kayak. Well, why don't you change that and just say, I have deep respect for kayaks. Okay, well, there's lots of different kinds of canoes, lots of different kinds of bass boats, lots of different kinds of, but to say that, well, me and boats don't get along. Well, are you talking about a 30-foot cabin cruiser, or are you talking about an 8-foot rowboat? I mean, there's a big difference. And I've been in 8-foot rowboats that were very stable that you could stand in and not tip over. And when I've been on some boats that were 14, 16 foot long that would throw you over in a heartbeat. So size in certain ways ain't necessarily, stability is design. It is about other things. So, but to make the general statement that all small boats are harm, no, you just don't understand about it. And you're something in whatever it is that you have, and it's not against any person, but it is whatever fear you have. And that's the bottom line. So what keeps us from life, what keeps us from the spirit of life, what keeps us from enjoying more of life and to experience more. Because if I'd have chickened out at that waterfall, I'd have lived to regret it. Why? Because it was so much fun, I went over it again. That's my point. So I overcame my own fear. That's empowering. And the fact that it was fun as hell was like, come on, when am I going to be able to be here again? So let's go ahead and experience this again. I didn't have to hire anybody to drop me out of the parachute. I just had to climb back up the rocks and do it again, So why not? I already paid the rental of the kayak. So, when you're in Rome, do like the Greeks. I'm going to doze off too. Sometimes risks aren't worth taking advantage of. Yeah, and they talk themselves out of it. And that's my point about the kayak and the waterfall thing is I was like, nope, ain't going to do it. Nope, you'll never convince me. Nope, I would never do that. Nope, I had convinced myself long before I ever got in a kayak or went on that river. And then when I got there, I was like, I think I'm going to change my mind. I think I need to change. I think I need to change my mind. I could jump off the side of this and have a lot of fun, but I'd be cheating myself out of the experience, So I know I use the kayak as a metaphor a lot to life, but it's got its honest uses as far as the story goes. But the actual experience of it, I had convinced myself, nope, ain't doing it. Got there and looked and went, well, Bryce, else is having fun. If I'd have stuck to my guns and said, nope, ain't doing it, no way. But maybe sometimes the truth is we need to reconsider the circumstances and conditions. Maybe the truth is watching somebody else do it on a video, I would never try that. But having been there, watched other people become a part of it, and realized that it was actually pretty damn safe, all things considered, jumping off a 20-foot waterfall. And that it really wasn't that scary. It was freaking exhilarating, but it wasn't scary. So our perception of it, but to my original for 20 years, I'll never do anything like that routine. Get there, reevaluate the situation, and have an honest discussion with myself and go, maybe we're just being wimpy shits, and maybe we should give this a try. So not everything's like that, but let's not, just throw the cards down and go, no, I ain't playing. When maybe you could have won the golden hand kind of thing. So I'm really happy I changed my mind about that. There are certain things in life that could have been risky, but a lot of other people doing it. But I survived it, and the experience of riding on that, on Lake Mead before the water went down, and behind Hoover Dam. You've heard me talk about this probably ad nauseum, but the exhilaration of being on the water and being at Hoover Dam and being in Las Vegas and being on a jet ski and having a ball, and and it was about this time of year. Now to look back and go, I was there in its prime when the water was up and we were out there and we were, wow, man. It seems like a really bad LSD trip to look back on it now, and that did that really happen? But the answer is yes. But if we had not taken and spent the money and done it that day, I would not have that memory. Same thing with going off that waterfall. So there are things in life. Let's not be so hard hearted that we literally talk ourselves out of something really cool, and that later on. Now there are some people who go, no, I got to that waterfall and had to climb down the path. Okay, I'm not going to call you chicken, honest. If that's the way you feel about it, I get it. When you looked at it, it was like, not me, Jack. But in the long run, it was like, oh, me, please, help me get mine. I want to do this again. I think I did it twice. I may have done it a third time. I'm standing here going, but I think the last time I just went up and jumped off, I think. But anyway, I remember three, and being there and everybody else, and, but to the point though that we say no, we won't. Well, maybe we will if the circumstances are wrong. But now, if I'd have been on that river by myself, I don't know if I'd have went sailing off the side of that thing. I might have shoved the kayak over and looked down and said, okay, I'll jump. But I don't know. But, when there's 20, 30 people and everybody's having fun and doing it over again, then you reconsider. So, but in life, let's discuss this. Is it my own fear of heights or water or whatever it is, to the point that I've watched 20 people go over and everybody's fine? I'm going to take my chances. I'm going to, you see what I mean? So, now I don't mean that about vaccinations and stuff like that, because the truth is about stuff like that. You can't trust them people, but you can trust the people that went over the waterfall, and you can see this is the natural order of things, is my point. I naturally watched them go over. I saw them land. They came up. They were laughing. Everything was fun. And the next guy did it. They had fun. Nobody's hurt. So, but to the point of the truth about being, hit with the needle, now I would not be the same. Just because my sister did it, I don't mean I'm going to take it. I'm sorry. Because I feel differently about certain things. So just because everybody's doing it doesn't mean I should. But my observations of everybody physically, honestly, seeing them do it, I saw the truth in that naturally, you see, whereas something that is contrived, or, we should believe all these people and that getting the thingy is going to, that's not so much, because I don't physically see it. Well, I got my shot. Well, okay. But I haven't seen what's going to happen to you in 20 years or in 20 days. But just because you're okay at the moment, but to the point, though, it doesn't mean it would be good for me. I need more observation, you see. So, but we're accepting somebody else's truth. Oh, this is safe and everybody should take this. So that's a truth we haven't really learned ourselves. But watching somebody go over a 20-foot waterfall, I can visually, optically experience that, see it, and go, they survived. You know what I'm saying? So not every time do we go somewhere or do something should we jump off the cliff. You know what I mean? And it might not be for you, and that's okay. But here's the thing, though. In all of my lifetime, there are those types of things that I'm really glad I tried it. I'm really glad I went over my fear. I'm really glad that I sucked it up and said, nah, I'm going to go do this, and it was very well worth it. So in lifetimes, each of us needs to look at our own skills and our own, etc. Yeah, hard headed. Yeah, I'm hard headed too. And but there are certain things that I was just definitely convinced I was hard headed against something when I realized that it was really like my next door neighbor that we just sort of connected after all these years. It was my hard-headedness that I didn't go over. I can't speak for them, but I can speak for me. And that, well, I just didn't know whether or not they wanted me to come over and visit them or something. And because they stay to themselves and we're so alike in that, we just stayed to ourselves. And, for whatever reason now, we would rather share some of that time. And we've been neighbors all these years. So, it's like, so I know it's been my hard headedness. I should have walked my ass over there, and can't answer for them, but they came down my driveway and now we're friends as well as we've been neighbors for all these years. So don't, run the risk of having a long lasting relationship with something or someone or whatever it is, because you're too hard headed for me, too hard headed or too set in your ways or too scared or whatever the answer, whatever it might be, because you may have missed out a lot, like I have with friends and family and so forth, because of, being hard headed and so forth. So, take my life as the example, and don't be hard headed. Figure it out and reach out an olive branch to, or for whatever it is, maybe it's an experience or whatever it is. But if you reach out a positive thought or an action or a deed or something, you may get a lot more out of it that you ever expected because of the fear and the panic and possibly being hard headed. So, hey, life is too short. There's too many lessons. It's it was 3:30. So it's 12:46 in the morning time. I have this day also to make a decision. Will get very interesting. And look at it calmly. All decisions, even though the situation, I have faced the judge several times. When that judge said 20 years and hit the gavel, then he said, but now I am, but when he said 20 years and hit that gavel, I was like, I am so fudged. But then his following words were, but these, this is being rescinded and so forth. And here is my judgment and here's your probation. And whew. But when he said 20 years and the gavel fell, I was like, holy crap, I'm dead in this, but there was more to come. So was it the end? No, but, it was the beginning of an interesting few more years, but it sure felt final at the time. So having faced that too many times before the judge and facing 20 years and facing this and blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff, it will take years off your life. But here's the thing, that maybe it's because I have, I didn't ask them helicopters to bust me here at my house. I was minding my own business, you understand? So I did not invite it, but it came. So I can tell you what it feels like to be picked on by the man. And so with those true stories, though, and realities, that it's like, so, but we can still overcome. We can still, I'm still here on the property. I managed to serve my probation. I managed to pay off the fines. I managed to do all that. And so after all them years, I am still here. So persistence or whatever, where other people have moved or whatever, couldn't stand it, or, or maybe they went back to prison and stayed a while. Not quite sure, but and looking back on that, everything that I've been through, though, so I was so scared at times, Liz, that I just can't live here. I couldn't smoke a joint. I couldn't think about, I couldn't think about possessing anything, because they were going to come down the driveway again and bust me, and the helicopters were going to come. My house was bugged, and this was over an ounce of weed, And it's like, but to the paranoia part of it and the years that I spent being afraid in my own home because I might have a little bit of marijuana, was just like, you honestly can't believe how I felt about it. I was like, if you come to my house, you bring a joint and that's it. Don't you bring a bag? Don't, or bring 2 joints, bring 6 joints. Don't care, but don't put it in a bag. It ain't coming in a thing. And if you think I got anything to sell, go, you don't come. I mean, you can come to my house, but when the helicopters came, that changed a bunch. A lot of people just would not come to my house after that time. So, not that I can blame them, but I served my time and all that. But my house and my property and everything, there's a big X on it from the sheriff's department. They know where I live. But after all these years, I haven't been overly watched or whatever. I mean, the helicopters every year still fly over this area. But we overcome, we work it out. If I'd have let all that paranoia and panic affect me, continue to affect me, then I wouldn't still be here. I'd have moved, I'd have sold out, I'd have been too afraid. Something would have changed. But in that, at some point, and having discussions with the sheriff's department and the local guys and them getting to know me a little bit. And like I've told you, when they busted me here, I was in the front seat of the car with the lieutenant, which was the next guy below the sheriff here in Colquitt County. And you don't put prisoners in the front seat with their, no. And I was handcuffed in front also, which is like a no-no. So they broke all these rules right from the beginning. And I'm sitting in the front seat with the guy, and he's like, man, we don't want to bust you. But the GBI and the helicopter, come on. If you got to grow weed, go somebody, we're not here to bust you and to bother you. You don't bother anybody down there. And they don't, because of incidents that had happened previously in my lifetime. They knew I wasn't some big dope dealer when I kind of sort of was in a way. And there was but my efforts and what I did was so little that they couldn't track it anywhere. I've told you about this story where the GBI and the state patrol in 3 different counties were involved, and I lost them. I didn't fall into their roadblock trap that they were trying to close behind us. And I'm talking Smokey and the Bandit kind of shit, going down back roads and stuff, to lose these guys. And they missed us, and they spent a bunch of money trying to get us. And they were not happy when I evaded them because of the back roads and stuff. Because of when bringing stuff up from Florida, I just wouldn't drive the same place every time, and we wouldn't be seen in the same town, so it wouldn't be suspicious. We'd go down one way and come back another, because 2 hours later you show up, and So anyway. But the other thing was that, I had weed in the truck and, being checked out by the state patrol, and there's a stop in the middle of nowhere. And I was just took over the situation. And my brother was peeing his pants because it was like sitting right there on the seat. And I just did the old magician's trick. And maybe it's the old Jedi trick. There's nothing to see here. Let me direct your attention over here. They were like, well, what's there above? And I was like, my driver's license was behind the seat. So I took away from the front of the seat and to behind the seat, lifted it forward, and to get my driver's license and insurance right. So I apologize. I said, man, and I had all my camera equipment. We were literally going to a football game. I used to live action, but I recorded it, but different football games for some of the local high schools around here. And so anyway, that was all true. But so instead of worrying about, oh my God, there's an ounce of weed sitting on the front seat, I directed them away from it in the conversation, and they never checked the front seat, and we never got busted for the ounce that was like literally 2 a foot and a half from this guy's nose kind of thing in my truck and right there and didn't see it. So you can misdirect, you can do things that literally it is a power. But if you freak out and panic and do other things, you get busted and things like that. I have this days also make a decision of such waste of fuel for some plants. In baby wipes box. Yep. Well, we were going down to Gainesville, Florida, and it was called Gainesville Green back in the day. And I mean, it was hybrid grown in greenhouses and stuff in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s. And the deal was you had to buy 3 pounds, but it was $90 a pound. $90 a pound. And this stuff was good. So we'd drive down to Gainesville, make the connection, and come home with 3 pounds of weed in the front seat of a Volkswagen or the trunk, and be like, oh man, if we get caught with this, we are so screwed. You know what I mean? But I learned a lot of back roads having traveled up here in South Georgia with the carnival and all as a kid. So, did we do a lot of drug running in the day? Uh, a fair amount. We kept quite a few people supplied both on the carnival stuff that we got up here. I took to Tampa and vice versa. So over the years, yeah, I've done a lot of hauling, both just for personal and go down and pick something or drop something. But, there were the times when I was actually buying and selling or trading, So when you have an ounce of real, honest, good Coke, to most folks, I go, well, an 8 ball or something, but to like have an ounce and like it's a regular thing that you buy an ounce of Coke. I consider that another level up, from just buying a little bit of weed or something. And, I was dealing in with different I'm dealing in acid, but in different forms. Some of it was like in pills, some of it was blotter. So, but dealt with acid. I dealt myself with having learned how to dry out mushrooms, the real mushrooms, and people knew I had the real genuine thing, et cetera, et cetera. Then I was trading for weed, which I couldn't find up here, but I had plenty of mushrooms because of all the mushroom fields that I knew about around here. So I was trading those. So that's sort of drug dealing, ain't it? And anyway, so I guess in a lot of ways, I've been very involved in the transportation of things, between communities, but also long distance down into Florida and stuff. But anyway, so there are some folks that, they just knew somebody here and there. And, but at one point I was kind of sort of doing it as a living. But, and not that I have much chance now, but if a friend of mine came and said, look, I got a good deal on a such and such, there's a good possibility that I would invest for whatever reason, for my own personal and maybe to share with a friend. But, things have changed. I don't deal anymore. I'm not out riding the highways and hiding it and that kind of stuff. And, and we had different places that I put it in the truck or the vehicle. And sometimes almost in plain sight was the best place to put it. Because there's been too many times I've been pulled over and stuff and had a quantity of marijuana there and could have seriously went to jail. And just, it's the Jedi mind trick long before I knew what it was. But it's all in magic, it's called misdirection. So in the spiritual realm and stuff like that, in the magic of learning and the magic of truth, the truth is they don't know what they're looking for or looking at. So if they, being a comp or someone else, same thing in puppetry and in magic, the mystery, the magic of it is that they have convinced you of the misdirection. Okay. So in the here is this is all tied in with the original theme, by the way. So sticking with the original theme, looks like the connection's really getting hammered. There goes the sign. Your connection is unstable. Okay, did I just glitch? Yours would an ounce of weed. Yeah, I smoked so much weed. We had to find suppliers and folks that knew and know somebody knew this person, and I never knew where they got it from. Don't care, but I knew that I had good sources. That if I needed a quarter pound or whatever, or somebody was selling pounds, I could go and pick up 2 pounds and then bring them back, get paid for that, sell some of that myself and make a profit. But the biggest thing was that I had free weed. I had whatever it was. So, but yeah, as I think back, there were quite a few trips I've made in South Georgia and through places and stuff, and have literally been chased by the law and made it out. Um, and boy, they were pissed. Let me tell you, they were pissed. Oh my God. I could show you the route to this day. I could tell you what road I went down and this and that, and where they had the roadblocks and how, every time, they thought they knew where we were going, they'd set up a roadblock and I'd take another turn before we got there. And man, it pissed them off. But, they never got me. They got her when she got home, but they never caught us on the road. They never caught us with the pound of weed. They messed that up. And they had a lot of people involved in that chase. And it was because of her. And I decided to ride with her. And she called me up afterwards. We didn't get along much after that. She was like, "Why didn't you do this and that?" And I said, "Listen here. Do you realize how much I saved your ass?" Because if they had caught us out on the highway the way they did, they would have got us for transportation and this and that and the other thing. And they couldn't do that. And they didn't get you with the full pound. And they lost out. We went around their roadblocks. Do you understand how much they don't like us and how much we really smeared it in their face? And we got away with it, and they had to go home to their boss and explain how they didn't catch a couple of people. And so with that said, there are wins and there are losses, and sometimes what looks like a loss is a win. You just have to look at it from the perspective of like, well, yeah, you got busted, but they were chasing you, not me. And the fact that I got away with it and you got caught when you got home is not my fault, which was the situation. So, and they didn't have any real proof that had any, for the simple reason they didn't honestly know if we had a pound or how much weed we actually had. So they couldn't say, well, there was a pound when you left. Where's a quarter of it? You've only got 3/4 of a pound here. Couldn't say that because they didn't know. All they saw was a bag being transferred. So they weren't sure I had weed or not, but they kind of felt I did, from their information, but couldn't prove it. Couldn't get a warrant to come and search my place because they had fucked up so bad with 2 separate roadblocks that I evaded, that they didn't want to take the chance of coming down here and me not actually have the weed. So there are wins and there are losses. Well, it's glitching down here, but anyway, uh, so you know, anyway, I'm the screen skipping and it's sending me a message, an error message. But anyway, and having these long discussions and talks about this, but that are, with the things that have happened in my life, literally, doing a Smokey and the Bandit kind of running from the law and making it, you know what I mean? Um, can't attest for the other people, but I got out of it. But there is an X on the map where the police, where the helicopters still come. But to the point, though, um, I've been an outlaw in a lot of ways, not carrying a gun or Jesse James, but there are some sleight of hand tricks. There is the illusion that I'm going this way and then I turn. There is the illusion, of working with puppets and storytelling. There is that illusion of truth. So having used the illusion on other people, but honestly, other than the cops, but honestly, is for their entertainment as far as storytelling and puppets is concerned. But if I say no, look, this is the truth as I know it, I ain't gonna lie to you, and I mean it because I know the difference. I'm not trying to do the old Jedi mind trick. This is the way I want y'all to think. It ain't. What I want y'all to do is to think, not think like me, but use a weird thought process and go through your own stuff. I want you to come to your conclusions, but come to them in the right way without a lot of other influence. So now my influence is I would ask you to stop and think about it, stop and use different, but that's not telling you specifically what to do or to follow any kind of, worship or anything. No, it's to use common sense in life and the nature of things. So naturally, if we're going to make a quick decision, we might not be able to allow our heart to help on giving the answer. But it also at the same point though, we may look at this situation and go, I think maybe I won't be afraid of this waterfall, and I'm going to at least jump off into the water because I got my life vest on. I know how to swim, and all these things. I've jumped out of trees before, so I've already got this knowledge. Why not, right? So if your knowledge and what you learned, so you have the faith that you know what you know, then just apply it to the different situations that come up. So, and stay in truth and be honest with yourself for goodness sakes, because we lie to ourselves, we accept truths that we end up believing that may not really truly be real. And then we find out later on, yeah, there you go, Michelle, believe, 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 believe. So, but we still don't have all the information on a lot of stuff. And this thing about, I just knew that by this summer, the way everybody was talking, that, we were going to, ET was going to be walking in the White House kind of thing. And we ain't seen anything come close to anything that's even resembles anything like that could resemble it. You know what I'm saying? So were we lied to? Were we deceived? And there are a lot of other areas that a lot of other stuff was supposed to happen. This is going to happen, and people were talking, and ain't none of it happened. You know, and so some of these folks I've been listening to for a long time, and I could see some progress in a way, but when I went on vacation and come back, there's no progress. There's nothing. It's just like everything is stalemated now. Did I change my perspective, my point of view, my location? What happened? Or is it the fact that nothing's happened? Truthfully, staying with the truth thing, right? So they told us, they waved their hand as this, look over here kind of thing. But did anything else happen anywhere else? Well, a billionaire went into space for the first time. So is that disclosure? Is that telling us about certain things and why, the answer is no. So for those of us who have tried to continue to believe in the truth that was going to come out, it hasn't transpired. So, to all those folks who were pushing it, then I really don't believe you. Where I was like, not really convinced in my heart that, ooh, it's going to happen. I was hopeful. A lot of us were hopeful. Something was going to come out of this, right? The disclosure for, in June and stuff. Trump's going to take back over 4th of July. All this other stuff's going to happen. We're going to be, okay, it's July 15th, now the 16th. And it's like none of that truth came about. So were we lied to? Were we deceived? Were the people who talked about it? Now, here's something that I think is very interesting. I think the people who honestly believe that some of this stuff was going to happen they're not happy, because there are some folks who are like, yeah, this is how, and this is this. And now they've gotten really quiet since I went on vacation and come back, because none of this stuff transpired. And they were not necessarily saying it was going to happen, but the word was that about these times and certain things, and none of it transpired. So even for myself, what I considered to be decent sources, they're not talking. They're like, all right, now were they lied to? Is my point. So they went with their gut and felt like something was really going to happen, and it didn't. For me, I trusted them and felt like this was really, really might happen, and from my own sources and stuff, and like, hedging my bet here, it might happen. But in listening and stuff, so I figured in the 2 weeks that I'm gone, something would have happened, right? You heard August 15th, but I've heard so many dates, is my point, Deborah, that I'm like, okay, here's just another date. Okay. Well, and then it was supposed to be July something. And now it's August 15th. So, here's my thing. Something could happen any day. All right. My neighbors came down here and we've become friends after all these years. Anything could happen any day. But here's the thing, is it? And who's selling us that one, And all I got to do is like, I could, be this pessimistic, SOB, and well, they've lied to us. But here's the thing, they have lied to us, even supposedly the good guys. Now, were some of those good guys lied to from their supposedly good sources? Because some of these folks, I do not believe that their intention was to honestly deceive us. They honestly felt that the information they were getting was good, and and it could be that up that chain, them people felt like the information was good. But so here we go again. It's August 15th. So there. I know in my heart that there are other beings. I know in my heart that there are, different types of evil beings that are fighting among themselves along with us. We have to accept this. It is fact. Let's just, but, is there anything we can do on a day-to-day basis? Yeah, we can understand that there's crap going on, and some of it, involves us, but a lot of times most of it don't. We need to keep our heads down. We need to keep talking to each other, have faith in ourselves, believe, stick with nature, because regardless of what ET's going to do up there and with us and stuff, if we still keep ourselves aligned with Mother Earth and with the earth energies, that's all good. Tell me you've been outside and had a good picnic lunch and you smelt the flowers and seen the, and you come home and you just feeling great because of the day, and tell me that ain't spiritual. And tell me, go ahead, try to convince me that somehow that's evil, that we should connect with the earth like that and our energies. When everybody says, well, go outside and have a good day and go out and, go out and play tennis or go out and, so you may not do the interaction, but you will go, your participation in that you will watch or something. You may not play tennis, but you may go and sit on the lawn. I'm thinking Wimbledon, and watching the game, and participating in that way as a collective for the game. But although you don't play tennis or whatever, but that you understand that and share it, like being in a kayak or going fishing, or for those people who get together and go skydiving. A friend of mine who learned skydiving up in Columbus at Fort Benning back when he was training for Vietnam and stuff way back in the day. And him and friends rent a plane and they all go skydiving and they love it, and sometimes they'll go up 2 or 3 times in the same day. And it's like, he was like, I'll take you skydiving. I'm like, at one time I thought, okay, but not so much anymore. But would I go down to the Broad River and go off that waterfall again? Yeah. So there are certain things and heights and stuff that I would probably do again, or, confront a similar situation. But, I don't know where I've got this thing about vertigo is, at my age. But at the same point, I know I've licked, this height thing before. And now I'm not going to go trying to do anything stupid. That's not my point. But that I've had fears of things before and have realized it's a fear. So be safe. Okay. Don't be stupid. That's, follow the rules. But if you're doing all the right things, then fear and the panic is just going to make you unsafe. Fear of falling or fear of the thing will make you fall. It'll make you'll be so panicked, you'll lose your step. So what I have to do, and I did, was that, and this ain't really that bad. And so as I'm walking down, I watched the video that I made going down this path to the bottom of the waterfall. So I'm like, yeah, so I'm convincing myself, which wasn't hard to do, that despite my fall the day before in the river and the pain in my back and shoulders, that I still had enough strength. I was still good enough, and I still had enough skill to go down this trail to the waterfall, which I'm so glad I did. So, but there was a point where I was ready to convince myself I can't do this. I was allowing the vertigo to overtake me. Now, in life, we'll find vertigo in all different kinds of things. Decisions we have to make, what we need to do or not do, whatever. So, so we just do our best. We prepare ourselves when whatever the situation is. Make sure you got your helmet on. Make sure you got your life preserver on. Make sure that you are confident, but not stupid. Some people would say, well, going off that 20-foot waterfall was stupid. To some, but actually, when you learned and you understood, it was actually more fun than stupid. And I learned a lot from that experience. So just saying, what looks stupid in a video, but when you get there, might not be stupid. Just saying. Reserve your, so I'm, now I'm like, now for right now, I don't think I'm going to be jumping out of an airplane, although it was on my bucket list. I'm just not looking for that. All right. But certain boating things and floating and, water skiing or, a jet ski or something like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I would go for that. But jumping out of airplanes, no, not so much. Right. So there are things that I would pursue even at my age, that's fun and exhilarating and all that kind of thing where, some folks would like, even some of my siblings are like, you want to get on a jet ski? And I'm like, yeah, come on, I'll rent one. You go with me. Well, I don't know. Ah, come on, So, but to some folks, they wouldn't do that. Whereas for me, having had the, the gall and the balls to do it back in the day, I can't wait to get on another one. Would I buy a jet ski? No. Would I rent one for a couple of hours and go have a ball? Yes. You know, or, if there's somebody that had one, I'd rent it or, take me out. Yes, absolutely. But do I want to buy one? No, I'm going to stick with my canoe and my kayaks and stuff because that's more technically my speed. But as far as being on the water and just hauling ass across the water and the feeling of that exhilaration is like, if you can have it, then do it. You know what I mean? Oh, it's 120. Is that right? Did I hit it? So, but anyway, the truth is, I have become a chicken shit in my older years about jumping out of airplanes, but I have gotten, I think, a little bit more like I really want to on a go riding on a jet ski and playing around. I really want to go do that. Not like a bass boat or anything. I can't ride on a motorcycle on the highway because of my brain condition and balance and stuff. But being on a jet ski on the water where you can haul ass and not worry about. Now, I've hit the water going fast, so I know what it's like. Okay. Um, and I've also hit the pavement, having fallen off of motorcycles and other things over the years and stuff. I know what that feels like to hit the pavement. I would much rather hit the water at whatever speed than to hit the pavement at any speed. You follow me? So why do I want to go jet skiing? Because I can't go motorcycle riding because I don't have the balance. I don't have the, whatever it is, I don't have it. And I don't think I'm going to get it. And also the fact that I love water. So the thrill of the water and the speed. Why do I want a jet ski? That's it. And I think I say this, if somebody offered me, oh my God, if somebody offers me this, I'm like going to be like, what do I do now? But I wouldn't buy a speedboat. I don't know if I would buy a V hull or I might buy a John boat or something like I used to have because I've got a little, 3 horsepower motor that doesn't really want to fit on the canoe. But it would fit on the back of a John boat, and has. So the idea that my ears just popped, that was weird. The idea, though, that I'm a little late, but I'm going to smoke one with you, and then I got to go get something to drink and move around some. But so the thrill of the motorcycle, the thrill of the speed, the thrill of the exhilaration of it, I'm water ski, but my arms get tired easy and holding on because of my neck injuries, and I can't hold on with my hands. So I get cramps in my hands easy. Um, there's a rumbling outside. That's interesting. Duggar's Hall. It seems to see It seems the sea is calling me. What a coincidence. Yeah, and it's not so much the ocean that's calling me. Um, I've grown up on the ocean and all, but there are a couple of lakes. Yeah, rumble. Yeah, something definitely could feel it in my feet. But more so that it's the water, and the different lakes around here that for whatever reason I haven't gone to. Now it's a little too hot right now, but as my birthday rolls around and fall comes around, me and Doug are definitely going to be going out more. It just is because that time of year just pulls me out, more outside. And and I'm going to reconcile whatever it is with my canoe and putting it on the river. I want to put a trolling motor on it, but I can't until I register it, and I can't find my bill of sale, which is needed by the state of Georgia to prove that I got it legitimately, blah, 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 and all that kind of good stuff. I could make up a story, but but anyway, trying to do this the right way without cheating. And it looks like I might end up having to cheat to get a registration because the canoe is mine and it never has belonged, blah, blah, blah. But because you can run the model number and so forth and the make and the serial number. And if it hasn't showed up as being stolen or anything, then, then what I say is truthful. So anyway, but that has kept me from, taking the canoe ride out. But in my trip to Ohio, I realized that was an excuse for not taking it out at all. When me and Duggar should have already been on the river in the canoe. That's I'm making up an excuse to not take the canoe. Well, I don't have it registered. Yeah, but we paddled that sumbitch all over the place without it being registered before. So what's my excuse now, kind of thing? You know what I mean? So it is just an excuse. So, but anyway, it's past 122 or 3. What is it? It's after 120. Oh, 125. Yeah, we all got excuses. See, and here's the thing, though, but it has held me back from going to the river with Duggar because I made up this excuse. And it's not that I think about it all the time. And it's like, well, we could all word it. We could go to the river, blah, blah, blah. Well, if I go to the river, so I made up this excuse, right? Now we've gone in the kayak, but that's really uncomfortable for me now. So, he can go with me, but I really would rather him not be sitting on my lap. I can't do anything. I'm at the mercy of him sitting on my lap. And it's cool and fun and all that, but he's a big dog, not like my little Sasha was. So we need a canoe for some of these things. I can't videotape. I can't take pictures. He's in the bargain way all the time, right? So, but, now that's my excuse. So now I instead of like, well, how am I going to do this in the canoe, in the kayak? I need to honestly move on and go, I've got a paid for canoe sitting right beside the other kayak. Why aren't we taking that to the river? And honestly, him learning how to do a canoe trip, because I really want to be able to put in somewhere and spend the night on the river like I did in Arkansas, and then, get out the following day kind of thing. So, but he's got to learn how to be in the canoe, and he's learning well with the kayak and all. And so, we've made a lot of progress. He's done well when we camped out here in the yard, but we need to go somewhere that he's never been before. And we need to camp near water, and we need to do this other thing. So I need my excuse. I need to kick it up a notch. So Duggar's not holding me back. I'm using him as the excuse for us not going down the river and going and playing and having a good time. Well, what? Not that I'm having a bad time at home, but we're not experiencing other things because I have made up these excuses, So anyway, once I identified that, oh, I'm making an excuse. Now, so for me, especially with the water up the way it is, I don't want to wait to make a decision about going in the canoe until the water gets down to 2 or 3 feet again, which is low and it's harder and not as much fun. So I need to make up a decision soon. While the water's still up, we're going on a trip on the river. So this is going to push me in also my awareness that I'm making the excuses up. Now, quit making up excuses, Dave. Let's you and Duggar go take a nice float trip on the river instead of it being in the kayak, which you prefer. But I've spent 30, 40 years with the canoe, never bitched about it before. And now my brain wants to say, but it's not as much fun as the kayak and blah, blah. Actually, you've got more room. Actually, you can move around more. Actually, that's not true. I've convinced, this is all about being truthful with the self, being truthful with natural things. I mean, So, but for me, this is being honest. And I go, well, I've made up all these damned excuses. We're going to the river, depending on the weather and how high the water gets. I'm going to get the canoe on the trailer. I'm going to get things ready. There's not going to be an excuse as to why. It's just going to be everything's ready when the water is okay and stable. I just want it to be stable for a day. So if it's going to be stable for a day and we don't get too much more rain, off to the river we go. I'll be ready. So, but anyway, and I'll be going with you. I want to take that away to set up the camera that was stable on the kayak, so it wasn't on me and my head wasn't turning, and the video was, just of the river. So I can do that same thing with how I used to tie the camera to the canoe. So there's more room, there's space. I can do this and that. Um, and for me, my point is that I could do a better video, or I could do a better. And so the canoe would actually be the better choice for this, especially with Duggar now. So it's like I need to rearrange my thoughts, and especially after recent events and things. When my neighbor said, "Well, I saw your video of you and the dog down on the river," I was like, "You did?" And they were like, "Yeah, man, that was really cool." I was like, I always wanted to make outdoor videos, whether it was me and the dog or whatever, but just go different places and just shoot video of, like other folks do, but just give my 10 cents worth of my perspective and whatever. But I thought about this long. I mean, back when there was, wasn't video, you had to, it was, yeah, 16 millimeter film, if you were really wanting quality, and then the video thingy came in and tape and stuff. And anyway, but, I've always wanted to go. I knew people, Marlon Perkins and the other guy that went to Africa and did the, Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom on Sundays was a big deal. And a couple of my friends knew these folks and went to Africa for one whole year and studied with them and filmed. And I thought, and I got into filming and working with different TV and stations and around here and so forth. So I did that, just not on a grand scale, but I still did it. Still had made money. Not a lot, but I made money and I had a lot of fun, which was more important. So I've always wanted to do this. In certain ways, I have been doing it. So, the older I get, I thought the kayak was it, but now I got Duggar. I just need to, modify. So believe. There's always a way around it. Believe that what you truly believe in and what you want to do. So it's not about me being on YouTube, but it is about me sharing stuff about where I've gone, some of the places, so you can see for as much as I can, the camera will allow. And I talked about these guys up in Canada, and I was telling my friend today, my neighbor, I said, I look at you and I think about me, and you and me would have probably done this, because these two guys got together with a couple of plastic barrels. They made this raft with a, thing on top, and basically just covered it with some tarp. And they had solar panels, and they didn't have a motor, but they had electric motors, and went on some river up there in Canada and did this thing, was gone for several days or a week or whatever. And I looked at him and I said, it's something like you and me would do. I just look at you. You lived around my house. You lived right over there. It looked like something you and I would do. We'd put something together. It'd go out on a lake or whatever. So I was like, there are those people who would like, yeah, I probably would, at least for the experience, one time anyway, right? Kind of thing. So, but if we don't try or allow ourselves to even think about, well, I'm going to make a raft and me and this guy is going to float down some river. I knew some guys that did that years ago, and it got them into a lot of trouble, but at least they tried. You know what I mean? They picked the wrong river, but at least they tried. So in some of this stuff, I'm still young enough. I'm not too old because I'm still alive. that I can push myself enough to go camping on the side of the river or whatever. I can sleep in my kayak. I'm sorry, I could sleep in the kayak, but I mean I could sleep in the canoe with my air mattress. I have done similar. I've got my hammock that I learned while I was gone what to do and not to do, but that I can survive at least over one night if I'm down on the river or want to do something like that. So I have the capabilities. I still have the skills. So it's whether or not I'm making up an excuse as to whether or not I should or shouldn't do it. You know what I mean? So in life, let's make sure that we're not, making excuses as to not how to participate with something that maybe it would do us a world of good to go participate in. So anyway, let's not cut our chances short. Um, I don't know if I've done it all, but I'm always looking for another adventure, and all these things that I've told you, in some way, shape, or form, I got proof. And a friend of mine said today, I was sitting here and being goofy, and they said you should have been you could become an actor, and I said I have been for years, you just weren't born yet. So you just didn't experience my acting years and things and storytelling and puppets and everything. But not being dead yet, why not certain things? I might not be able to do them all, but just because I can't do everything or do all this other traveling or do all these other things, it doesn't mean I should give up entirely, like doing puppet shows or whatever. So, and I've given up entirely. I gave up playing music for whatever reason that was, but being with my brother and so forth, I want to play music again. So, whatever it was that you don't want to, I'm talking with folks and they forgot how to jump, for goodness sakes. So I go out in the yard and jump at least once a day, just to remember how it doesn't have to be high, but just that that you don't forget. And if you have forgotten, you can retrain yourself. So don't give up, don't give in, and believe, 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 believe. Right, Michelle? So, but staying on the same subject of being truthful and honest and so forth. So, in this last little bit of discussion about the canoe and so forth, it is being truthful with thyself. So, that's just my current situation with, oh, I just realized what I was doing kind of thing. So, I speak about it out loud because I want to continue to stay aware of it. I still have brain issues, right? And so I still need reminding of things like, hey, we resolved this already. Let's go move that canoe. Well, that's true because the grass has grown up around it and I need to weed eat. And so I need to move the canoe, so for other reasons. And I've been wanting to try it on the back of the trailer. So all these things are like, all I need to do is just go out there and act on them. So it's up to me then for me to make the next step. Now I'm just using that as the example in life, but life in and of itself, there are so many different things that we just, well, I don't know, and we hesitate or we whatever, and then, but in the long run though, it could cost us a really good experience, or at least something, an accomplishment. Wow, I quit bitching about it and I did it. You know, I quit, dreaming about it. I actually did something. And there's confidence and all that good stuff for each of us and all of that. And I think that's important. Those are important lessons and part of the puzzle part that I talked about 3.5 hours ago. But I know I talk about kayaks and rivers and stuff too much. But it's a metaphor for life because there's so many things that I'm thinking about in my head that relate to some kind of like paddling experience, or the fact that so many years ago I just was like, I'll never be able to paddle again. I'll never be able to do this again. I was wheelchair and drooling and I'll never be able to participate again. I was convinced. So, in speaking truth about these things now, to those of you who are still here and might jump in, I love you all, I do. And so, I'm not a prophet or a poet or I've been da 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 da. You know what I mean? Anyway, I can't. Anyway, I got songs running in my head again. But they all relate to that I had convinced myself, and I had been beat in the head and was hospitalized, and I had like good reason. I was drooling and having seizures. It was not a pretty sight. And I'm not trying to, belabor it, but it was not a pretty sight. I was not a happy camper. But to have made it to this side, looking back at out of all the things that happened since that event, I quit. I didn't haven't done any puppets since then. I haven't done any theater since then. So much of my brain and things and activities that I did were taken away for several years. I'm regaining some of those memories, and actually, I'm using the old memories in my discussions with you all to reconnect my brain cells into look. I might not be able to travel like I did and all that kind of stuff, but it doesn't mean that I should have stopped entirely. So let's figure out a way how to do some. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I agree. Yeah. And my friend Marcia, who passed away, who went and did puppets with me, in her honor, I need to do something like that. So, and I do need to follow up on it. And rather than just going and forgetting about it entirely, no, let's keep that in our, sort of in our current RAM a little bit. Every day we should try to see what we can do to make that happen or something. Let's keep that thought alive and act on other things and just do normal stuff. But at the same time, where I've just have been become complacent for many different reasons, but I've become complacent. And I think it was the weather, really, the weather change and my friend dying and, several things. And the fact that I'm still dealing with other people's stuff that was left here. And, so in trying to figure all this out, one of my current things, here's the truth. Some of the things that are here at my house, and I realize that I have accepted its future because it's here. Now, other people have left things here. My daughter, live-ins, other people I've invited here to come stay. They didn't have a place. They were living on the street, trying to be a good guy. But, long and the short of it is I always got screwed in the deal. There was only one time that it even halfway worked out, but I still got screwed in that deal too. But, because it's always up to the people who make it. I've had to live with other people and sleep on their floor or a barn or something because I didn't have a place to stay. I was on probation, out of jail. But you have to be engaged. You have to, regardless of the inconvenience to you, you must put yourself out there for those of folks who are extending, their hand out to help you. So you can't just take it for granted. You got to wash the dishes. You got to do stuff. You got to not be in the way. You have to be a part of it. You have to be truthful, be honest, stay out of their way. Don't be a nuisance because they're helping you. And folks these days do not get that. They understand that, like in the days of the old hobo stories that I grew up to where there were hobos that still ran the trains. And there still are hobo type folks, but not like it was. There in North Tampa, there was a hobo camp that was in the woods where the trains would slow down and they'd jump off before it got down into town good. But that was way back in the 60s. And so you'd hear them hobo stories about how this and that, and they go, well, we know some person, They let us stay in their stable, and it was so nice because it was warm in there and there wasn't any bugs. And when you kind of get used to the smell of horses, it ain't so bad, but you can sleep on the hay and you can lay your blanket out and you're comfortable. You ain't got to worry about nobody running up on you, and they offer you a little bit of money and some food, and you're grateful, and you do what you can for these folks because they let you sleep in the barn. Now we just don't have that anymore. But having, for myself, kind of growed up and having, unfortunately, having been in jail and needing a place to live, and it has been that for me. So I have tried to be in kind, to be honest and truthful to the universe, give somebody else a chance at this. And like I said, most of the time it's ended up in some kind of near disaster, one way or the other, right? So, but with that lesson, though, I would still, if somebody needed help or whatever, I'd say, okay, now here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you can live within this deal, then here you go. But if, and let's set a time span for you and me, not that we can't reconsider or renegotiate, but let's just sit down with certain parameters. If we have to write it down, okay. And it's not necessarily like, do we have to put blood and sign it? It ain't that. It's that we agree on step, and we're going to write it down so at a future date, it can't be a he said, she said, or he said. Can't be one of those. This is what we agreed upon, and here's the stipulations. We can agree on more later, or maybe we just realize that things are working so well, we don't need to write it down or renegotiate. It just works out. So, but at the beginning of things, for me, I'd be absolutely agreeable to negotiate with somebody, they needed help or something. Absolutely. I wouldn't be so heartless. But at the same time, because of every time I've done this, which is like 15 plus times in my lifetime or more, with multiple people living here at the same time, it really got crazy. People living in tents and down on the river, and because they didn't have any place to stay, I gave up my house. I slept in a chair and down on the river, because I felt that these people who had helped me earlier in my lifetime needed a place, and at the time they did, and hopefully they learned something. But with that said, though, that none of it ever worked out. You know what I mean? For whatever the reason, it didn't work out. And some of it was just like, listen, I looked at folks, I love you, but this ain't working. This long-term thing ain't working. I'm not telling you you got to leave tomorrow or that you got to pack your stuff. But if this tries to continue any further, this ain't working. Something else has got to give. So for whatever reason that, we renegotiated the contract, so to speak. But some people just take liberty in that, because they didn't have to pay rent living here and down in the woods or whatever, that they didn't have to work or to provide. And that's not true, because you expect to have something to smoke, to drink, not necessarily alcohol, but to drink beverage, or, they want a soda, pop, or whatever, tea, whatever it is, it's not free. So what you're providing to the collective is nothing. So everybody's got to put in. You just can't simply be a drain on, which ended up being mostly me. And it was like, this just ain't working. I cannot support you all. Well, you don't have to worry about rent or nothing. I said, no, but y'all are eating up my stuff and using up whatever my resources, and this ain't working. You need to provide at least for yourself. I'm not asking for you to provide for me, but you're asking me to provide for you. And that is not the deal. We can't do that. You have to be able to provide for yourself. Nope, I'm not asking you to pay rent. Nope, I'm not asking. But if you use electricity and my electricity bill goes up $30, you pay the difference. I can show you my past history. If it jumps up, you pay the difference, because I'm going to pay this much anyway, But if it jumps to $70 and I normally pay 35, then you're going to pay the difference. That ain't that fair, right? So, but people just like, well, I'm not paying that. Well, I didn't agree on that. Okay, and guess who ends up paying it? It's always ended up being me. So, been there, done that. So, the trust and the truth and what other people will get you to believe, and then what actually falls on you or us as we make this whatever contracts that we make with other people. So it's like in the universe, if I'd have said, my friend Martha's dead now, my friend Serge is dead now, these people that I've known for 30, 40 years or more, and now what am I going to do? Am I alone? Blah, 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 blah. And then here recently, all these other changes have come about. Meeting my next door neighbor, knowing some other folks that live down the road, meeting my family for the first time and reconnecting. All this, 6 months ago was not on my positive list of stuff happening. It was just this person dying, that person dying. Remember Brian Barnett dying, remembering, and living in of all of this turmoil and of all losing all these people for so long. And what's the future for me kind of thing. And, I'm stuck with you folk and you folk are stuck with me. So it's my learning process is that, I haven't gotten freaked out about any of it. I have cried for the loss of my friends and I will miss them in this lifetime. But I also realize for whatever reason, I'm still alive and I got to make the most of it while I can. Not necessarily exploit it, but at least make the best of whatever is left for me. So in doing so, I just want to share with folk and be able to, for me, it was like I've lost a long-term family of people that I could depend on, call on, and that I've known for a long time, and they're gone. So I've spoke about this the other day, but to my friends today, and I said, I was just kind of sitting here, not really worrying about it, but just thinking, now, what am I going to do from this point forward? Don't know. Going to have to see about making a new family. How are we going to go about it, Dave? Not a clue. But need to see about just somehow, somewhere out there, because I have become comfortable with these long-term friendships and relationships. Now that they're gone, now what do you do? That's a good question. So, in not trying to push the universe for any kind of answers or anything, I was like, well, I'm reconnecting with my brothers and my family and reconnecting and reaching out to other relatives and my grandchildren, and maybe they're going to come down. My grandson might come down. We might get to, I might get to take him kayaking or canoeing or whatever, get to participate where wasn't sure if any of this was ever going to happen. It might actually, so there is hope. There is the thrill in, wow, that would be really cool to be able to, to be able to do with my grandson before I pass. And especially if he wants to, what would that mean to him? Because I knew what it meant for me to be able to do something with my pops and my granddad, and both of them died too early and didn't participate. And here I am willing to participate, and I can't get no satisfaction, you know. And I've tried, and I've tried, and I've tried, and I've tried. I can't get no da da da. I get no da 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 satisfaction. Yep. Anyway, so but all of a sudden, then my neighbors come over and meet other people. I'm gotten some these folks got in touch with me. Another friend called and said, "Hey, look, I've been using this excuse about this and that, but I really want us to go boating. But I got this boat and I'm fixing up, and I want you to go with me. But I can't go kayaking with you. But if will you go with me in my boat?" And I was like, "Well, fix it up, yeah, whatever." But If that's your excuse why you haven't been on the river with me, then okay, then resolve it. But at the same time, I don't need a motorboat and I don't need that kind of thing. That's not required for me. But I'll go with you in yours. I'll go, if invited and whatever, but I'll go. I'm not snooty in that respect that I won't go in your boat. No, that's not it. But I don't require a motorboat, and I don't require, live wells, and I don't require several swivel seats, and I don't require that. I just don't. Um, and for whatever reason, every time I've been in my canoes or kayaks or whatever, especially thinking back on with the canoes, I've been able to take camping gear and everything I need for me to live, comfortably on the side of the river. And, with my canoe at 17 foot, then, I've got ice chests, I've got places to put stuff, I can have extra gear, and I tow one of the kayaks. So wherever I'm going, I got a kayak that's just floating behind me, without any trouble. And so whenever I get wherever I'm going, I can still kayak. And if anything happens, I've got a backup with the kayak, which I can put gear in. So, and the kayak's probably going to be with the trailer and stuff anyway. Why not throw it in the water and put some gear in it if that's what you need? But as far as it being extra, it's not. It's actually, wow, you can put a cooler in it, put some stuff. You can put some other dry gear in the back of and it's real light and it's easy. And you've got all kinds of stuff that you can take with you down on the river. And so actually you can take too much stuff, but as far as having an ice chest and stuff, you can even take batteries with 12-volt stuff. And I mean, you can, for that kind of thing, you can actually live it up. So between the kayak and the canoe, and then, like I say, then you've got the kayak, park the canoe and everything like that, and then go exploring in the kayak. And Duggar can go with me or something like that. But so I've done this before. It's not anything new. And for whatever reason, the water got low is honestly the good reason. It got low quick this spring. And as soon as the water gets down manageable, I'm going again. I got to say this out loud. I'm convinced. I really do want to go, especially after being on the river up there. But the experience of the water and the paddle and, being down in nature, especially, like if I go now where the water is at about 8 feet, it's totally different than when the water is at 5 feet. I mean, there are places you can go. It's cooler. There's not as many bugs. There are little islands that don't normally exist. I mean, it's just the whole landscape down there changes. So, and that in itself is an adventure, because when you go down the same river all the time and it always looks the same, even though it's in nature and it's really cool, for me, it's the adventure is gone. You'd like to see a little something different. Yes, it's pretty, and yes, but it does get a little ho hum. So, but when the water comes up and it floods different areas, and it opens up new places that you weren't able to, paddle before. Now it takes the humdrum out of the same old river. So, but looking at it from that philosophical kind of point of view, it's like, so why do I want to go now so bad? Because the water's up. I don't want it to be flooding too bad. I don't, because it gets a little much. But yeah, if it'll stay stable within a foot or so, then yeah, we're going to the river. If it comes up too much, there's not enough room to turn around when the water comes up to the boat ramp. So if the water's too high, I can't really actually get to the boat ramp. So that's another issue. So that's why 7, 8 feet, I'm like, yeah, good to go. But if it's 9 feet, anyway. So, but the learning about this, though, Yes, I still want to do it. Yes, me and Doug have been in similar, but we haven't spent the night down there. I think one of the videos that I did, it might have been on Facebook, and I know I didn't show it on here. I haven't uploaded it here yet, but um, the place that I found, then I told my neighbors today, I said, look, I'd love for you all to go because it's not far down the river. It's easy to get to. There's a really nice exit point. But she was like, yeah, is that where you videotape with the river? And I said, yeah. She was, it looked really nice. And I said, look, you go up the path around the side. The river doesn't run through there all the time because there are like backwashes back into the woods. And there's a really high, I don't know, 15, 20 foot, at least, bank, if not a little more. I'm trying not to be overly dramatic. But you walk down through these pines and this really nice spot and up on this bluff and overlooking the river, and it's absolutely gorgeous. And I looked at my new neighbor, my old neighbor's new friend, and I was like, man, I said, all I wanted to do is just build a fire and just sit there. And he goes, "You just sit there, right?" I go, "Yeah." I said, because it's so peaceful, the surroundings, it's high up off the water, and it's got a good view. And I'm like, I just want to just build a little fire and just sit there. And they both laughed, but they knew what I was talking about. So it's like, at some time, y'all go with me. We're neighbors now. So let me take you to this place, down there. And high water mark. Yep. There are some places, but, at the same time, if the water gets too low, then it's more of the same. When it gets below 6 foot, it's like, it's nice. It's paddling. You don't bump into many things where when it gets lower, you might actually have to, bump into a log that goes across or two. But when the water's up higher, it's smooth sailing. 5 foot or above is good. But when it gets to 9 foot, then you're starting to get up into the trees and things change. So not to say it becomes dangerous, it just becomes very different. And going through the tops of trees, when you add 4 feet to 5 feet, and 5 feet's a little high, then you're talking when you get down there, when you're standing on the bank, you think, okay, I'm 6 foot tall, another 3 foot above me, another 4 feet above me, and you look up and go, wow, if the water's up there, I'm going to be up in the trees. I'm not even going to see the land, or you know what I'm saying? So, but at the same time, that's the adventure. I want to see what it looks like at high water. So, but anyway, that's the adventure. The same old river, but at a different time, at a different level, at a different, and a different perspective with, as my old age kicks in a little more, I'm looking at this with newer perspectives. Like, here's another new adventure for me. Yeah, but you're almost 70. Yeah, so, anybody want to go with me? It's open. I got plenty of stuff. Anybody want to go with me? Neighbors or whatever. Well, they all got families and they're all doing stuff. I get it, but that don't mean me and Duggar can't go. And so we haven't gone because I was getting ready to go to Ohio, went to Ohio, and I've been recovering since. So it's been 2 months since I've been on the river, and I've really been wanting to go, kind of thing. So I'm talking about this because I'm like kind of antsy. But it's still, the offer's open. Anybody nearby or not nearby, the offer's open. Let's go to the river. Now, why am I trying to sell the river so much? Somebody might ask subliminally in the back of my mind. It's because it's not just the swamp, because being up there in the mountains and being open in the French Broad River and seeing how it, moseys along through the mountains up there, oh my goodness, what a difference. But down in the swamps and down here, in some of the rivers, there is definitely a different feeling. Being on the Flint River, which is sort of across when the river's low on the Flint River, There's islands that pop up. There are rapids that all along the place. There are springs that come out of the, different places along in the Flint that come up through the limestone. It's very interesting. But when the water's up a little bit, it just becomes this river. And there's ripples and a thing or two. When it gets higher, it's just more higher. But when it gets lower, then it gets really interesting. There's literally flint stuff that you find, and some of the islands, there are, all kinds of airheads and just, stuff through the ages, and some stuff are ancient. But um, the idea, though, that at different levels of the river, so different levels of nature, whether it's a different level of snow or ice, like for my brother, if the ice ain't thick enough, you ain't going ice fishing. So it's the different levels of what's the humidity like, what in down along the coast, what's high tide, low tide. You want to know these things when you go fishing, right? Is it an incoming or an outgoing tide? So sometimes one's better than the other. So, and you learn these things by fishing and by following the moon signs and the natural order of things. So, in fishing and boating or hiking, I mean, whatever it is that, in nature that you would try or work on or whatever, work around. So, but each one of these is a lesson to me in ability for yourself. What's your adventure? The other thing is that you go knowing how to do it, or going with the knowledge that, if you've never been camping before, okay, so start out easy. Don't go to some high mountain peak or something. Start out at a local campground, start out easy. But at the same time, stop being afraid. I've got friends of mine that are like, well, I've never been camping. Okay, so, well, have you ever been to a state park? Well, no. Well, we rented a cabin once at a state park. Okay, so at least you went to a state park. That's good. But here's a proper tent. Here's a campsite. You now, to get to the bathroom, you got to walk over there to the community restroom. But well, I don't know if I could do that. Okay, so you don't think you could walk over, well, I got to have my own toilet kind of thing. Oh, now I did not know this, but I've met several people that like can't poo unless they're in their own bathroom on their own commode. And I was like, seriously? I mean, I guess I grew up on the carnival. You pooed wherever you could find a spot. And at my old age, if it's a 5-gallon bucket and a toilet seat from Walmart kind of thing in their camping session, I'm good with that. But I gotta have a place to sit down. Cause I ain't gonna be there long, but I want to be able to do my business. But I don't have to have my bathroom. But so there are folks who won't go camping because they don't want to have to walk to a facility. And I'm like, seriously? Well, get yourself a camp poo and thing and do it. And if it's just you and the old lady, I mean, you could do it right. No, I ain't gonna do that. Okay. So you're have made an excuse, which to them is a real one, as to why they are never been camping is because they don't want to use a public facility. Well, I've been to the bathrooms, use showers, and most of the time they're clean and okay, especially at a state park. So it's like if you've got a handicap, you can make arrangements ahead of time and be closer to a bathroom or whatever. But yeah, you have to get up and go over there to go do your business. But everything else, how long are you going to be in there? Well, do my business. Okay, then so for if you go twice a day, which I usually only go once, but to the point of regularity, some people eat more and do. Okay, so you go twice a day. All right, so but you're going to miss out on this beautiful lake, this beautiful country, this beautiful, boating, the beautiful, all this stuff, because for 30 minutes out of your day, You can't sit at somebody else's toilet or go to a park or something, and you can't do that. Seriously? And that is their excuse. So it's like, when I talk about going to the Flint River, which I was discussing earlier, I was thinking in my head, they've got a porta potty over there. That's all it is one porta potty. But you can camp up on the hill. You're high up off the bluff. It's beautiful. I've taken pictures over the years. There is a lot of spirit activity over there on that bluff. I've taken pictures of fairies and all kinds of stuff over the years. I mean, like for 20 years, I've been taking pictures over there or more because I've been going over it since like, I don't know, the 80s, 90s kind of thing. Been going over there to this boat ramp. And so you can pitch a tent. I've always, taken my own wood to burn, and I've always taken a container and made it small, but I've always had enough for a fire all night long and sit up there. And the mosquitoes usually aren't too bad. So you set up a couple of, citronella candles and build yourself a smoke fire kind of thing and enjoy the outdoors. It's clear. There's not many lights, a few off in the distance, but nothing nearby. Clear stars. I've watched, meteor showers from there. I've taken folks over there, who'd never been camping before. And it was like, so you take your own water. If you really need a lot of water, just walk down the hill to the river, I always take water with me, right? And there's the toilet, but it's over there. Now you could camp over there, but I always camped over here. So if you had to pee or whatever, for me, I could just go around behind over there. But for the ladies, they got to go sit down. Okay. So, but Martha was like, no, I don't need to be right beside it. I just need to know where it is for when I have to go. So as big as she was and old and crotchety and things that she had wrong, it was one of her favorite places to go. So I want to go back over there because it was a place that we shared, but also because it's a nice place and all that kind of stuff. But don't know how much canoeing I would do there because of how fast the water is without my trolling motor. So me and Duggar can go camping over there, I think. Take the canoe and everything, see how things work out. But it would be a place that we could go camp out that is away from everybody and not too far from here, that I wouldn't have to worry about anybody, the state patrol or being in the state park is what I mean, not the state patrol. But that, that we could camp somewhere by ourselves and he could learn that without being in a park or whatever. Because when I go north of him, we're going to be doing some camping. And so he's going to have to learn how to do that with me. So, but my point to this discussion is that I look at these things as natural truths. I still want to have adventures, so I have to learn to do these things. I have to, get out of my curmudgeon stage and go, look, okay, Duggar and I both will, we're getting older, but we can still learn new tricks. So it's like, so we'll learn them together and we'll see what the next adventure is. And I can't wait because there's an adventure right around the corner. Until a few days ago, I didn't know who my next door neighbors were. And now we're kind of besties and a lot of, people do resist change. And there are times when sometimes we're just too bullheaded or just too stuck in our ways. Because I've looked at some of these people and I looked at this one guy and I said, you won't go camping because of why? And I was like, dude, when you was a little kid, we went camping together up in the mountains when there wasn't nothing. You had to squat behind a bush. We were so deep in the woods. And you won't go camping now after all these years. You've got kids of your own because you have to have your own toilet to poop in. You can't. What? What happened to you that I ain't saying don't go without any facilities, but there are really nice camping toilets. and you can even build a little thingy and, a little, I've always just taken a tarp if it's outside somewhere. And, if there's just one or two people, you just go in the tent, close it, do your business, and then come out again. Don't mean you have to leave the toilet in there, but you go do your business and take the camping toilet out. And so it's like, okay, so there are lots of ways that you can have, facilities without, but to the point though that folks will just make up excuses, but they miss out on it. Man, I wish I could go camping. No, you don't. If you really wish you wanted to go camping, you'd have done it. Because I knew you when you was a kid and you used to go with me. So don't give me no bullshit. Wait, who taught you how this behavior, and how you're so unable to do this when you used to go with me and volunteer to go with me. Let's go to you. Whenever the next time we go on camping, Mr. Dave. And I was like, well, well, I sure would like to go, because so would I. So we'd plan a trip, and me and Ricky and some other people would get together. A couple of us would cram in the front seat of the truck, and off we'd go to the mountains or go camping. So these same people now are in their 40s going, well, I can't go to, because I got to have my own toilet. Oh, come on. What? So, in some of these instances, I look at certain situations and go, that's just nonsense. You've got 3 kids. You've never taken them camping because you can't get away from that. You can't go, you got to have your own spot there. Okay, Sparky, if that's the way it is, and that's the way it is. So their kids have never experienced camping and whatever, and and it's like, damn, man. And you used to be so involved when you were 12 and 13 and 14 and 15 years old, and you grew up, and, so how did you lose this, or why? Or anyway, but to the point though, folks make up excuses. So I look at my own life and I can say, well, I can see where I've kind of used this as an excuse. So I'm going to fix it because I'm talking about it. And I see where I've made them. Why am I talking about this? Because all of this is still together, the natural order of things and telling the truth. So we admit the truth ourselves. We see things that we can change. Am I telling the truth about, am I going to go work on the canoe and so forth? Depending on weather now, but the answer is absolutely yes. Or me and Doug are going to go down to the river. I was already working on that before vacation, but the answer is absolutely yes. So I know these things because I've made up my mind. But is it going to be on a particular date or weekend or whatever? No. But I don't have to do that because I don't have to worry about any schedule. But if the conditions are right, then that's my schedule. Like, okay, Duggar, everything's ready. Let's go. And off we're going to go. Maybe to his surprise, he'll be learning something new, but it'll be for me getting the canoe back in the water and going back to something old and comfortable, that I've been used to. So it'll be a good thing. So, but in that though, let's not make up excuses, so in my discussion, whatever it is in your life and whatever that comes up your way, don't come up, camping toilet is different. Hell, a bucket with a bag and a good noodle around the top for a cushion. Yep. Well, Travis, they got a plastic thing that literally snaps to the top of a 5-gallon bucket. Or a 3.5-gallon bucket too, if that's what you got. But those are too low for me. But anyway, so it's always been find a little bit of sand and you poo in it, for the ladies, you can, pee in there too, but you keep it to a minimum, right? So then it's like cat litter. Find you some sand, find you some ash from around the fire and toss it in the bottom, and there won't be any smell. It's just like a cat, in a litter box. So you don't have to have a lot of water. It's not a lot of goo or whatever. And if you find the right spot, you can go dig a little hole, a little Donecker spot like a cat, and dump what's in the bucket and before you take it to the house and rinse it out with a little bit of river water and you're good to go. So it's like, but people will overcomplicate shit to the point where, well, I got to have this and a that and a this and a that. You don't. How long are you going to spend on the toilet? Now, I know there are ladies who have, they have pee issues like I got, like men do, and you got to go pee quite a few times a day. I understand, and I feel for you. I do. So those instances are different than some of us guys. And it's some of these guys that I'm looking at them going, that's your excuse? You could have made up a lie that I'd have believed that was better than you got to have your own shitter. You can't go because what? Well, there is one. There you can go to the thingy and well, I don't use them. Like what? Take your own disinfectant and wipe it down. The ones out there in the woods there are very few people use and they might smell a little bit, but okay, it's a pit toilet. It's but oh my God, you can't. How long are you going to sit there? Well, if you're out there on a pit toilet, you don't sit there long. So you do your business, you get the hell out, and the rest of the time is fun. So you're going to miss out on all that fun. I just don't get it. I mean, and it has become a crutch and an excuse. And I mean, it's more than just needing to have your own crapper. You know what I mean? There is so many more. There's lying and cheating and deceiving going on within oneself when you're in that kind of position. Like, oh my God, seriously? You won't go fishing. Why? Or you won't go do this. What? I just go, man, that is a stupid excuse. If there ain't enough ice, I can see you can't go ice fishing. Is it time? Oh, it's 2:21. Okay. I got this and I'm ready to do. Had a bucket with a bag. Yep, Travis. But anyway, 4:20 somewhere. Yep, I hung out to 2:20 anyway. So, and I know I'm talking about some of this same shit in my kayak and all in the river, and I know this is probably damn boring as hell. And but I'm feeling the energy of what it's going to be like to get back on the water, and I'm feeling the energy that I realize has been lax here, because of whatever conditions. And so, but I can feel the better energy of, oh yeah, we're going to do this, so that's my reason for being here and yakking about this, an hour longer than it should have been, or 2 hours longer than it should have been. 8:20 miles falling nearly down. Well, I'm not going to stay around either. It's been 5 hours and 6 minutes I've been here. And so it's a 2:20 mark here. And I was promising not to be here this late, but y'all are hanging out with me and I'm hanging out with y'all. So I don't really have anything else planned other than if I stay here with y'all till sunrise, and I ain't gonna feel like going to the store. So if I get off of here now, which is one reason why I got on earlier. And I haven't really had supper either. That's the other thing. I want to go make me a sandwich. I think some scrambled eggs, maybe some scrambled egg and cheese or something, something easy. But yeah, I haven't actually had anything to eat today. That's true. Other than a couple of small snacky things, but okay. So anyway, but I love you all. Thank you for hanging out with me. Um, and don't tell me I can't talk the hair off a dog. So I've been here for 5 hours and 8 minutes. I can talk the hair off a dog, as they would say. I can talk the fleas off the dog, off the hound dog. So, but anyway, I'm hoping that you will find whatever it is that you're passionate about, and whether it be, and I keep talking about the river and the water because I just think there's, it's got something to do with the yeah, you too, Roman, and love you too, Michelle. And so, but the idea is, maybe I'm hoping that my passion for the canoe and everything will rub off on you, and whatever it is that you're passionate about Good night, Deborah. Thank you for hanging out with us. Be sweet, be safe, be, all that good stuff. And may good fortune come your way. But you know that whatever it is, that if you can hear the passion in my voice, find what makes you passionate and be truthful and honest and keep up and learn all the good stuff. So I will close this session, and I do love you all. Thank you for being you, and keep up the good work, honestly. And I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings, and maybe an adventure or two for you, that's available in the universe for us all the time. I continue to pray each and every day that I put my 2 footses on the ground and look up in the sky and say, thank you, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Good night, Deborah. And that law of three, which honestly just tickles me, is that, I continue to pray that each and every day, your friends, your family, all of your friends and relatives and neighbors and whoever may come your way will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings. Some of them are huge and some of them are little, and some of the little ones too turn into huge blessings. So, we learn to accept and receive them and to share them and to share the knowledge and share the love, share the truth, because in our journey of truth, it all boils down to it's spiritual in the end, one way or the other, whether you believe in spirituality or not. But if you believe in, the nature of things and the way it goes, there is a spirit to it. And I would, there are folks who would still deny it, you know what I mean? And that's okay, that's their right. But if you really want to understand it, and not from a religious point of view, but if you want to understand it from the cosmic understanding of the universe, then it does become spiritual. So why not add it to the list of things, and why not understand it that it's just a part of the natural stuff? So our truth, our journey, it is the basics of being a shaman, which is just to be a spiritual person and walk the path the best that you can. And to be a shaman is to acknowledge that you wish to walk the road. Okay, there are folks who are spiritual beings, but are not necessarily shaman material, because they will be outside and all of that. But and they will agree with me on a lot of points, but they aren't really, trying to be the, oh, well, I'm going to still do this, and they're still good people. Don't get me wrong. But I've committed myself and I have made a promise. And that's where we differ. So, they live it and they're good folk, but I made a promise and I made a commitment, and I made it, out loud. It's on a video years ago, and I continue to say it. I am a warrior for the Christ consciousness. I am a spiritual warrior, to help all beings to learn, to see the light in things, and to be able to learn honor and respect for the universe and for each other. And that doesn't change. Now, how we do it, modified and whatever, but, what I learn each and every day is that there are these really odd, strange ways that we can have an effect on the universe. And it doesn't require fist fighting. It doesn't require any kind of negative energy or anything like that. But it does require being honest with oneself, being truthful to the other people that we're speaking to. Let them see it in your eyes and hear it in your voice, that listen, I really do mean this. And so then in that we can share in this universe, and you really get what I'm talking about. So that when you do it with other people and you're honest and truthful with them, then you have another friendship. You have another ally. You made another connection with another spiritual entity in the universe. And that, wow, we're thinking together alike on this without, wow, ain't this cool? So when you realize the potential of this, and that, does it only happen when we're together? No, it doesn't have to be that way, because I honestly think and pray for y'all during the day when I'm out and about looking at the sky, and I'm being truthful about that. So for whatever reason, your name will come up or something, and I'll be, oh, okay, and them and them and them, like I'm looking right now, and for Roman and Deborah and Michelle and anybody else that's hiding back there, it's okay, you can hide. But that I do love you. We love each other in that we share in this common thing. So it's like, yes, cosmic cugs, but it ain't gonna be all gooey and drippy and just blech. But it is common. We do all feel it. So, but does it only exist when I do a live stream? Or does it exist after I get off the live stream? And in my world, I continue it with my thoughts, in that for whatever reason, during the day or during whatever, I continue to say this prayer for each and every one of you. And I mean it, I'm being honest about it. So I'm telling the truth. So the universe, for whatever reason, there it is, versus there are people who will do things for brownie points for to the universe, thinking that they're paying it ahead, but they know what they're doing in trying to pay it ahead. So it's like they're hedging their bet, and you can't do that. You just have to be it. Okay. You can't, like, well, I'm in the spiritual world, and like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna hedge my bet. I'm gonna do this. Nah, you can't be messing with the intent. So if you're manipulating your intent, then your intent has changed. Oh, well, I still mean good, but yeah, but you're like wanting to pay. Well, if I do these good things, then they'll allow me. And like, oh, so you're going to like give to a charity fund, so they'll take a picture of you and hang it somewhere, right? I mean, it's sort of a prestige kind of thing, right? You can't do that. I mean, you can, but if you're really true to yourself, then you will understand that whatever needs to get done, if you just stick with the intent. Um, Now, for me, when I directed the shows that I talked about before, and I won't go into now, but it was very simple. Yes, but I really believed that the shows would be worthwhile to the people involved, not just for myself, but for the audience and the entertainment that it provided. And it did. So, did I hope for other things, like people in the audience to really, get, yes. Did I want certain people in the cast to be able to get some? Yes. Did some of these things come through and become fruitful? Yes. Very glad for that. Um, so it's like, so those things that I wanted, not just the play, but in all the interactions with people, and good energy. So in a way, I sort of manipulated their lives, but in a way to give them confidence. It was up to them what they did with it after that. But so, they take the bait, as it were. They took the bait and they made something. So what you do with the information is entirely up to you. But I was never, I always told the truth to these folks. I've talked about puppet shows and things that I did with people, and from just out of nowhere, just picked them out of the crowd and said, here we go, and how well they've done and how well they've responded. And so, what does this boil down and mean in the long run? Believe, 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 right, Michelle? Believe that there are other people that exist that have talent. Believe that there are other energies and things in the universe. believe in a higher power, the source energy that will show us another way. Like my neighbor showing up. And so, before I went on vacation, now what am I going to do? I've lost all my dear friends that were close by. I've lost a lot of my extended family. Now what am I going to do? Well, now I have some more extended family that's been right next door the whole time. Now, ain't that just interesting coincidence? So, but we don't give in. We don't quit. We don't. And so did I know what was going to happen? No, but I believed, as I was speaking on earlier about this, I believed that something was going to change. I believed something had to change. I didn't know how, but I knew that my reaction and how I interacted with whatever was coming was up to me, and whether or not so my action to someone else, I could have said, no, go to hell, don't care me. But so our actions and interactions. So I just knew that whatever was coming, it was up to me as to my choice and how I wanted to interact or whatever. But it was still going to be a choice I was going to have to make if I wanted to have an extended family or continue with knowing people. And you know what I mean? So, but if you just give up and go, well, all these friends are gone, I'm sunk. And I got to admit, there was a short period of time when I was like, man, I'm sunk. What am I going to do now? I had all the support and I had all these people, and now what am I going to do? You know, holy crap. And I'm older, oh, holy crap. Now what do I do? So it's not that it's fixed, but it's a whole lot more calm as far as, I didn't panic. So I just said, well, the universe will show me, what's going to come next. Keep my eyes open, keep my ears open, and pay attention best I can. And like I say, then my neighbors show up and say, hey, you know, let's be friends now after, living side by side for all these years and not, okay. So here's the thing. Believe that there are different futures for us. And not that somebody's going to walk into your front door, but you can't say that nobody will walk in your front door. Just saying. I did not expect somebody to come down the driveway and say, hey, and they have, and things have changed in a good way. Did I, was I worried? No. I knew there was change coming. Did I know what? No, but I believed in, in these last few weeks and having this discussion about family and what I've talked about in the last 5 hours. But the bottom line is that I just believed that something good would work out. Whatever it is, something was going to change, and if I, you know, stayed on track and stayed on path, that it would be a good thing. And so far, knock on wood, we're all good. So from this point on, every day at a time. Like I say, I had the years ago, having lost my friend Marcia and Serge and all these other people around and family and such. Um, I would have really gone into a funk. I mean, honestly, I would have gone into a depression. So I went into a very tiny minor one, but I had to go there. Maybe a day or two, of like, holy crap. But it wasn't, I had to shed tears for my dear friends past and for not having had the opportunity to be there during any kind of ceremony or anything. So, but understanding the bigger picture and the bigger puzzle and understanding the quantum universe and so forth. I never met Brian Barnett personally, but we had a bond. So, like these other people that I had known, I still know that there's a bond and a connection. And so, but anyway, so and you have to have faith in the rest of the universe. You have to have faith that we don't just stop existing. You have to have faith that there are other things and our eternal life that was promised to us is our opportunity to reincarnate. And sometimes it might be 1,000 years Earth time, and sometimes it might be 100 years, and maybe you get to go up and come right back down for whatever that reason may be. Now, in this life, if I was to leave, then my dream is to, in the next life, that I would remember what I've learned in this life, and be able to carry it on into the next, in my next incarnation. That would be like, why am I doing this? For that. If I do a really good job this time around, maybe I can remember more. That's my goal. That's my reincarnation, because my soul then will have traveled and remembered instead of having to go through years of learning about shit over again, that you would just understand certain things, go, oh yeah, I did that the last time through. Oh yeah, I remember them. Yeah, let's not be stupid this time. Let's take that knowledge and be better at this right from the get-go. You know what I mean? So, not necessarily to be manipulative, but that you would be able to notice things that you had already learned in your previous life. Don't hang out with them people, don't go down this dark alley, just, stuff. So that, you would, your awareness would be different. But anyway, the cosmic connection. Yeah. So, but anyway, for all of this and being truthful, if you're truthful to the universe will be that the universe doesn't lie. You can find deceit in the universe, but it's not the universe that's being the deceiver, because there's false information. But if you use your heart to sense it, is this true or not? Now, there are times when we want to believe something's true. Like for me, oh, they're going to have this, they're going to drop information in June and July. Nothing freaking happened. So, okay, they lied to a bunch of us. They're still lying. Did I go somewhere and come back and everybody forgot that this was supposed to happen? But in the 2 weeks I was gone, I was really interested in why ain't nobody talking about this stuff, and where's the big dump, and all of a sudden it's like August 15th or something. What the hell happened while I was gone? So, but the idea though that in all of this, where's the truth? Where's the honesty? So we just have to listen and kind of look. I could tell where my grandpa, was, feisty in some of his beliefs, because one way or the other, he saw through some of the shit, in his lifetime in working and so forth, and having been in, the steel industry, and having been around industry, what was I? Oh, and the unions and so forth, having experienced that there was a whole level of understanding that people who don't belong to unions or go through some other, you just don't get it. Okay. It's not that you're stupid, you just haven't experienced it, and so you don't understand. So it's almost like a mafia with some unions and things. But anyway, so, but to have a deeper understanding of certain things in certain realms, and you just kind of scratch your head and go, But, there are, anywhere you go, it seems, there's always somebody out to like benefit from this. And I think you all know you wouldn't be here, especially as long as you hang out. But I'm not here to like benefit from this. I'm here honestly just to sit and share and, be friends. Um, but, I honestly, part of my shaman, to be truthful to myself, to be truthful to be able to use the word, to be truthful to my journey, which includes yours, in that, you learn whatever it is that you learn, through my discussions and our talks and chats. But in that, my learning of this is to continue to learn to be humble about the journey, and to learn to continue to see the truth in things that other people may not be seeing, like the 2,000-mile trip, seeing a difference in how people act, but the commonalities between us all, and seeing things from the ground level and traveling, and just whole different experience than if you listen to one of the, pick a news station. Oh my God. Even the side news stations that are trying to be independent have become as bad as the other guys. Yes, they may do it at free will or whatever, but they're still doing the picking and choosing, and they're still all talking about that, everything is a disaster and everything is a this, and so are they telling us the truth? Maybe. But are they overhyping it for so that they can keep their ratings up? Probably. So does that mean that they're being honest with us? Well, then there's some of they're just, somebody's writing a script and they're going by it, and that's all there is to it, period. Now, I say that because back in the day when I was doing radio and stuff, because before there was any internet or any of that kind of thing, there was the teletype machine, and there probably are teletype machines still in some places. So it was UPI, right? United Press International. So whatever United Press International meant across the world, that whatever UPI sent out, that is what everybody read from every radio station back then, before TV stations were like that. But even when early television, they had a teletype machine that they could go over and rip it off, and here's the update from blah, blah, blah. And, here's the information. And so you got United Press International, UPI. And so I still have some original um, 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 teletype from way back in the day, that when I was working at radio stations, and there's some interesting things on those. They just rolled up and we'd tear off what we needed. Here's the weather and here's the this, and we'd tear it off and take it in, and that was reading copy, right? So we'd go in and, today's weather is, and you'd have a little, you'd cut it off, and then you'd take the next little thing, and from United Press International, we have, blah, 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 here, and here's another, news flash from New York City. And this was the morning drive time kind of news report kind of thing. So, but as you look back on it, everybody got the information from one source, United Press International. We all assumed that it was the truth. Now, I know I said prayers an hour ago, and I was going to, be out of here. But in this, I look back and go, these folks have been controlling the narrative for a long time. Now, to how they control the situation, how it came over the UPI. And so when I was working at WWGS, which I don't think exists anymore, but the call letters are maybe out there, but an AM station there in Tifton, Georgia, and a lot of folks up and down the interstate. Well, back in the day, it was the day when, there was all these tractors going to go to Atlanta and do this thing and everything. And it all got hyped up. And there was supposed to be all these tractors and all these truckers all the way down to Tifton, Georgia. And they called me at the local radio station. They did an interview with me. And I was like, well, there are trucks on the interstate and there are tractors, but, it's very light from down here this far south to Atlanta. So in truth, there was barely anybody doing anything about it. And people were going, what's this tractor thing going on in Atlanta? but UPI had spelled out how many tractors and all this stuff and all this thing about the farmers back in the day. And it's like, so somebody was hyping a story back then. There were tractors, there were people who were involved. All that is true. But as I've looked back over the years, especially being in radio and having read the copy myself on different radio stations, I realized, we've been getting, everybody has read the same script for a long, long, long time because of the UPI and the teletype to all the radio stations, to then next to all of the television stations, and next, so all the copy that I've read over the many years of being in radio and even doing some local television and stuff. Here I'm reading this copy from UPI when it might not be the truth, but we assumed it was the truth. We came across a respected service, right? But was it ever the truth? How much of it was the real truth? How much of it was somebody's perspective of something, whoever was typing it, from a phone call that they heard about something, and how they interpret it for the news, whether or not it's a story or just an incident, or they just don't report it. So with all this said, though, oh my God, I got into radio back in the early 70s and have been in some way, shape, or form kind of interwoven in this now that I'm doing YouTube and being here. And here's my late night, talk show thingy. If I was on, a radio station, we'd have commercials and I'd be able to play music. But anyway, so with the idea, though, that the truth of the matter is, it's still about honesty. Yep, switched a little bit, but here's the thing. So the radio stations, the people that feel they've gotten the truth, may have been manipulated all along. Every single one of us, no matter how far back you look at it, no matter how it's been presented, who's presenting it, and how it's being presented, what was added or omitted, what, kind of day was it, are they trying to, is there a tone to what they're discussing, the incident? Okay. So to those folks who might honestly feel like they got the truth, I'm looking at now going, they've been lied to as well. Because if they knew the truth, like I've seen it with all these people that I've met, there are more of this that we have in common with each other than all this fighting and bickering, that even some of these preppers and folks, oh, we're never going to make it. You need to make sure you got a gun. You need to make sure you got this and that. Well, folks in Tennessee, they passed a law that says you've got a gun, you can carry it. Okay. That'll stop a bunch of shit. I'd much rather see somebody, you got a gun? Yeah, me too. Okay. We know who we are. We're not, you going to kill anybody? No. Are you? No, not unless they shoot at us. Okay. And so there's a commonality there. Is it good or bad? Well, I'd much rather people take the power into their own hands. And for the state of Tennessee and other states who carry, like, listen here, there aren't places that some people are dangerous. But at the same time, it is my right as a United States citizen that I have this right, inalienable right as an American. So if nothing else, I'm going to wear my gun simply because it says I can. And does it mean I'm, some kind of smarty pants or liberal or conservative? It doesn't matter. No, it says that I have the right to defend myself by any means necessary, basically. So I'd much rather wear my gun outside my pants for all the honest world to feel. But Pancho met his machudo down in the desert in Mexico. I was stealing some words there, but to the point though, would much rather see a person have a gun and just wearing it normal, like okie doke, than to go, oh my God, somebody's got a gun, or they pull it out from me, they're, oh no, put it on a holster. If you want to carry a gun, okay, then everybody, okay, we'll all carry one. Do I want to shoot out? Now, it's going to be interesting to see if the amount of deaths increase because of the open carry law in Tennessee, like some other states. So, are there more deaths? Are people more freaked out? Is it more dangerous because people they're, the state of Georgia has an open carry law, and if it's licensed and whatever, and I've talked to people in town before, you're wearing a gun, and I said, they've taken my liberty away because they made me a felon and I can't wear a gun, but I'm proud that you can and keep wearing it on my behalf. Thank you very much. Not, I don't know if I would actually like wear a gun, but I would absolutely have one. I don't want to get caught down here by even having a flintlock. Then me being the next felon, they'd want to throw me in jail again or fine me or do some shit. So, which is like, which is really stupid. Give me my 20 gauge back. I had a single shot, Smith and Wesson, 20 gauge, break barrel, shotgun. And it was perfect, It didn't do a lot of shooting, but it was easy. It was a 20 gauge. It was good for stuff, you could hunt with it if you needed to. But, nope, can't have it. You're a felon. Okay. So I don't think I'd be going on any riots with a single shot shotgun. You know what I'm saying? But for, varmints and particulars and, you get one shot off and maybe two, depending on how close they are. But you're not going to war with a single, shotgun. And, especially when it's a break barrel and not a pumper. You know what I mean? So this idea of what is a threat, but what is what is the truth about our inalienable rights? And that's where this is tied into the truth and honesty with ourselves and with what other people say. So my point about Tennessee and what they're doing is that to me, they're showing the truth and honesty to people. Like we, the people of Tennessee, want to be able to show each other our guns and know that we are honest, honorable, truth-seeking people. Because here's my gun to prove it. Not that my gun is bigger or better. That's not the point. It's a commonality among peoples and their safety and their considered inalienable rights. Of course, Tennessee was a southern state. My conversation about that last week. But in the truth of things, though, people didn't really know all of the truth about the South, and people didn't really know all the truth about the North and about who was doing the lying and the cheating and who was selling us out, the whole country, to the Vatican when they borrowed the money and the United States became we all became a contract, all the capital letters, and we became so all of this stuff is the truth when you peel back the onion. So, but it's all right. So what do we want to believe for the future? Well, with the things like the teletype machine and the UPI, and for even me, I assumed like these were like outstanding, upright guys. But then later on you go, no, they were just actually repeating stuff or being told stuff or writing stuff, from the information that they had, because they would, update, and there'd be a dot, 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 and then they'd, that the machine would like a typewriter would go to the next line and update Baltimore, Maryland, 203, blah, blah, and it would give the time and the date, and the, shots heard outside bar, downtown Boston, blah, 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 blah. As no one, police arrived and more information later, chink, and it would go, to the next thing. And then the next thing might be the weather. But anyway, so but on these teletype machines though, so this is going on. So there is the Internet of Things doing the same thing, different places, people, whatever. And at least, for example, like, and I'm just going to use RT, but there are other, channels that do this too, but they use somebody that's in the neighborhood showing, it might only be a minute of video, but they'll go, here's what it looks like from here. Not necessarily with any commentary or position or anything like that. Here is a minute from here at this time. This is what it looks like from this street, this corner. Uh, you use your own opinion. So I find that interesting in that they show to me the truth, whatever it is that little video clip is by whoever is around with the phone or a camera or trying. And it's not always what the headlines say from other places. There's not as many people, or there are more people. And it just depends on the situation. And it seems like if there are more people, then the news will report that not many showed up. If there aren't any people, they have a tendency to like blow it up, like all the people that showed up at a Biden, campaign, before his, are you kidding me? 30 people. And that was a big crowd. So, and they tried to make it look bigger than it was and all this other stuff. So, they absolutely pad what they show and the camera angle. And having worked for, even local television stations and so forth, the camera angle will tell a lot. You can make it look like there ain't nobody there if you're at the back of the crowd and shoot it from the right angle, or after the event has just happened and people are mulling around, but you say, well, there wasn't many people here today, and blah 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 blah. Or 10 minutes earlier from a different position there was 500 people there. So, and somebody else's report, we've had, it looks like 1,000 people, which might be stretching it, but 500 people can look like 1,000. So there's a lot of people here, and estimates are blah blah blah. Whether everybody's having a good time or not, and so there's this little video clip, and this is what it looks like from here. So you could be at the front of the audience, or you could be at the back of the audience. 10 minutes later, and it looked totally different. Both folks be at the same place. Who's telling the truth? Or is both of them lying, or is anybody lying, or is there deception involved, or is it just the timing and so forth? So, and someone else's perception. So if somebody's looking for the bad, they're going to look for it. If somebody's looking for the good stuff, they might show 15 people jumping up and down and tell everybody that it was 500, when actually there was only 15 people jumping up and down, but they were honestly jumping up and down, and they were honestly there. You know what I mean? So there was truth in it, but they stretched something else about the event. Been there, done that, seen it. I've always tried to tell the truth. There are certain events that I videotape, and I would say, well, this is what it looks like from here. There were people here earlier. This is who's left after this event. We're out here at the parking lot videotaping this, and there's the mayor and the thing, and there's that. And, there were more people here earlier, but, this is, so I would always like, this is what it looks like. But I would also say, that if you're viewing this now, where I wasn't able to videotape, for example, that, there were more people at the event, and everybody was clapping, and, so to give people a perspective that, hey, if somebody had just looked at the video, they'd go, well, they, but, 15 people there. So what was this big event? Well, 30 minutes earlier, there were 150 people there. So, if you were in the parking lot late and saw that, then you'd only think that 15 people showed up, when that wasn't the truth. So, but to the point, that kind of stuff happens all the time. And I don't necessarily say it's anybody's fault, but some people will use that to an advantage or disadvantage depending on what side they're playing it. So having been there, done that, just on a local level and seeing how other people react and how the local TV and, have been, I used to videotape several of the city and county commissioners meeting for a couple of local towns and counties around here. And so having been in the chambers and have been through the stuff and having done this for many years, you see a pattern, you see where they're trying to tell the truth, and some of them are, and some of them ain't. Then you go videotape, and you find out this, and other people talk, and it's like, well, it ain't what they say it was. And so it's like, so who's telling the truth? And one guy told me he was probably dead now because he was old back then. But it was obvious that he was stretching the truth. Yeah, like Sandy Hook and all that. Yeah, I agree with you, Deborah. School board, yeah, there you go. Stuff like that. Well, see, for example, we were trying to set up a recycling center in Colquitt County. And so we wanted the county commissioners to agree that we would have these centers like they do in Thomas County now, by the way, to where people would drop off their stuff and they would we showed where they could actually make money if they came to the quote recycling centers, where before they were just garbage cans in certain parts of the county and they got picked up and they were, so, but to control it. So they were going to put one right down the road, and I volunteered to work there, to manage it and say, look, I'll show up because of my disability and I can't do much, but I'd go up there and hang out for so many hours a day and make sure that people, separated stuff and, and it helped awareness. So while we were going through all this, and we were asked by the county commission to do this survey. So I was part of this group, that was doing this information. And so we show up for a county commissioners meeting one day to give an update from those of us who were on this committee to show what we'd found. They would go, it's not necessary. And we were looked at each other and what do you mean? Well, last week it was necessary. You had us gather this information. And that was back before the internet. So you had to do some scrambling and calling. And so for 2 or 3 weeks, and it ended up being a month or so. And we were working on this. We kept calling to the commissioners. Yes, continue working on it. Here's an update. So we got to this point and they said, we're sorry. The city commission has just voted on this new resolution. And we all looked at each other and we said, so, because we'd worked so hard on this recycling thingy and how we were going to deal with the garbage in Colquitt County. And they said, nope, we ain't going to do it like that. Nope. And took all the information, took all the people and there were hundreds of people there the next meeting to want to punch some of these county commissioners out. And the next day on the radio and in the newspaper, there were several, after all this stuff about all this other stuff that happened before the last hour and a half of the county commissioners meeting, where I spoke and some other people spoke about how hard we had worked and how we as Colquitt County citizens and how dare they vote on something they didn't even allow us to discuss. They just said, well, behind closed doors, they said, well, we looked at this and we're going to, and so several people sold out to a company in Albany, Georgia to provide trucks and refuse and all that. And Colquitt County, then all of a sudden, we went from dumping our garbage and recycling it and becoming responsible citizens and showing where the recycling of the stuff from the citizens could actually pay for its own self because of the recycling, the value of the materials and so forth, and that kind of thing. And that people would volunteer their aluminum and so forth, which is true. And they said, nope, we're going to have this company just pick up your garbage. And by the way, it's $20 a month and you will start paying. And for several years, I said, screw you. And they almost took my property. They said, I'm like, I didn't vote for this. I was on this commission, and I, as a concerned citizen, I stood up against the government and ended up paying, having to pay $600 in court fees and sheriff's delivery fees, and almost losing my property to being sold on the courthouse steps because I refused to pay a garbage tax when they didn't even provide me with the can. And but they won anyway, and I lost like $1,500 and almost lost the property to the government because I was hard headed. So been there, done that. But the truth of the matter is that we got screwed in the deal. That's the truth of the matter. So, and we as citizens tried, but the people who were our elected officials, they got away with that shit, and we should have kicked them out of office. We should have said, hell no. But the paper lied about it, and the radio and other people, oh no, there wasn't nobody there. Everybody agreed this is the best way. And that is not what we, the people who were there, were, that ain't, no. So what is the truth? Here we go again. So this one councilman over in Pelham, Georgia, he told me, he said, I have to lie. And I said, okay. And this was off camera. And I was like, you're stretching it in front of the camera and everything here at this council meeting. And he goes, I have a reputation. And I said, well, okay. And I've known him and seen him at the councilman. He was on a school board and was a teacher and stuff, So he had a reputation, a black man. Not that that should matter, but, there's a large black population in Pelham. And so, but, so why are you stretching this? Why are you really on board with this? And he said, because the other side, because I'm on television, there are people who disagree with me so badly. And he said, so I'm going to come on here and state my case, even though he said, I want them to be pissed off so they will get on the other council members' ass and will actually get some action done. And I said, so you're playing the devil's advocate. And he goes, I can't get it done any other way. So he said, I've got to show this thing over here so that these people will get pissed off and raise a fuss. And he said, and indirectly, by going around over here, something will get done. It might not be exactly what I want or what the people want, but something will get done. And he said, otherwise, it's just going to stay in committee. It's just going to go on. But so, and the people on the television, the local TV, local county television, and they were like, saw it, watched it, and were like, that old man, he be lying his ass off. We need to stop him. We need to call up and, because he'd say, he would say something that would be like really way out there, and he'd go, and call City Hall and call your city councilman, and explain how you feel about this. And so they'd get a crap load of phone calls come in to other city councilmen because, they know their number kind of thing. And so then they get together, at lunch or whatever and go, now, this just, what we going to do about this, Henry? I don't know. God damn it. He done started, some of that good old boy behind the scenes stuff. But to that black gentleman's point of view, he was, using himself as the target, but in doing so, it actually got something done. So interesting, and he kind of smiled and goes, they don't, a lot of folks that know me, he goes, they know me for who I am. And he goes, and them folks that stay pissed off at me all the time, he said, that's their problem. Then he smiled and walked away. And I went, I just learned something from that old man that day, at that city council meeting. But anyway, but to the point. So, and oh man, I come up and I done did another hour. Is this your fault, Michelle, that I'm still here? school board hearing, 3 to 4 hours, or YouTube asking, yeah, for the Sandy and for other stuff too. There are so many lies and things, and there are folks that talk about how much pain with the Las Vegas thing, and then there's a lot of proof where there wasn't anybody, and oh, there was blood everywhere, and then other places and reports are like, no, it was a drill. We were told it was a drill. So like, okay, so who's telling the truth? And so there was all kind of truth coming from all kinds of places, and you didn't know whether you could trust the doctors at one hospital or the videotape of somebody standing in a hospital going, where's all the people at? Where's all the blood? We're at the hospital down here in Las Vegas, and there are no bodies, and and then there's another, oh, there's all this, but so you scratch your head and go, did anybody get hurt? Possibly. Did this and that? Something happened. So, but was it planned? Was it scheduled? How much of it was real? How much of it was fake to cover up something that might have happened really? I mean, there's a lot of different scenarios. So it's like nothing happened, but probably something did. But a lot of it was possibly told to other people that it was a drill to cover up the fact that something real was happening. I mean, you know, just watch some of these movies, and say, look, they're showing us what's going on. So it's like, so do you believe it? Well, something happened. There are a lot of eyewitnesses to something really happened, and it really changed their lives. But when other people, like, well, such and such was dead and killed, and then you researched it, it was like, no, they didn't really. They were in Chicago at the time, or something, 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 and that the information was wrong, or that their names never, some of these people's names showed up on a list of, casualties, but never were, wherever they were from, their names never showed up in any official obituary. So, but well, these people were killed in Las Vegas. Okay, but you go to their hometowns, but the names never appeared in the newspaper. They never, there was never any record of a burial or ceremony, or so who lied? Who made up the story? So, like at the 9/11 thing, there were this wallet conveniently, after everything has been turned to dust, has this guy's name in it. A jet engine that was even the wrong kind of engine for either of the supposed planes that were flying that day, and wedged between two buildings, like somebody literally dropped it between two buildings and wedged it in there. It wasn't damaged in any way when you couldn't find another part of an aircraft, but it was the wrong engine for that kind of aircraft. Instead of it being like uh, it was supposed to be a Pratt and Whitney. This engine that they found was like a GE and doesn't even go on the same kind of aircraft. They're designed for something different. So there were things that were in plain sight that people saw, like Building 7. Oh yeah, an airplane. It fell. Why? Why did that building recently crumble down in Miami? There's really something fishy there. Just saying. And it looks like something that was very hot because it was under the swimming pool and area. Much why they had to, whatever was used on the other government buildings, think about this. They had to put in some kind of a pond with water. Why? Because there's still a thermic reaction going on at the World Trade Center. That's why they got the fountain. At the Pentagon, where it supposedly hit, they got a fountain. Why? Because there's still an exothermic reaction still going on after all these years. And the reason for the ponds as, oh, it's a remembrance. No, the reason it's there is because it's cooling whatever it is they used for the destruction of the building, where an airplane supposedly crashed and stuff. They put those ponds in because of the exothermic reaction that still is continuing. So down in Miami, those buildings went down. Guess where it went down at? It went down around a swimming pool. And there were flashes and huge glows of light coming out of, as it was coming down. And that would be an interaction, an exothermic interaction of thermite, different combinations of stuff, and it fell on the water because they didn't, it kind of covered what was going on. Why did it fall? And it fell into water because they knew water would cool it down and keep it from doing too much and burning a hole through the crust of the earth. But there are certain things that if you observe them, with that, regardless of what anybody says, you will see that there are some fishy things that are going on, that have gone on, and they destroyed the rest of the building, and then all of a sudden they found more bodies. What? Were they dead before? Were they trapped? But they took the rest of the building down, at that. What? Now they find what the hell's going on and why? I mean, are we ever going to truly understand? But somebody's covering up something. Buildings just don't fall. Building 7 fell for no reason, no still explanation. This building in Miami just fell, supposedly, possibly, related to something that, what's his name? The computer guy, the software thing. Anyway, McAfee, thank you. There's his name, yeah. And McAfee, and there's a lot of information, that stated, that, he had information so that the buildings in some way were related to, he had an apartment there. Is that what it was? But there was suggestion that that there were also some servers in that building. Not that he just had an apartment, but there were servers in that building, not just in an apartment, but And so the reason he had an apartment there was because he had servers there, So there was sort of like a Tony Stark kind of Iron Man thing. If here's the apartment, yeah, but it was more than that. So, but anyway, yes or no about that? That it was still, I've looked at the replay and seen some other stuff, and something really strange about how that building came down and over the water, and there are several people who I've watched and listened to over the years who have come to the same conclusions. And it's like, there wouldn't have been all these sparks, there wouldn't have been all this color change, there wouldn't have been all this huge glowing. If a building's just going to fall, it doesn't catch on fire. It's concrete and steel, and it just doesn't catch on fire. If it did, you'd see sparks from electrical shorts, and it was really weird how it came down. And how it came down. The one section and the other section just kind of was like 3, 2, 1, and then the other side folded in on the other one. It was like, now that was neat, wasn't it? So what do I know about it? Not a clue, but some very powerful people, it seems to me, were covering up something for some kind of reason. Whatever that something and reason is, will we ever know? No, because they still say Oswald shot Kennedy. And when we all know that's a freaking lie. Did he have something to do with it? Maybe, but he was still a patsy. Did he kill Kennedy? No. Somebody else did that day. Oh, but so the narration, the Twin Towers, we all saw them turn to dust. We all still want to know what happened to Building 7. We all still want to know why this building fell. We all still want it because there's something else going on. Yeah, so whether or not I'm right, but in some of this, I think I'm right because it's simply from observation and going and feeling in here something's fishy with that right there. I'm sorry, but we've seen where a building caught on fire and it burned for 2 or 3 days overseas or someplace. Remember that? Then there was another place that caught on fire and the whole thing. It was like it went poof and went up in smoke. So there are certain things, and it's like apartment buildings are built of many common similar type common things. So the things that would burn like past plastics or drapes and clothes and stuff like that. So they go up pretty quick, and there's only heat in certain in a not necessarily a controlled area, but if the drapes catch fire in the living room, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to catch the drapes in the bedroom on fire. It's localized, Now might catch something else on fire and the drapes in the bedroom catch on fire. But the drapes in the living room ain't going to catch directly the drapes in another room on fire because the proximity and the heat thing. So let's look at this. But you see a room where all the drapes are burned at like the same time. So it's like, wait a minute. So it didn't travel anywhere. They all ignited almost like at the same time. There's a certain burn rate and stuff. When I worked in construction and so forth, I had to understand about burn rates and the products that we were selling and what we were putting into what was being made and so forth. And you don't want to get things in mobile homes that burn fast. You want to pick things that have a slow burn rate. So anyway, so in my construction knowledge and everything, what I was doing, I was like, I understood about this and saw things, went to different conferences about them with firefighters and so forth. There were tests that were conducted and that kind of thing. So before the internet, right? So we understood these things. So, but when you look at the building and you look at some of these other things, you go, wait a minute. For the longest time, there has been this order of how things burn, how things come down. They get hot, something agitates them. They just don't crumble. Having built buildings, I've worked on. I think it was about a 4-story, but I helped pour the concrete for the basement, the downstairs, and the first floor as they were building. I didn't continue working on the place. I was underage and they didn't like me working in the concrete. But anyway, so I worked on the building, and so I poured all this concrete and went through all these things. At the same time, I was working with the company as a draftsman back in the day with real honest to God boards and pencils and stuff, and to learn about the structure of concrete. And I possibly almost went to work for a company that builds and designs bridges out of stressed concrete. So in learning about this and concrete and the rebar and stuff, it doesn't just crumble unless the whole building was bad at the same time because of how they pour the concrete. So when you do the different sections, it's poured off site, and many of these places are brought in, and they're pre-stressed concrete, and they're very strict in how they mix the concrete. All of this is covered because in order for it to meet the standard, there's got to be someone there, an ANSI inspector, who is looking at the mixture and making sure that things are right. Because nobody wants, a concrete bridge to fail. So everybody wants to cover their own ass. So if it says it's passed this inspection, then there must be an inspector like an FAA in airplanes to say, yep, it passes. I saw them mix it. I saw them cure it. And yes, it passed these tests. And they will drill it. They will take samples of the concrete and they will run it through different tests to make sure that it meets the pre-stressed levels. So here you've got this high rise that has, get this, pre-stressed concrete in it that has gone through all these tests, but somehow it crumbles like it was a sandcastle at the ocean, and somebody just took and said boom, and it fell down. No, there'd be pieces of concrete hanging. There would be parts of the columns that it would have maybe fallen over, but there had been parts of the floor that was precast that would still be pieces like, part of a bridge may be collapsed, but there's going to be sections of it that will still be whole, or, no, this whole thing just collapsed. Whatever it is, I ain't buying it. You know what I'm saying? Simply, I've been I've worked with concrete, I've worked with these, and also as my own contractor, and I had to learn certain things and the Southern building codes and what concretes, and it's always interested me about concretes and things. So, but in knowing about this and having someone that was a friend of mine who worked at a pre-stressed concrete place, building that which the folks I was going to go to work for designed. So that some of these bridges are still in existence now. So, but this idea that even when they knock part of it over, when I've seen some demolition when we were going through Macon, what they're doing to the old interstate and fixing the new, they're doing a great job, but in tearing it down, so they've hit part of this concrete with the wrecking ball, and there's rebar sticking out and concrete pieces and stuff, but it's still hanging there, until they hit it again, and there's more of this concrete. So, but now here's a building with all this pre-stressed, all this rebar that just fell in a matter of seconds, you know, when there are just columns from a bridge from the old 75 that's 30, 40 years old that they hit with a swinging ball that withstands this tremor to it, and only parts of it crack off, and there's all the wait here. So look at demolition, look at, big giant balls, hitting concrete and that kind of thing, and see how it reacts. And just look at that video one time after seeing that thing fall and ask yourself, is that in any way natural? Honestly, I mean, whoever did it for whatever reason, we may never know. But to the point, though, let's look at the truth. This all connects. The truth is, it don't look right. That's the truth. Will we know the ins and outs and all that kind of stuff? Probably not. But here's the truth. It looks fishy. It looks odd, because when you see, honest to God, folks trying to destroy pre-stressed concrete, it don't just crumble and fall down. It just don't, unless it was poorly made. But to have an entire building, I could see like one floor, being bad and it'll crumble this way or something. But to watch that thing just come down and then the other side come down, I'm like, oh no, 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 no. There have been buildings without rebar that have withstood earthquakes where they wobbled and they're still standing. They didn't continue to fall over and crumble, what? It's almost like something happened to the steel, but the steel just gave way and the concrete became just concrete without being, the stress in it was then released and it just turned to rock. Because having worked with stuff and knocked things over and things and watching things get knocked over, It just wasn't natural for something in the middle of the night to just happen. So, but anyway, what do I know about it? I know that something's fishy. That's the honest truth. For who, what, and all that kind of stuff, does it really matter to us? What really matters to us is that we all agree that something fishy was going on. Who it was and all that, okay, let's leave that up to let's leave that up to the storytellers, because the people who think they're telling the story, if they weren't really there or whatever, then everything's hypothetical. And what I'm saying could actually mean more to some people than actually, well, it came down, there was something and this and the structure just no, the structure just don't do that. Pre-stressed concrete, it just doesn't crumble like that. It just doesn't. It just doesn't give way all at once. And here's a prime example: is the Pentagon building at during 9/11. There were parts of the building that was still there that was hanging over. There was a lady that was hanging out of one of the offices that was like nearly got it. But it was still hanging there. You follow what I'm saying? It didn't turn it, the room turned into, that space turned into dust. And by the way, they had to build that pool outside with the water because there's still an exothermic thing going on. I was amazed when I found out about that. So why is there a pool at the Pentagon right in front of that wall? Because there's something still going on. That's why they need to keep it cool. But to the point though, from an engineering standpoint, then why didn't all these other, floors fall? Why was there only, well, it was the explosion. No, it really wasn't an explosion, because then the stuff that was in those offices would have been blown into the offices the other way. It was not that way. So there was always, there's always something going on. But you watch a movie and see how something explodes. There wouldn't have been pieces of the thing, they would have been blown up, and it would have been looked differently from the quote explosion, which forces going which way. But it didn't, that's not what we saw after the event. Okay. Think about that. Oh, it was the collision. Okay, all right. Then where's the airplane? Well, we found parts of it. No, where is the airplane? Well, no, where is the airplane? There are parts of it. No, I will go back. Where's the airplane? Well, it blew up. No, there'd be wing parts. There'd be fuselage parts. We've seen airplanes blow up, and there are parts scattered all over the place. Where are the parts? But no, you ain't answered my question. Where are the parts of the airplane? Never did answer that one, did they? And we picked them up and all this kind of stuff. Oh no, you didn't, because they weren't there. There was something else that was used. That's the point. The aircraft couldn't have flown into the Pentagon at that speed, at that thing, without clipping light poles. And no aircraft, and no, whatever they say happened to the Pentagon was an absolute lie, because, of the law of, not necessarily thermodynamics, but how flight, how fast it could go, and where it was, and all this other kind of stuff. Nope, sorry. What happened to the building? Sorry. The evidence isn't there for what you claim happened. Something else happened. Sorry. And all I have to do is what has happened to other buildings. You look at buildings in Russia and how the buildings during World War II and the bombings of cities and stuff, and they're bombed out, but there are pieces still hanging. But these things disintegrated? Oh, yeah, well, it was because of the airplanes. Oh, no, it wasn't. So, but to the point about where is the truth? Well, the truth lies in it ain't what they told us, because of all the missing pieces. Okay. The pieces to what they said was supposed to be there wasn't there. They find an engine from the airplane wedged between two buildings, but it was the wrong engine for the aircraft they claim ran into it because of logs and so forth. You know, these planes don't carry, they use Pratt Whitney, they don't use GE engines. So, big mistake. Nobody caught it, supposedly, right? I noticed it right off. You can't drop and somebody put that engine between them two buildings the way it was wedged in there. Ain't no way. And the wrong engine, somebody made a boo boo. So, but my point to this is that the evidence, the parts really don't fit. Like where the bullets came from that went through Governor Connolly at the JFK thing in Dallas, to you name it, some of the other stuff that's happened over the years, that obviously something was wrong. So we have to look at what has already happened. Look at current information about building demolitions. I don't mean explosions, but if they're using a wrecking ball and stuff, you can see that if there was something under the building, that part of the building would have like fell over, but there would have been pieces hanging off. They would not have collapsed. Something else had to be going on. So just compare what's already there. We don't have to make up any stories. We look at that which we've been able, there's demolition movies and things that go back to the 1900s, you know, them tearing down buildings and things. And to think that something that was only so many years old would crumble to the ground without any kind of steel frame available or protruding or anything like that, somebody messed with something, because steel just don't give way that way. You know, concrete, okay, but if something happened with the steel, then it would have affected the concrete. But to have all of the steel fail and fall like that, there should be these great big pieces of rebar sticking up, and it wasn't. You know, it that something happened to the rebar in that building. But anyway, that's my observation of it, you know. And I think that's part of what happened with the 9/11s, because there was dust and things. But where did the steel go? Where did all of that steel go? Literally, there should have been piles of steel, and there wasn't. But there was a lot of dust, which would have meant the concrete. But where did the steel go? The girders, and we've seen how they put up the buildings. I've put up steel buildings, so, and girders and stuff. Where did all that steel go? There should be huge piles and pieces of girders sticking up, and you know, this massive jumble of debris. And just think there, where'd that go? Where did the steel go? It's almost like it just disintegrated. And what was left was the concrete. I mean, I just, from a pound per pound, and I think the reason that they blew the other side of the building up was because they there wasn't enough evidence. Whoever was inspecting that was going, uh-oh. So they had to bring the other building down on top of it as soon as possible, which in my humble opinion was way too early. In my humble opinion, they didn't do enough site preparation and be able to look at the evidence, because too many people were looking at it. So they had to bring the other building down so there would be enough debris. Follow me with this. There would be enough debris that was brought down so they could say, well, here's all the steel. Here's all the rubble, you know. Here's the steel. And wait a minute, where was the steel for, what would you take off? What did you put in? What did you load up in the back of them trucks? Where's all the steel at? A lot of concrete, wasn't any steel. Pre-stressed concrete building, where's the steel? Anyway, so for me, look at the obvious. Do I know who's behind it? No. Do I really want to know? Maybe not, because then they'd go, hey, that crazy hippie down there, he knows something we didn't want to let out. So some of these high energy weapons and stuff, like, let's think about this. Let's think about, the Philadelphia experiment. All right. Let's put this in a perspective. So when it came back, when the ship came back, there were guys that were like, melted and part of the hull, right? Body parts sticking out, and some of them guys were still alive, kind of thing. So it's like there was a dimensional change, right, to the steel that allowed that to happen. So what if a similar kind of device basically took the steel out of the building and the building collapsed? They literally took the steel out of the building, and what was left was just concrete that, in and of itself ain't really that strong, the way, so you take the steel out and whoops, there goes the building. So, yeah, directed energy weapon, but um, yeah, blew up records, and yeah, they blew up a bunch of stuff. But to the point, though, the damage that was done to the building was just wrong for what happened, is my point. And the same thing, like, where did all the steel go? Where did the buildings go? Where all that dust and everything? They disintegrated. And here we go again with whatever's going on down in Miami. But here's the thing, when I talked about very early on, like 6.5 hours ago, can I believe that? Yeah. That there are, evil people. Not to say that McAfee was evil, not my point, no. But there are evil people against evil people, and then there are both evils who are against the good guys. So you don't know where some of this is coming, but here's the deal. You could probably bet that if he had some kind of association there, then for whatever reason, they wanted some evidence gone because he's gone. You know what I'm saying? There's too strange a correlation there, and we'll never know, but apparently somebody did or might have thought that there was. But for it to just be like a natural occurrence, come on, we've seen 8 point, um, earthquakes in places in San Francisco, and there's still part of the buildings hanging. These things collapsed into a pile of dust. What? With no earthquake. So you got to say, wait a minute, it just visually and so forth just doesn't make sense. So, but anyway, I've yacked on now for almost 7 hours. I'm here. Gold was in it. Not, yeah, there. But here's the thing that is true: is that there was information in there, and they destroyed the information, and it was very convenient. And now here's the other thing. I I think these people are crafty enough to have moved the information ahead of time, blown up the facility and claimed it was destroyed, but somebody got a hold of that information so they could hold it over the heads of somebody else. You see what I'm saying? Um, did it blow up? Did it destroy some stuff? But I would bet you in the long run, whoever planned it didn't destroy anything, but they gave the illusion that they did. So there are a lot of people who have not discussed that, in my humble opinion. And there've been too many movies where you got to have a diversion for what you really did wrong. It's like what I was talking about earlier tonight, this time through, and it's the diversion. It's look over here, while you're really doing something over here, and you can't see that, but I was moving this hand. But Nullathon, yeah, this is crazy, ain't it? Then I hear go. But anyway, so but In a lot of ways, I'm sharing some truth that maybe some other folks may not have observed or seen. But the truth is, just look for yourself. Don't take my word for it, but take my word for it that something's fishy. Take that, but then observe it for yourself and just look at other demolitions and stop and ask yourself. Now, I don't mean explosive demolitions. I mean just, because nobody heard any really loud booms but something happened. But that if a wrecking ball hits concrete, it would have acted different. Just look at just things and go, now that just ain't right. And having driven through Macon, Georgia, where they're tearing down the old interstate overpasses and stuff, I noticed how they were using a wrecking ball to knock some of this stuff over and then collect it at the bottom and carry it out with the dump trucks. And I thought, look at all that rebar sticking out. And then I get home and see that building has collapsed. And I'm like, where's all the rebar sticking up? There was rebar sticking up from the interstate thingy. Where's the it's just observation. So what is the truth to me? Where's the steel? What happened to the steel? The steel would still be there and it would have been showing and how did it just turn to dust from the top down? It started to crumble, but the top started to fall too. Like, wait a minute, the bottom floors could have fell and then it would compacted and done this. It didn't do that. It just all of it decided to fail at the same time. Same thing with the other one that fell in this way. I could see it falling, but it crumbled. It just didn't just fall. There should have been steel and stuff, so it crumbled. So, um, do okay, something's up, something weird. It ain't normal. Where's all the steel? So, but if you think about the Philadelphia experiment and what the changes that the experiment did to the metal and to the men and to different things, that they've known about something for a while, but it would explain why did certain buildings just fall down. Well, if they literally transported the steel out of the concrete, similar to what they did with the Eldridge, and so however they did it, whatever the method, but that the steel is gone from the building and then it falls. That to me is like, yep, it's like take the bones out of your body and what would you do? You'd just crumble, right? They took the bones out of the building. It's like as crazy as that seems. I've asked my guys upstairs and gals and folks and like, is this really possible? And they were like, think about it. And I went, ooh, think about the Eldridge. Ooh, think about some of the other experiments. Ooh, think about we know about steel and temperatures and stuff on our own and being in business. Ooh, oh crap, that could be possible. Some bitch, radio waves or something like that, or whatever they do. Holy crap. Yeah, if they made the Eldridge disappear and reappear with body parts, oh, holy crap. So the metal was somehow reintegrated, changed the properties, So what if they perfected it and could literally take the bones out of a building by extracting the metal? Or I say extracting, it may be that they just literally put it in another dimension. They moved it to a different timeline, to a different subspace, whatever they did, it ain't in the concrete no more, you know? So ain't that an interesting? So in telling this truth about stuff, yep, I hear white hats beat black hats to the punch. Yeah, and in some of this stuff I believe it, but here's part of what, Deborah, what I'm beginning to understand even more from some people old like me that have just been watching stuff. And we all agree that some of these white hats, I think, are another version of the black hats. They're not really on our side. they're for themselves and what they, because some of these white hats are the ones we supposedly put our faith in. Trump's going to win. Trump's going to come back. They're going to, reverse the election. The people in Georgia, and some of this stuff is transpiring. But the truth is, things ain't working the way any of it seems like it ought to be working. Where's all this truth that was supposed to come out? Where's all these people and all this, in Pennsylvania? Where's all these states going to change? There is some stuff going on, but okay, so where's all the truth they told us was there that hadn't been very truthful here recently? Am I being, overly pessimistic about this? No, I think I've been overly optimistic and like, well, where's the truth in all this? It doesn't seem to be in what they told us was the truth, is my point. So we continue to live our lives every day. For me, I continue to observe these clowns who consideredly were supposed to be the good guys. And I think certain people, and I ain't going to name drop, but certain people have just sort of dropped out of sight because nothing happened. A lot of people have gotten really quiet and they're in their opinion and stuff, and they just ain't saying nothing. And I think they feel like me, and sort of, I have conveyed some of this information and shared it with y'all, but I've also said, well, that's what they say is going to happen. We'll see. So for me, some of this seemed true, and some of this other stuff was like, well, at least it's possible. That part is true. Did any of it actually come about? No. Has anything? No. What they said? Well, and how? No, not anything's really. So, did they lie to us? I think maybe the white hats, who may very well be just another set of evil guys that is like a different mafia band who's saying, "Oh, look at us, we're going to do all these things," when actually it seems like the two of them was working together. Like, here's something that got brought up, and I scratched my head and went, this is a good point. So somebody brought up think about Trump. Now, the Smith-Mumford Act, which Obama repealed, which was that, you know, um, social media and news and stuff like that, they passed a law back in the day, and that, you couldn't, you know local news and big news, you couldn't print propaganda. You couldn't just, so, then there was a takeover of all the television stations and everything, and the communications, and Time Warner, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Obama repealed the Smith-Mumford Act so that propaganda could then be literally purchased and sent over the airwaves as news. So a lot of people don't get this part, So Obama signed, repealed it. But now, if Trump, after 4 years, if he was serious about getting rid of these crazy people in the news and stuff, wouldn't he have known about the Smith-Mumford Act? And wouldn't he have known that he could have like reinstated the Smith-Mumford Act through executive order and then pushed it through Congress and made a big deal out of the Smith-Mumford Act? But instead, he chose to do 4 years of what? Oh, the fake news and all the things. So, was he acting the whole time for whatever reason? I'm just saying, because didn't he have the power to say, hey, we passed this law, Obama repealed it, I want to reinstate it? Wouldn't that have taken care of a lot of stuff? And I thought about that today, and I thought, now, some bitch, he could have at least made it an issue in 4 years with all the other stuff that he brought up. So the point is Trump really the good guy? Are the white hats really wearing white hats, or are their hats a little on the gray side? You hear what I'm saying? and that they're appearing to be telling us this truth, where most Americans really feel that way. They're using that, you know, as their energy that they have acquired. So it's like, ooh, MAGA and hats and stuff and everything, and yeah, and all this, No, am I for making America great? Yes. Am I for a lot of the stuff that Trump put forth? Yes, I've discussed them, like bringing, plants and bringing technology. We don't make computer chips in this country. They're made in Taiwan and they're made overseas. And, we have to wait for stuff to come across the ocean if you want to buy parts for any type of electronics. There are warehouses and storehouses of places that have, some of these capacitors and resistors and stuff, but it ultimately isn't made here. It's made overseas. And the reason is because some of the exotic materials, and they're not, so they're made overseas because if a bunch of people die, because, their safety regulations are different. Okay, so clean it up, regardless of who is doing. So the parts cost a little more. So you pay a dime more or something, or even $1 more for some of these parts. Yes, it would make some electronics, more expensive. But if it meant people weren't going to die from, cesium and vanadium and inhaling different things and stuff, and and they might actually like live a long life. I'm not saying that people are dying, but when you're exposed to all these exotic type materials that go in some of these electrical components, you're going to be exposed, period. You just are. Whatever it is that you make, you're going to be exposed to those things that make it if you're working in a factory. It just is what it is. So but we don't make them components here. They're all made someplace else. So, shouldn't we bring some of those things back? And isn't that part of the white hat, and to give us jobs and to keep us, and it's like, so, well, yeah, I am for all that stuff. But then again, isn't it one industry trying to beat down another? Well, okay, let's open up the pipeline. Nope, let's close it down. Well, okay, let's do this. Nope, let's close that down. So, one group says one thing, but here's the thing. They both want chaos, it looks like, in the long run. Otherwise, other things would have actually happened by now. We'll see. Will the quote white hats win this one? And are their hats really white? I scratch my head in wonderment and go, there's a lot of evidence that, if they were really honest about what they were telling us, these white hats, there would have been a different outcome. They wouldn't have stolen the election. It would have been overturned. There would have been federal judges that jumped in and said, there are a lot of us that still think, the count in Georgia was screwed. We were screwed. He was screwed, whether it was the right guy or not. We were screwed. Other places were screwed like we were screwed. So, but why didn't anybody just stop and go, well, because, well, we're going to do it like the people and stuff. If the White Hats were really in charge, they would have, really stepped up to the plate. So, but with that said, does it mean that they still can't win or won't win or whatever? I'm always hopeful, but from the information and the track record, I'm going to say this, not trying to be pessimistic, but the odds are probably not, because of their own track record, because of their own stuff they told us that have failed to come to fruition. Will this actually happen? August 15th, the next date. We'll see in August. You know what I mean? I'll hope for it. I'll pray for it. I'm praying every day that things will change for these knuckleheads that are telling us that it's bad. Because, like I said, after 2,000 miles, I just don't see what's in the newspapers. I don't see the strife. I just don't see it. And other people don't see it. And, but they're living. There are some folks on the internet and with YouTube things, they are scared to flipping death. And it's like whatever energy that is yanked their chain to where they're panicking, then they're taking a lot of Prozac or something, or whatever. But you know, it ain't what it really seems to be. So there are some sane people that I have noticed that have seemed to like lost their minds in certain ways. And I go, I used to be the crazy one of the bunch going, yeah, all this stuff. And I'm going, wait a minute. I'm the guy that's saying maybe it ain't as bad as, even you people are saying, well, I'm a prepper and I'm a this and I'm a that. Okay, so are some of us, but we just don't see it the way even the alternative news is trying to portray it. So okay, I'm going to quit honestly at 420. All right, just because since I made it this far. Hey Esty, how you doing? Justin and loving, God is blessed, and right back at you, and continued to everybody else. I know I said prayers 2 hours ago, right? So, but anyway, it seems like they're like yakking at me upstairs to like, let's put this out here. So even though this is going on 7 hours worth of, discussion, and no, you better not say another hour, honey. I'm gonna make it to 420 officially, and we're gonna say, man, that was a good one. And to be truthful and honest, but in having discussion about these things, so it's one of the things, and even back in the days of the JFK thing, is that I observed that something was wrong. That, the bullet that they said went through Connolly and ended up in the door without a scratch on it is bullshit. I had fired enough guns at a teen to know that you just, you fired into a railroad tie and this went through him and all this stuff and turned sideways and it came out looking like, no, it don't. No, it don't. Come on now. I'm just a little kid of like 12. And no, I'm sorry. I can see through that lie right there. So something ain't right. And no, and other people got hurt and there were no, something ain't right. So whether you know what happened or not, the truth of the matter is that something ain't right. So these situations that we've talked about. So for me, it upset me a lot because I became emotionally involved with these things. But as the building fell that I saw this recent window, ain't nothing I can do about it except have an honest and truthful discussion about let's just simply look at the evidence. Let's not talk about what anybody said about how it happened. Let's just talk about what we see, what was left over, and why did they follow up what they did. Just have an honest truthful discussion about things that we know about buildings, concrete, and steel. And something ain't adding up, period. That's all there is to it. There's not enough debris. It collapsed too completely, you know? But anyway, I'm just the observer. But so to prove to yourself who was it, why did they do it, that's all up for speculation. And we could look at as a Sherlock Holmes kind of thing and go, well, Watson, the game is afoot, you know? And honestly, like, well, Watson, the game is afoot. Let's see and let's look at the evidence. Now, of course, my observation of this video and knowing about, demolition. Now, I ain't talking about demolition with explosives, okay? And even those, come down and there's debris and stuff. So, but one of the things that the biggest thing is there wasn't enough stuff left over after after the incident. However, the incident happened, there wasn't enough stuff left over. So, in saying then what happened to the stuff, one could say it had to have been removed somehow, which leads me to like a Tesla type Eldridge Philadelphia experiment And what if they just took out the steel? Now, wouldn't, if that, what I'm talking about is true, because I know it's technically possible, it's already been proven, a lot of secrecy, but there's a lot of the information, about the Eldridge. So we can say, but wait a minute, there is proof in that. So then to use just the Philadelphia experiment as a premise for this, we look at the what just happened and say, okay, so what happened to all the steel? Why did the whole building decide to come down at one time versus parts of it? What started it? Where's the steel? Why did it turn, so regardless of how they did it, we can say, but let's look at the evidence, much like that lady did for the 9/11 towers and go and say, so where's the stuff? Where's the material? I'm just asking a simple question. Where is it? So what if, like in the Twin Towers, what if they took the steel out, disguised it as an explosion that, quote, was the catalyst, but that really wasn't the event. The buildings just went in free fall, but there was no steel left, you know. Where to go? So, what if, similarly, this building was taken out and it was done in such a way? Let's just connect some of these dots to remind certain people that, look, we can take out a whole building with you in it, you and your loved ones sleeping. Watch this. We'll turn your building into dust. Pay attention. So, from one group to another, regardless of who these groups are, would go, watch this. Do you need a reminder? In a way, it's sort of like dropping a nuke on Nagasaki, going, wake up, Japan. This is what we can do to you. So, to whoever, and let's say that those million and billionaires who saw that building go down know that there are warring factions within, let's say, the evil groups. It's not just quote, the white hats against the black hats, but there are gray hats, red hats, blue hats, green hats, purple hats, and each one of them's got a damn agenda. And each one of them, sometimes they work together and sometimes they don't. And sometimes the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, in that, and with all of that, which is all true knowledge, we need to accept that it happens all the time. Politics makes strange bedfellows. So, who's telling the truth? Even the bad guys are telling the truth. Would we think they're lying to us? Why? Because the good guys don't want us to know that they're in bed with them doing whatever it is they've decided to do together for whatever reason. Okay. But when we look at it, is it for any of our personal, does it help out America? Or are they just walking around like, for me, two roosters a hen house? We're trying to show the hens who's the boss, and they're fighting all the time. And I've had roosters that do that. But anyway, with just observation, we can say, so what's the truth? Do we need all the ins and outs? No, but we know something is odd. Okay, that's the truth. So we can be settled in this information. Well, how come you're not upset about this? Well, because there are certain things that I understand that are quite possible, but you probably wouldn't believe my ass. But here we go. I just talked about them here, right? So it's like, but if you want to consider that maybe this is actually possible and not some kind of pipe dream, I've seen one spaceship blow up another over my head. Do I think that they could make a building collapse? Oh, hell yeah. I mean, come on. I've seen one disintegrate the other one and then disappear itself and get cloaked. So does this stuff happen? Is it potentially there? Is it there? Is it real? The answer to all those is like, yeah, and to varying degrees. So, and it ain't just the good guys shooting at the bad guys. Sometimes it's the bad guys shooting at each other because they all want control of the prize, and we're the prize for whatever they think it is. So, in the grand scheme of things, so what do we do? Well, we stay out of the way as much as possible because obviously, through this last election, even in Georgia, that there are folks who are going to, dump things over and make a mess of stuff when we think we got it. And honestly, we did, but that's not the point. So, but the tables got turned. What's the reason? Why didn't certain people jump in? Why weren't some things handled certain ways? Because maybe the bad guys wanted the chaos. Maybe between the parties and between the peoples, they simply want chaos to keep us always confused. Because what better business is there than people not really knowing what to do? So they buy out of panic or frenzy. And if they keep certain things in, like buy a bunch of guns and buy ammunition and so sell, 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 it's all about money. It's all about profit. And it's all about using our emotions for all of the above. That's the truth, as Lily Tomlin did. And that's the truth. When she did the little girl in the rocking chair, and that's the truth. So, but it's something for y'all to consider. It's been 7 hours. 419. I got a final little, weaponize the rods. Yeah. So, but knowing that they can do the frequencies but here's the thing where you might say, well, I'm not sure if that's really possible. You have to look at the true facts of the Philadelphia experiment. So where I'd go, well, I don't know if there's actually proof. Wait a minute. Let's talk to the folks on the Eldridge and let's talk about the Philadelphia experiment just for a minute and then go, wait a minute, they did have technology that they were messing with back in the 40s during the war. That's true. What they've done with it since then and how they can use it or abuse it or whatever, but somehow somebody had the technology. But what I've experienced myself is seeing one spaceship disintegrate another. It's like I realize that these things are possible. So it's like, and the evidence, and where did the metal go? It's 420. Did I miss it? Wait, I'm early, right? So whatever they did, however they did, but let's consider where's the debris, and wouldn't it be interesting if because there's already proof because of the Eldridge and other, electronical stuff and what they can do to, destable, through a sound wave or a pulse or something. But there's also information that it looks like there was some thermite, there was like little explosions going off. There weren't really explosions, but they looked like they were electronical triggering events that weren't related. What interested me was that there wasn't all electrical sparks and stuff. What happened to the electricity? What happened to the wiring? I mean, it was just freaking odd. Just saying how it should have looked and how it didn't look. Just saying. So, but 417. Okay. So, but the interesting part is that we can agree on this. The truth is, we know something's fishy. The truth is about certain things, we know they're not right. We know that there's some information that seems okay, but that other stuff just seems like somebody made it up. And it's even a really bad science fiction movie. So we look at movies and go, well, they had a better plot line in this movie of what you call it. And we look at what's already transpired and going, man, if we don't think that something's fishy, where's 007 on this one? Sherlock Holmes, where's Iron Man? Where's Tony Stark, kind of thing. But in a way, if if McAfee had a building there and blah, 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 an association. So this could have been a way of getting rid of Iron Man in a way, honestly, if we look at it sort of that way. And they have the power to do so. And they want to prove it to everybody that we've got this stuff. Remember, we've got this stuff. And remember what we can do to your ass. So go ahead, make waves, you know, go ahead. All right, go ahead, think you can, but we're going to take down a building. Watch this. So now people are going, wow, that was interesting. But the people with the money and the people in power, that was a message to somebody. Was it to cover something up? Possibly. But it was also a message in, remember, we can do this. Watch this. And what's going to be interesting is what they do with that property after they clean it up. Let's see if there's any kind of swimming pool or a special, water thing. But because it's right beside the ocean, I think they destroyed that one because they can use water coming in from under the ground to contain whatever the heat thing is that they use to bring that building down with. But be interesting to see what they put up after that. 420. Okay. 7 hours and 5 minutes. This has got to be a record. But ooh, that was a good one. That was OG Ultra or something. But anyway, I love you all. I really got to go. So after 7 hours, Michelle, how's that one? But anyway, there is a lot of truth in what I have talked about these last 7 hours. So whether we actually understand it, here's the thing, and that we can grasp onto where you say, well, I don't have enough evidence. I don't know what is true. But we can look at the evidence and go, well, I know this is true and this is true and this is true and that's true. And does the rest of it actually matter if you know that they're telling me one thing, but I see the truth for myself and go, don't know what it means. Well, they're lying to us. Yeah, but screaming ain't going to really, they're just going to make you be that weird person. But we can have this discussion of it don't seem natural, and we can all agree on that. So as to who, where, what, or why, it's going to be interesting as to how this plays out and how long it plays out. I'm into those who might have been involved or not. But the fact that, and will any more be discussed? I mean, it's just going to be interesting to see. But we all know something's fishy. So in that, we agree. In that, there's truth. In that, it's the natural order of things because it's what we observe naturally. So, see, this all is tied together. Cosmically, spiritually, is it part of our road? Now, what does this information do for me as far as my own spiritual road? Well, I see that there are some very powerful entities, whoever they are, that are showing the rest of us how mother freaking powerful they are. And we need to, like, whether we acknowledge them or bow down and worship them, I ain't going there. But, we definitely need to go, well, look, they're at it again. And that's what they can do. So we can honor, we don't have to like it, right? We can honor what they believe because they believe they're doing the right thing by doing this. Okay. Don't have to, I honor the kamikaze Japanese during World War II. I don't agree with it, but I honor them for what they thought they were doing and for their country and for, they were honorable, but it still seems stupid. And, so what we may think is right or wrong, we have to be able to look at the other guy's point of view and go, well, yeah, but, kamikaze, Japanese, they drank sake and said goodbye. And they honestly thought they were doing the right thing. And at the end of it, we could say, well, maybe they were wrong. But at the time, they thought they were right, their point of view, etc. So in life and in the natural order of things, when we learn the whole truth of things, we look at it and go, well, I thought they were crazy, but maybe they were really freaking brave because they knew what they were doing and they volunteered for it. And, what a dedication that is. But in the long run, was it stupid? Maybe. Because some of the kamikaze and stuff like that is like there was damage, but not near the cost for what the pilots lost. And so, was it a really good idea? Probably not. But it was that suicide mission. Prove to your emperor that you have this dedication, like people jumping off like lemmings into the ocean because they thought Americans were going to cut them up and eat them, and all these stories, the propaganda from the high command. And after all these years, that ain't what's happened. We've learned to live together, and we've learned that there were a lot of lies and propaganda on both sides back in the day. Kill a Jap, a dead Jap's a good Jap, much like in the days of a dead Indian is the only good Indian. So we change our opinion, but we look at the evidence and we find the truth and run it through our heart and go, hmm. So, but my friends, having a Marlboro. Oh, I'm out of cigarettes, but I got one rolled over here. So anyway, these are just things to consider, just things, so I can sit here and yap about stuff for 7 hours. But in looking at the grand scheme of thing, it's going to be interesting to see where some of these, I'm going to call them white lies. And I mean that because of the white hats and the lies. And so this is my terminology, but in thinking what's going to happen with the white lies, you know, where these people trying to tell us the truth and they only had a certain amount of information, didn't transpire the way. So were they did they lie to us? Was it on purpose? And now that it hasn't happened, I don't hear a bunch of people going, okay, what happened to all the big, what happened? People are going, well, so it didn't happen. Why aren't people jumping up, down, going, where's the disclosure? Where's the outrage? And ain't nobody saying nothing. Like I'm not outraged. I'm just sitting here laughing my ass off going, see, that was a lie, but they promised us, so all these other promises. So let's just see how this is going to go. But I can say one thing that I have learned from all of this these last 5 or 6 years is that I ain't getting my panties in a bunch for none of these mofos. And I'm being polite, but you know what I'm talking about. And but the White Hat said this. Yeah, okay. Well, the Galactic Council said that. And I used to listen to all of that. And I listened to the Galactic Council and go, you told me that 7 years ago. It ain't happened yet. Well, this is going to happen and all this. It ain't happened yet. Well, here we go again. This is going to, but it hadn't happened yet. So it's like, the Galactic Council, I believe there is one or two or whatever, but, whoever they claim they're talking to, they're lying through their ass because none of this stuff has happened, you know. Well, but, the Andromedans and these people tell me this and they tell me that. And yeah, and okay. So, but does any of it really transpire? No. So who was lied to and who's been telling the lie and who's been propagating it? And there's some things I talk about, but I say I want you to consider this as an opinion. Did this, like the rods? Did they dematerialize the steel? How did this happen? So quietly and whatever, but it happened. So, but it's just something's fishy, and we all believe that. So, but is it possible? There's evidence. And, where's the disclosure? We saw the building go down. There's some disclosure. Whoever did it is still at it. They are still at it, white or black hats, whomever. How many more, galactic councils are going to tell us about special stuff that's actually going to happen? And how much stuff that the white hats keep wanting to say about Q or this lead or that lead or Trump said or whatever, where is any of this actually going to transpire? I listen. I hope that things change. I hope, that we go back to the original Constitution. That's a lot more believable than us being a corporation. I hope that some of these truths, you know, um, shall be found truth and righteous and in the eyes of the Lord, if you will, and of God and of this nation and of the people here. I do believe that. But there are people who distort that and don't actually allow us to be like that. However, the 2,000-mile journey has shown me a truth in that, regardless of what the propagandist folks say, a lot of people feel like you and me. A lot of us are just going day to day. We're doing the best we can. We love nature. They love to do things. They, not really wanting a war or seeing destruction. Everybody wants to improve a little bit along the way. And, so this idea, though, that we're all going to hell in a handbasket somehow is just a story that's being made up as we go along, and there's more falsehoods in it than there are truths. So what do we believe and what is the truth? Let's just continue to observe the evidence that they produce for us, and we scratch our heads and go, we can all agree on this: something ain't right. Whatever who's telling us about whatever, something ain't right, because it has not progressed the way they explain, the way it's supposed to. They've missed several dates, a bunch of them. So, do I believe? Should I even listen to your white hat ass at all anymore? Because I don't trust you. I don't believe you. Anything about Q and whatever is just like, okay. Well, the white hat said, okay, well, that's the same for me. It's like the galactics have said this and that and the other thing. And I've found out more in my own dream walk, in my own dream world, about some of the things that I feel are going on in the universe that I've shared with y'all, and what I've seen about one spaceship shooting down another. So I have my own visual evidence, that I wish I could share, but I know it. I've seen it, so I know it's possible. So, and tied to the rest of it, so my helpers in the sky say, "Yep, it's going on. Yep, they're using these things. Yep, remember, you've already seen this stuff yourself, Dave? Yeah. Okay, it's related to, oh, yeah. Okay, so I look at the evidence that my inner self is like, listen for the answer that's already there. And when I do, I go, well, ain't that something to consider? So for me, the fact that I found a truth from the evidence I observed and from my own knowledge, but through these observations, I find a truth that, regardless of what anybody else says, I know is true for me. Something's fishy. And here are these points. So, in the, because of all the things they've done to us with, um, the towers and then number 7 and all this weird stuff, and everything that I've discussed just prior to this, and what is the truth, we can look after all these years at what the truth is after all these years and continue to observe that something still ain't right. You know what I mean? So, in looking at the evidence, is basically where I'm headed. Who's to blame and whatever? Are we ever going to know that? But we can agree that something's fishy. So, in that, you should be comforted and go, well, what about all this? Well, what about all of it? I'm still waiting on a clear answer about the forensic evidence with Kennedy. We all know that was messed up. But to the point, though, after all these years, that we still really know, do we still really know any more than we did back then? And the answer is no, because they keep obscuring whatever the truth might be, and things have been hidden. People have been killed. Folks have disappeared. Evidence has been tampered with. And so, if there was a trail of truth that's been obscured because of all these things, so whatever it is we observe it for ourselves and go, well, they're at it again, whoever they are. Sorry for whoever got killed. And now, to be honest, there might have been some really bad people, but at the same time, there could have been some really good people that died in that collapse and all that. We don't really know, but we do know folks died. We do know that. That's the truth. We can feel sad that there had to be death at all for whatever the reason, and we can say prayers that stuff like that won't happen no more. So for these truths are these facts we can agree on, and if nothing else, we can rest our hearts and go, well, I find these truths to be self-evident, that all evidence is created equal, and that we are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights for the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. Without redress to race, sex, orientation. So preamble to the Constitution, sort of. But with that, so I still believe that. Whether it was written by an alien or somebody else, it doesn't matter. The words speak what I feel things should be. And if we literally live by those words, but there are a lot of people with a lot of different agendas along the way. Everybody's got their own perspective, everybody's got their own truth. So, what do we do in the meantime? We do the best we can with what we got. That's it. And we pray for the best. Regardless, it might be the other bad guys winning, but their version of, might be a better version than these bad guys who are obviously trying to tear us apart again. And when that ain't the case, this race thing, come on, let's get over it. Let's move on. But they're going to keep playing the card. They're not going to give up. They're going to do their best to divide us, and we're going to do our best, and we're going to look at them and just laugh a bit in their face and go, 333? Yeah, it's 4. Yeah. So, but anyway, hi, Ian. I stayed up just for you guys, but now I'm going to get off of here and you can listen to it from the beginning because I've had 7 hours and 21 minutes and I really have had enough. I need more drink. I need to walk around. I need to go pee. I got to have something to eat, a bunch of stuff. So, but anyway, it's good I stayed on to see. Oh, and Katniss, how are you? Good morning to you and Ian and Deborah. I see you stayed awake and you hang her in here, but to the point. So again, as I'm always saying, and to this part, it's true and honest. We need to keep an eye on some of this stuff, but we need to use what we've already learned and what they've already shown us and go, are they lying? Are they being deceitful? And now here's the thing, because of the Smith-Munford Act, you can bet, because they repealed the act, you can bet that they're lying to us. You can bet that they are giving us propaganda because of what I discussed about, teletype machines and what I learned doing being a DJ and through being in radio and all this over the years. The fact that there are these single sources who are putting out the information that we trust, are they honestly telling us the truth? Go back a couple hours in this video and I've discussed some things. But to the point though of this, so those people that we have trusted, did they lie? There's evidence they did. Or they're they're the trusted. They're the ones who, these words are going to go down in the history books. So, and people in the future are going, well, UPI said this, or, the New York Times said this, or the New York Post said this, or the Baltimore Herald said that, or the Atlanta Journal said this. When is any of it really going to be true? There's a lot of evidence on local levels. On local levels, they fudge the truth all the time. So, anything new in the world? No. Can we believe in one thing? What's that, Dave? They've been fudging the truth for a long, long time. So we see what's going on. How many dead bodies are on the battlefield? Not how much they say is in the newspaper. Well, there was 500 killed. Well, no, there was actually about 10,000 dead people around here, but you reported 500. Okay, but here's a picture of the real scene. 10 soldiers in Nixon's coming. We're finally on our own. This summer I hear the drumming. 4 dead in Ohio. So Crosby, Stills, and Nash in Kent. But to the point, though, we got to get down to it. We got to get back to it, because the government is cutting us down. They're trying to divide and conquer. And back then it was hippies. Back then it was a racist. It was a cultural war. So you couldn't do certain things and you couldn't believe certain ways. And back then, blacks and whites, if they were even together, I mean, I got in trouble for drinking out of quote, the colored water fountain at a J.M. Fields department store in Tampa, Florida, back in the 60s. Because I wouldn't go over to across the wherever to where the whites drinking fountain was. And I got in trouble. I got slapped. I had people in the store, strangers, come up and go, now I'm going to use the N word. So, you can't drink out of a nigger's water fountain. What if you get something, boy? And I'm like, you go over there where us white people drink water from. And I look up and I'm like, you got to be kidding. Water tastes the same. I drank out of them both, but you didn't know it. Ha, 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 ha. So I would go to the quote, and back then it said colored. The other one said whites only. So, and this is back in the 60s in Tampa. So, yeah, I saw it, but I was one of the first people to go, I don't see the difference. I was drinking out of the colored water fountain because there were very few colored people in the store, and you could always get cold water over there because nobody drank from it, and it's always stayed cold. So I had my reasons. But, there were them folks that got all over me. So it's like, you can't drink out of them, them colored, they didn't say colored folk, but, so truth be told. So after all these years, nobody's given two craps about who's drinking out of what water fountain. So what was an issue at some time, they created chaos by signs, whites here, blacks there, whatever. So in my lifetime, look how many things have changed, but then they want to turn and they still want to discuss about racism and white this and that, when I remember a day when it was a whole lot different. And they had reason to have a want to riot or picket in the streets or, but nowadays, come on, for what reason what's your reason now? And they take statues down of famous people, war heroes and whatever, and put up a statue of a black man who died at the hands of the police. And now he's like the sacred saint of black folks. And it's like, I'm sorry, Martin Luther King did a great thing. This guy that y'all are, quote, worshiping over here, what did he do exactly? And you made a statue of him? And you want to praise like, he fell. Wait a minute. Let's talk about Rosa Parks. Wait a minute. Let's talk about wait a minute. Let's talk about some of these people. Wait a minute. Let's talk about Malcolm X. Wait a minute. Let's talk about Martin Luther King. Well, let's talk about some of these other people. No, here's a man that, okay, not saying it, but you erect a freaking statue or statues that are going to be put up in his honor. You people have gone nuts. I'm sorry. Are you really not paying attention to our history? And you want our history to be that absurd that in 50 years people look back and go, here's this statue of this guy. What happened to him? Well, he blah, blah, blah. And they put up a statue for him. How ridiculous is this? And then somebody else is going to want to, here's the point. They put up this statue Oh, come on, seriously? They had them ready already, and they got them all. And like, seriously? Okay, money spent, all the time to cast I'm saying, having worked in metal, that's did they pre-plan this? I mean, seriously. So here's the statue, and here's the this, and all in the honor of what did he do? He died. Okay, but what did he do? He died. No offense, I'm not saying that's a good thing, but what did he do? He died. Okay, but what did he do? He died. I'm obviously not catching this. I'm talking about in 20 years, 50 years. Somebody looks back. So what did he do? He died. Well, he died at the hands of his oppressors. Well, okay. But what did he do? Well, he died. Why? Well, he was a black man, and but what did he do? I'm asking a simple question. Let's tell the truth here. What did he do? He died. Any particular reason? Well, he was a black man. That's not what I asked. I'm being simple and to the point. Let's tell the truth. What did he do? Nothing that I know of, really. But he died. Okay. And they made a big deal of it. Okay. And they made a statue. Okay. And they made a movement behind him. Okay. What did he do? He died. All right. Well, a lot of people died, but what did he do? Well, he died. Was he like Martin Luther King? Did he do speeches? Did he help people to understand things? Did he work with youth? What did he do? He died. Okay. Okay. All right. So you're making the patron saint out of somebody who honestly, I'm not saying but what did he do for before so they made him a martyr. Well, okay. Well, what's a martyr? Well, Joan of Arc comes to mind, but she rode headlong into battle with a sword. That was Joan of Arc. Okay, they have statues and memories, things of Joan of Arc. Okay, so she was a martyr. Okay, well, what did this guy do? He died. Okay, but but did he like ride headlong into battle? Did he, petition? What did he do? I'm just asking. He died. And that's the reason there's a statue. Period. Okay. Then let's make statues for everybody. Because this person died. I know somebody that died that was close to, I know that, there are a lot of people who died. To me, they should have a statue or some kind of place of honor. And they actually did something in this world other than, well, what did he actually do? Well, he did this and he was being arrested, but he died. That's the important part. And he was a black man. Okay. But he died. All right. I heard you, but nothing else, right? So the patron saint of, but he died, are these statues now of this person who, okie doke, when honestly, people who literally changed thousands, if possibly not millions of lives in history, have their statues torn down. I really don't see what one is more important than the other when they have made a statue of something that to me is of no importance. Because, okay, he was a man that he died. There are black men that die all the time for different circumstances. They picked him. He's the patron saint of the poor black man, and so there's the racism, there's the card, there's what they play, and they tear down whitey stuff to show us this black man, what did he do? He died. Okay. So, but he was a, but he died. Okay. I'm just asking, but Martin Luther King, I get it. The other, seriously honorable black people that don't have a statue. And this guy, he gets a statue. Black people should be pissed off that there's a statue of this guy. I'm just saying. I'd go, what? No, 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 no. Take it down. Oh no, he stands for somebody who's making up a story, and that we should not honor someone who, I mean this with respect, I do, but that their greatest contribution to whatever the cause is that they died. And partially their own fault, but let's not get into semantics. But what did he do? He died. Okay, that's it. Okay. But it's everybody else that has made him the patron saint. Keep that in mind. Let's keep the truth of the matter in our heart. Yes, he died for whatever reason. I've been subdued by the police and I've been thrown in the backs of cop cars and stuff. I know that they can be absolutely rude and hurt you and swear to God they didn't have anything to do with why your shoulder's dislocated. It's happened to me, so I'm telling you the truth in that. So, and you go back and you go, but so some of this stuff happens, the subduing, the thingy, the hurting, and they're doing their job for whatever reason, but something happens to the person, right? So whatever the circumstance. So, but to the people involved and having been involved in my subjugation at a hospital by staff members, and then by police and other things. But to the point, though, that I understand that there are times when the situation says it deems this particular action. So what do? We look at the situation, but to have someone with a statue that is being turned into a martyr for the wrong reason, honor him because he was okay, but in 20 years, what are people really going to learn from who this person is? What was told about how? Well, but when you get right down, so as a professor in 20 years, I would ask my students, because I had lived this, so I'd ask my students, okay, tell me what you learned about the statue of this man. Give me a 3-page, dissertation and come up and read it to the class. Okay. So in 20 years, we go, okay, so they tell this story from the newspapers and from the clippings and whatever internet nonsense. And they go, so what did you learn from this? Well, the man died. Okay. And he was oppressed. Okay. But what did he do? Well, he was an oppressed black man and he died. Okay. So can you compare this incident, this man, this statue, to, say, another black historical figure like Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or somebody like that? Well, yes, sir. Well, what did you find? Well, these people have done all these things. And although, they're, almost in every town in America, there's a Martin Luther King. Come on. Are we racist? Yes or no? Every town's got a Martin Luther King Boulevard. So whether they made it mandatory or not, the fact that it exists and that there is every day that someone in some town is going down MLK Boulevard, okay, in honor of a black man. So they named streets after this guy. But did he get the same recognition as this other guy who nobody seemed to know and wasn't popular and all these other things? So, but to the professor 20 years ago who is living through this event now can look back and ask in students and say that wasn't actually how it happened. And if he tries to tell the truth, what are those people how are they going to react? He's a liar. He's telling the fake. No, look, I was there. I saw it. We see, no, no. He was a great hero and he was a great martyr. And is that really the true story? But that's what they're painting now, hoping that will show up in 20 years. Now, why would they do this? Is because in 20 years, they can argue about this same fucking thing. Excuse my French. I've been trying not to use, curse words much here because I realize I cuss way too much, more than a lot of other people. And that's my fault. And I do my best not to curse. But there are times when you got to use the F word to make the emphasis. It's like, look what they're doing. So they're doing this now to create chaos in 20 years. When the historians go, so what's this about? And people who are living are going to, and guess who is going to be the white people who are going to go, well, that ain't how it happened. The guy was like this and it was like that. And they're going to go, no, you racist people. After 20 years, they're still after this man who what? Well, he was a guy, and everybody respected him. Yeah, but not before he died. And but what did he do? Well, he died. That's and he was a black man. Okay, so we can keep up this racism, further down the line. That's why they're doing it. They can keep the racism alive, and it ain't against us, but you got to think, why are they really doing this? Why pick him? To keep the chaos alive, to keep the people like me who say, come on now, well, there are a lot of people who should deserve a statue. Out of all of them, why this guy? I'm just saying, let's, respect some honest to God, real important black people that, um, but this guy, really? Seriously? That's what you want to do? So why are they doing it? So they can keep the racism narrative alive in 20 years. Look at what it's causing now. So, but in 20 years, when somebody's in a classroom and they're trying to, and they go, well, look what happened back then. And this guy gets brought up and the statue and the whole conversation. And then the chaos then can continue about this story for whatever it is the martyrdom part of it is made up. Not that he died and the evidence, but and incidents, but to the point though that they made him a martyr. That was on purpose. Okay. And they chose whoever they are to make him a martyr for the reasons I just described. And you can call me crazy, which is just fine because it's almost 8 hours now that I've been doing this. So this is a full shift without a break. How about that mess, right? But to the point, though, about this, though, I say give statues to those who deserve it, but tell the truth about it, and let's be honest. But why the statues and why now? And the simple answer, in my humble opinion, is so that they can keep the narrative of racism alive. So whoever wants to dissent with them for whatever reason, that we can be called racist and we become part of the chaos. And we, although we may be speaking the truth in that what we observe, we're still going to be considered by other people as the bad guys, as the meanies, as the racist. And I'm just looking at it from a practical standpoint, not from any race point of view, but what did the guy do? And when it boils down to is he died and they chose him to be the martyr. And that's just like, it's the wrong reason to make a statue is all I'm pointing out. So, and okay, but when I compare his martyrdom to that with someone like there's proof in history of what Joan of Arc did, I got to go, I'm sorry, but this guy's actions do not, in my humble opinion, warrant a statue for his behavior. And, I'm just saying, there were lynchings in the South and people who died in front of, whole, counties of people and stuff. Those people should have statues. They were hung, lynched for the most, and here's a guy that for all we can, but he died. Okay, but there were black men in Conquet County who were tortured and hung in the magnolia tree, and everybody came out and had a picnic. So why aren't these people have who really, honest to God, suffered. Um, and why aren't there, statues to these folks? I'm just saying, as far as, who deserves a statue, um, and of the same race and of the, so, but why this and why? And so, but if we look at the truth, whoever it is that's on whatever side it is, they want us to stay mad at each other. They want to keep the chaos going. And that is something that we can all agree on. Well, they're doing it for this reason, or yeah, but when we boil it down to the truth, the simple truth is they want chaos between us. That we can agree on. So, in the truth of all matters, after almost 8 hours of discussing this, hey, Ian, got to go to work. Okay, have a great day. You too. Um, but the idea that when we look at the truth of things, we can agree on certain things that are truthful, and that, yep, they seem to keep wanting to divide us. Don't care what the side is, but there's the division. We can agree on it. So many of us can agree that we think that this idea of racism and division is stupid. So many of us can agree upon that. Regardless, we think it's stupid that folks are trying to make this an issue, right? So we can agree on that. So there are things that we go, well, I don't know if any of us agree on anything. Yeah, we do. The news ain't talking about it. But when you just sit down and talk with other folks calmly and you go, can you agree with me that something's fishy? Yeah. Do you agree that they should have really made a statue about this guy? No, not really. Do you know what he did? Well, and the answer is, well, he died. Okay, you know, but so did Epstein in prison, right? He died. We're going to make a statue for the pedophile guy because, well, he died. I'm just saying, um, to those who knew Epstein, they might have, they might have a statue of him already. It may be that Epstein is encased in a cobalt thing not Luke Skywalker, but Harrison Ford, in whatever episode that was when they put him in the carbonite and sent him to Jabba the Hutt. Um, so there are these things that, like, maybe he is in, maybe like Jimmy Hoffa, he's in the corner of a building somewhere, um, he's in the footer of the, anyway. But to the true truth of things, that we can all kind of make our hearts feel at ease. What can we do? Well, we can see some of the truth, and we all can agree on that. Those of us who like, and we can learn to, like, it's tragic, whatever they're doing, somebody's doing it. But, you know, can you and me actually have anything to do with, buildings falling down and stuff like that? No, but we can talk amongst ourselves and agree that something fishy's going on. And it ain't just about that, it's other stuff too. So we just look at stuff and we can see the truth. We can listen to what they tell us is the truth and scratch our heads and, like, oh, everything's normal in Buckingham Palace when they got drapes and stuff and nobody's going in or out. And we know something weird is going on. So we don't know what, we don't know who, we don't know why. And does that really matter in that when we can all agree that something fishy's going on? That's something that we can trust. And when a bunch of us observe it, then there's strength in numbers in that. So anyway, now Epstein is not in his meat suit. I understand. I'm just using that as a strange, anyway. But anyway, so I'm done with it. It's been 7:47 right now. Um, it's five something, and I can't stand it anymore. I gotta go. So I love you all, but just things to think about and consider, whether or not you agree with me or not, or, just look at, all I ask is just look very calmly at what's there and just go, I do agree with Dave in that something fishy is going on. And in that, we can all agree And in that we should find comfort. Comfort. Well, who do you think did it? Don't care, but something fishy was going on. Yeah, I agree with you, buddy. Something fishy. There was something fishy about that. So, regardless of Republican or Democrat, regardless of race, we all, at the end of the day, can look at each other and go, well, there's something fishy going on. And that we can agree. So there's truth there, you see. So in what seems like chaos, if we break it down and kind of look at stuff, and before we go off half-cocked about this person, that person, or why, we can probably understand that both sides want chaos for their own reason. Both sides want our energy, regardless of how they use or whatever, but they want to keep us confused. Why? Because they don't see what one hand is doing to the other. It's a distraction. Here, look at this over here. It's the Jedi mind trick that ain't working anymore to many of us. And we're going, I'm sorry, your little distraction there ain't working. I know that you got some. Yeah, I might be looking at this hand, but there's something going on over there. Don't know what it is. I don't know why, but something fishy's going on, and I can sense it. Might not understand it, but the truth is there's something fishy going on. Okay, so where does that get us in the long run? Let's quit becoming emotionally tied. Let's quit, let's stay out of their chaos. Let's keep an eye on it. And regardless of the information that we actually get on some of these things, let's take comfort in what we believe and see. Something fishy's going on. So with that, I'm going to go fix something to eat. I'm hungry. Going to go outside and see if there are any stars. We had thunderstorms and stuff earlier. I got to go to the store. Duggar's out of dog food, and so are the cats. So I got to go to the store tomorrow or this morning. So I hope you have a great weekend coming up. I have not forgotten about doing a card night. Just some other things have happened. And here I am doing 8 hours, when I was only going to be on for a couple. And so I'm doing an 8-hour shift here, and it's 5 something in the morning. And I can't wait till the 20 minutes. I really can't. So, but I love you all. Be safe. Consider what you think is the truth. Always look at the evidence. Be like Sherlock Holmes and always say, Watson, I believe the game is afoot. Because when you start looking at the evidence, it's like Lestrade. He says, well, the window's open and there's mud, so he must have come through the window. That might not be, just because there are certain things you see doesn't mean that that's really what happened. So I think of the old Sherlock Holmes and stuff and love those stories and how, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote them around them and so forth. But there's so much truth in some of the fiction in that we must look at the facts and go, we can agree something's fishy. So what do we do about it? It depends on where we are. But one thing we can obviously do, not become involved in the chaos. Stay out of the chaos. Stay honest to yourself. Stay truthful to yourself. Find the natural ability in water and nature to keep your natural truth solid within you. And Jabberjaw Dave, yeah. And I'm out of here. So later, everybody. You too, Elderberry. Thanks for hanging out. I bet you've been sleeping in the background. I love you, Michelle, and everybody. So have a good day. And as we say from South Georgia, TTFN, ta-ta for now, my lovelies. And we love you. Be safe, be kind, be conscious, and stay out of the chaos. So cheers, everybody. Till next time. Have a great weekend if I don't see you before. So be safe. We Duggar popped his head up.